Chapter 25 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 25. Thinking of Supper. The party was astir soon after daybreak, nothing having interfered with the night's repose, and the first thing seen to was the state of the horses and baggage animals. They, too, were all the better for the rest, but the result of the examination was a discussion between the doctor and Griggs over the injuries the animals had received. 2 of the mules had been down, and showed injuries to their knees. One had evidently met with a bad fall over a piece of rock, and limped painfully, while 2 of the ponies wore the aspect of having been overridden. "I think they ought to have another day's rest, Griggs," said the doctor. "And I think they ought to have 2, was the reply. "But what about staying here? The Indians may find and follow our trail." "We must not think of waiting 2 days," replied the doctor, "but I think we might risk 1, and we must send out a scout along the road we have come, to select a suitable spot on high ground and keep a lookout. And if he sees danger on the way, he must ride back and warn us. Meanwhile we'll have everything ready for an immediate start, keeping the animals close in, and the packs, so that we can load up at once." Griggs nodded. "What about the scout?" he said. The doctor looked at him in silence. "You mean you would like me to go?" "Yes, but there's no reason why you should go alone. I could easily spare one of the boys." "That's right. Chris," said the American, and in pretty good time that morning these 2, with their wallets well supplied and their water bottles filled, rode off along the back track to make a reconnaissance, with the understanding that they were to rejoin their friends that night. It was a glorious ride through a lovely country, slowly and cautiously taken, till a spot was reached commanding the portion along which danger seemed sure to come if it was astir, and here, with their ponies hobbled to graze, Chris and the American watched hour after hour, enjoying the rest. "But doesn't it seem queer," said Chris, as the day wore on, "just because we are bound to be so careful, and dare not fire a shot for fear of taking the enemy's attention, we have had chance after chance of getting birds? I should have liked to take 3 or 4 brace back with us." "Yes," said Griggs shortly, "been a nice change, but it wouldn't do." The sun was getting low when Griggs finished a long search of the back country with the glass he carried, and ended by closing it and thrusting it into the case. "No Indians today, or we should have seen them. I think we may start back now." They were soon in the saddle, and, to Chris's delight, he found that his pony's stiffness had pretty well passed off, while, to the intense satisfaction of both, the slight lameness grew better and promised well for the next day. They kept to a walk, pausing whenever a good view back could be obtained, till it began to grow dark, but they kept steadily on. "Another hour ought to bring us to camp," said Griggs suddenly. "And they'll be waiting supper for us," said Chris. "I hope they've done a little shooting. A turkey would be splendid to-night." "Don't you think so?" added the boy, after waiting in vain for an answer. "I was thinking about something else," said the American slowly. "What about? The Gold City?" "No, my lad. I was thinking about how awkward it would be if the Indians had found a better road than we did, and had got to the camp while we've been away." "Griggs!" cried Chris in an agonized voice. "Oh, nonsense! You said that to scare me." "No, it's too serious a thing to cut jokes about. This is a big country, and we are only feeling our way, being strangers. Those Indian fellows were born in it. They must know it by heart." "Here, let's ride on as fast as we can," said Chris huskily. "You think, then, they may have been surprised?" "I only felt that it might be possible." "Then let's get on at full speed," cried Chris. "It's horrible to think that they may be wanting our help." "We can't ride at full speed," said Griggs quietly. "Only go at a walk, and I dare say it's all my fancy." "But we might go faster than this," said Chris excitedly. "No, the way's so bad that we should only throw our ponies down." "But if—" began Chris. "But if anything had happened there, we should want our ponies to be fresh and ready for a gallop. It would be madness to hurry them over rough ground. There, I'm sorry I spoke, lad, for I honestly believe that I have alarmed you for nothing." "I can't help thinking it is not for nothing," said Chris bitterly. "Why do you say that now? It's only to comfort me." "Not quite all. I've been thinking. Suppose the camp has been attacked. It could not have been from this side. No, because we should have seen the Indians. Then it must have been from the other. Of course. What would the doctor do then?" "Defend it to the last," said Chris, with the final words seeming to stick before they would come out. "No, he wouldn't. He'd keep up a running fight." "What, retreating?" "I should say so. Retiring on the detachment he had sent out, as a soldier would say. To put it differently, he'd begin to think as you did, for though you said nothing, I could see your first thought was about your father, wasn't it?" "Of course," said Chris huskily. "Yes, of course, and he'd say to himself, 'There's my boy over yonder with that long, thin Yankee chap. We must join them at once.' Now, don't you see, if anything had happened, we should have met them before now." Chris could not speak, but reached over to hold out his hand, which was warmly grasped by Griggs, who then began to talk cheerily. "Very stupid of me," he said. "I was feeling tired and mouldy. I've had precious little sleep fidgeting about this wild goose sort of expedition. And precious hungry too, and that makes a poor fellow feel low spirited. My word, I mean to make my mark in that roast turkey to-night. Sniff, sniff, sniff. That isn't roasting I can smell coming with the wind, is it?" Chris laughed, and Griggs went on chatting. "Keep a tight rein over these stony bits. I do like to take care of a horse," he said. "Poor beggars, they're the best of friends, but I do wish they wouldn't be such cowards. Getting up a stampede like that and chipping and straining themselves, all on account of a bear. They've no pluck." "Then I suppose I've none either," said Chris, "for the bear frightened me." "Ha, ha! Yes, and poor Mr. Bourne too. My word, didn't he holloa?" "And no wonder," said Chris. "Wouldn't you have done the same?" "I just should. I say, though, I hope we haven't shot any of those tough old gobblers, years old. They're as stringy as a fiddle. One just a full year old's the sort of fellow we want. Who'll be cook? Your comrade Ned, I expect. If he has let the bird burn, I'll never forgive him." "There'll be no turkey, Griggs," said Chris. "What? Why?" "Because father won't have any firing." "Well, they might trap one, or knock one over with a stick sent flying like a boomerang." "Here, I say, don't," cried Chris. "I'm so hungry too that it makes my mouth water. Here, I know what we shall have for supper." "Yes, what?" cried Griggs eagerly. "One of those big tins of preserved meat warmed up with water in a kettle like a thick soup, and damper cake, and tea as well. And not a bad supper either, lad, for hungry folks. Glad of it, for I've no faith in Ned Bourne's cooking. He can make capital tea and coffee, but when it comes to roasting a turkey, or cutting it up and frying it in a pan, I'd beat him hollow. How much farther have we to go?" "About a mile," said Chris, and he had hardly spoken before from out of the darkness ahead came the Australian cry, "Coo-ee!" "There's Ned," said Chris eagerly, "come to meet us. Coo-ee! Is it all right?" "Yes, all right," came back. "'Tain't," said Griggs gruffly. "He's left the fire, and that turkey will burn." "Soup," said Chris merrily. "Well, soup then," growled Griggs. "Why can't he stick to his work?" "Anyone with you?" cried Chris. "No, I came on alone. Where's Griggs?" "Here I am," replied the American to the voice out of the darkness. "I say, how came you to leave that turkey?" "Turkey? What turkey?" "The one you were cooking for our supper." "Oh, father's cooked to-night, but there's no turkey." "What then?" said Griggs. "Oh, a mess of tinned beef." "There, I told you so," said Chris. "You never said a word about a mess," growled Griggs, "but I might have known. A nice mess it will be." Ned did not hear, for he was questioning and being questioned about the doings of the day, which had been as uneventful in camp as out of it. 10 minutes later they were sitting near the fire, enjoying the waiting supper, and in the reflection from the growing embers Chris could see Griggs's face beaming with the smiles of satisfaction, as he made liberal use of a pewter spoon, and took semicircular bites out of a hot bread cake liberally ornamented with grey wood ashes. "How's the mess, Griggs?" said Chris merrily. Griggs had only one word to say, and it fitted itself for usage as a long drawn husky drawl. The word was prime. End of chapter 25.
Chapter 26 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matt Perard. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 26. A Victim.
"And you made it all out clear straight and took your bearings, Doctor?" said Griggs the next morning, as the last pulls were given to the mule ropes, the last diamond hitches made fast. "Yes, and it will be as easy as steering a boat. I could see the Blue Mountains from up yonder distinctly, but I'm afraid they're more than 100 miles away." "Oh, I don't know, sir. Distances are deceiving, and it all depends upon the weather. Why, I've seen a mountain look 50 miles nearer just before rain. Now then, is there anything else we ought to do?" "I did everything yesterday that I thought right." "Water barrels well full?" "Yes, and every bottle and tin as well." "Good," said Griggs. "Then the sooner we're off the better." Wilton sighed as they mounted, and gave a last glance at the beauties of the gully in which they had encamped, and again soon after as the little train wound on, with Skeeter's bell chiming to the motion of his head, for at a turn before descending to the lower ground he had a glimpse of the far spreading desert they were about to attack. It was beautiful in its way, but the grey monotony soon palled upon him who looked, and the eyes eagerly turned again to the refreshing green. In a couple of hours the last shrub had been left behind, and everyone drew his breath hard and set his teeth, in the determination not to be baffled by the lesser troubles likely to hinder their way. But all the same, sighs once more rose for the beauty of the scenes and the refreshing breath of the mountains, which was already giving place to the hot reek of the sand and salt. For a time the boys were startled into wonderment at the change which came over the scene as the sun rose higher, for as the hazy mist that overspread the plain began to rise, there before them lay spread out a wonderful expanse of water, one huge lake extending right to the horizon, dotted here and there with islands of beautiful form. "Why, I didn't know," began Chris. "Nor I," cried Ned. "We shan't want for water." They pressed on to join the doctor and Griggs, who were once more leading, and before either of the boys could open his lips to question, the former exclaimed: "There, boys, you never saw the mirage so beautiful as that." "Mirage? Then it isn't water?" "Water? No, only a peculiar effect seen in the atmosphere over a heated plain. We shall see no water till we near the mountains on the other side. But there, talk as little as you can, and avoid this heated dust which rises from the mules' hoofs." "It's wonderful!" cried Ned thoughtfully. "I felt sure that we were near a beautiful lake." "Such as deceives travellers sometimes." "Ah, it's bad," said Griggs, "when you're crossing a plain, choking with thirst, and the water bottles are empty. A sight like that has driven men mad before now with disappointment." The boys recalled these words over and over again during their journey, for from the very first they realized what a tramp through such a desert meant. The sun came down with scorching power, and it was reflected up from the white sand and salt. At midday, when they halted where there was no shadow but that cast by their four-footed companions, there was not a breath of air, and the poor brutes stood with hanging heads and drooping ears, panting and even sighing, while where the evening drew near the wind swept boisterously over the plain, but brought no refreshment, for not only was it hot, but it wafted up the fine, irritating dust and produced additional sensations of thirst. The march was kept on long after sundown, when another halt was made for refreshment. But there seemed to be none, for the amount of water used was small in the extreme, and after about an hour's wait, during which the baggage animals had been relieved of their burdens, the doctor rose. "Now then," he said sternly, "load up. We must keep on all through the night, and refresh again at daybreak." "Refresh?" said Wilton dismally. "Well, rest the mules," replied the doctor. "Then go on again for 3 or 4 hours and try and sleep through the hottest part of the day." "What about keeping our course correctly through the night?" said Bourne. "There are the stars," replied the doctor, pointing up to the clear night. "I know exactly what to do. We must keep on now we have started, and bear it like men." No one spoke, but "buckled to," as Griggs called it, and to relieve the horses the party tramped by their side for the greater part of the night, during the early hours of which Chris grew more and more sleepy. But as they approached night's dull noon he grew more wakeful, and relieved the tedium by talking to first one and then the other cheerfully enough, and never at a loss for something to say. "It might be worse, Ned," he said once during the night. "Couldn't be," was the surly reply. "Oh, couldn't it? It might come on to rain tremendously. Well, what are you laughing at?" he continued, for Griggs burst out into a hoarse guffaw. "Ha! You!" replied the American. "Don't I wish it would rain? Why, it would cool everything. No, I don't know that, for the earth's so hot that all day tomorrow we should be in the midst of steam. It would refresh the horses and mules, though. Nice place this, isn't it?" "Horrible! What's the use of having all this desert?" "Don't know," said Griggs bluntly. "You tell me what's the use of having all that sea, and then perhaps I'll tell you." They relapsed into silence then, and the monotonous tramp went on. There was no kicking or squealing among the mules. Skeeter tramped on with his bell going clang, 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 in accompaniment to his steps, and the other mules followed as if walking like so many shadows in their sleep, while the ponies seemed to follow their masters like dogs, ready to accept every pat on the neck or word of encouragement, and, after raising their muzzles to the offered hand and looking through the darkness appealingly, as if asking how long it would be before they came to water. Morning at last. A halt, packs lowered to the ground, each animal's mouth washed out with about a pint of the precious fluid, water, and then their ration given in the form of very stiff gruel. All this carefully done before the breakfast was attacked. "I don't call it a breakfast," grumbled Ned. "No, I wouldn't," said Chris. "Cheer up. We haven't so far to go now as we had yesterday morning." "Well, I know that," snarled Ned, who seemed all on edge. Chris called it gritty, and said it was the sand, to himself. "He gets it on his temper," thought the boy. "How queer it is that being hot and tired and thirsty makes anyone so cross." "Forward!" said the doctor at last, when the packs had been readjusted, and the dreary tramp began again, with the sun getting hotter and hotter every hour. "Oh dear!" groaned Ned, as they tramped side by side, each with his hand resting upon his pony's neck and holding on by the mane. "That miserable tinful of water! Why, it was only half a pint, and it will be hours before we're allowed any more. Why not let us have a pint all at once?" "Against the rules," said Chris. "You should have made believe, as I did." "Believe what?" "No, I didn't believe it," said Chris. I only played at it. I drank my half pint very slowly and pretended it was a pint. You do the same the next time." "Not gonna be such a fool," said Ned gruffly. "It's all too real to play. Bother, hang it, yah! I wish there wasn't a scrap of gold in the world." "But there is, all the same. Come, cheer up, lad." "Cheer down, you mean. It's getting worse and worse, and I don't believe we shall ever get across this horrible plain. What is there to be cheerful about?" "Well, here's one thing. We've got away from the Indians. There isn't a sign of them behind." "Of course there isn't," grumbled Ned. "Indians are not such idiots as to come across a place like this. Griggs says they do sometimes." "I don't believe it. They must always go round. Oh, I do wish we hadn't come." Somehow or other, the more low spirited and doleful Ned became, the more hopeful and cheery Chris seemed. Perhaps it was what he called make believe, and put on by a great effort, but he was the brightest of the party and brought a smile to the lip of everyone in turn with his light, trivial remarks, all of which, however, had a suggestion that, in spite of their terrible sufferings, he was looking at the best side of things. "I say, father," he cried, as midday was approaching, "this is a better desert than the other one we crossed." "I don't see much difference, my boy. Why do you think so?" "It's so nice and smooth. You don't have to keep stumbling over stones." "But that's a fault, boy," said his father. "Some of those great stones cast a little shade. Here we have none." "Halt!" he cried loudly. "4 hours' rest and sleep." The mules were unloaded, the ponies' saddles removed, and the tent sheet was spread over the horizontal raised pole for shade, such as it was, and then no one thought of how, but lay down to sleep, lying motionless till the doctor summoned them again for the resumption of the march, when all began to compare notes. "Sleep? No, I never had a wink," said Ned. "Who could sleep with the sun seeming to burn a hole in that canvas?" "I didn't go to sleep either," said Chris, "but one feels a bit rested with lying down." "No one don't," said Ned, and the weary tramp went on, with nothing visible in front of the overstrained eyes but the glare, and a thick misty look as if the atmosphere was full of hot dusty sand. The pace at which they went on appeared to be slower, but it was the party's want of perception which diminished and magnified at the same time, principally the latter, in making the journey appear longer than it really was, while that hot afternoon went on in a nightmare-like waking dream which made Ned complain at last that he was going off his head. "I'm not," said Chris, laughing. "I feel as if I'm always going off my legs." "What nonsense!" grumbled Ned. "It isn't. I feel so. It's just as if my body goes on while my feet keep sinking in the sand and won't keep up." "I wish you wouldn't talk," said Ned. "Why? Do you want to think?" "No, of course I don't. I only want to keep on in this half asleep way. It makes it a little better then." Another halt at sundown, a fairly good meal, and a refreshing sleep, before the doctor roused all once more towards midnight for the tramp that was to last till about 10 o'clock the next day. All was done this time in silence, save that Bourne tried to say hopefully, "I should think we shall see the mountains quite clearly when day dawns." But no one answered, for nobody believed they would. A feeling of despondency was making itself too plainly felt, and when broad daylight did at last come, all that could be seen was sand and soda everywhere, not so much as a shrub or scrap of grass, only scattered stones here and there, and the party shrank from looking in each other's wild and bloodshot eyes. "Forward," said the doctor, at last. "We'll keep on till about 2 hours before noon, and then we have a good meal and rest till the sun's low. We must be getting well on to our journey's end." About this time the doctor edged up close to Griggs and entered into conversation with him in a low tone. "What do you think of it?" he said. "Don't think at all, sir," was the reply. "But we shall do it." "Must, sir." "That's right," said the doctor with a sigh of relief. "We must not think, but we must do it. We've got over the worst of it now, I feel sure." The doctor was wrong, for there was an unexpected trouble ahead. Towards the promised time for the halt there was what all took for a more hopeful sign. The plain was growing more stony and undulatory, while sagebrush peeped out in clumps here and there, to be gladly welcomed by the animals, which lost not an opportunity of cropping the bitter shoots. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and the doctor drew out his watch, to close it again with a snap which sounded curiously loud in the painful silence. "Only another hour," he said in a husky voice, "and then rest and breakfast." He had hardly uttered the words when one of the mules, which had broken a little way from the line with outstretched muzzle to nibble a few grey twigs, gave a leap which nearly dislodged its pack, and uttering a dismal squeal which was answered by 2 or 3 of its fellows, who turned their weary, straining eyes towards their companion, which now stood snorting and stamping angrily. "What's the matter with the poor brute?" cried the doctor, who hurried towards the animal, closely followed by Griggs. "Take care, sir, of that," said the latter in a whisper. "That? What do you mean?" "Bitten," said Griggs laconically, as he raised the double rifle that he had unslung, took a rapid aim, and fired the barrel loaded with small shot at what seemed to be an undulating line of grey sand. The report sounded dull and dead, while, as the smoke rose, the undulating line of sand became a writhing tangle of something, tying itself up into knots, untying itself, lashing the sand and dust up into a little cloud, and then, as the dust rose, the loathsome looking length of a big snake became gradually clear to see, with the tail in the air announcing its owner's nature by keeping up a peculiar scurrying sound, something like the running down of a distant piece of clockwork. "That's done for him," said Griggs, quietly reloading his piece. "Almost as big a one as they make 'em." The little party closed round the dying reptile, and then followed the doctor to where he stepped up to the mule, which kept on stamping and making efforts to curve round and bite at its near hind leg, but could not reach it on account of the pack it bore. Griggs slung his double rifle and seized the end of the pack rope, casting loose the load and letting it slide to the ground, while the doctor cautiously approached to examine the place at which the mule now tore fiercely with its teeth. "Better not, sir," said Griggs warningly. "But I want to try and help the poor brute," said the doctor. "Yes, sir, that's nice and humane," said Griggs, "but mules are not horses nor dogs. The poor brute is mad with agony, and you'll be kicked or bitten to a dead certainty." "I feel as if I must risk it," said the doctor. "I might inject ammonia, and save its life." He approached closer, holding out one hand and speaking soothingly to the poor beast. But it turned upon him viciously and snapped at the extended hand like a dog, fortunately biting short, for the snap was sharper than the snatch back made by the doctor's hand. "I told you so," said Griggs reproachfully. "Yes, we're going to be a mule short this morning." For the effort seemed to be too much for the animal, which staggered, spread out its legs far apart, uttered a wild squealing bray, fell over on one side, and lay kicking and plunging as if going at full gallop as it lay. "You're right, Griggs," said the doctor, "but what strength there must be in that horrible poison! I should not have believed it would be so rapid and have such an effect upon an animal like that." "He got a full dose of it close up where the skin's thinnest, I suppose. And it was a big rattler, and no mistake." Just then the mule made an effort to rise to its feet, but sank back to its former position, and its kicking and plunging grew weaker and weaker, till it lay panting, with outstretched neck and heaving flanks, evidently dying fast. "I might try and do something now," said the doctor thoughtfully, "if the poor beast were held." "Too late," said Griggs quietly. "I don't understand much about snake poison, but I should say that's running all through the poor thing now." But Chris's father would not give up. Hide ropes were cast loose, while he hurried to the load which contained the little case of medicines and surgical appliances which was kept ready for emergencies, and then, armed with bottle and syringe, he superintended while nooses were placed round the poor animal's neck and 4 fetlocks, each being tightened in the rope held by some one. Chris and Ned were ordered to the forelegs, Griggs took the neck rope, and Wilton and Bourne the hind legs. At a word from the doctor the ropes were drawn taut and the poor beast stretched out helplessly upon its back, while the doctor seated himself astride, sought for the tiny punctures made by the rattlesnake's poison fangs, and found them where the skin was thinnest and most devoid of hair, the successful discovery being due to a tiny drop of yellowish gummy matter which had oozed out. A caustic was applied to this as soon as the tiny wound had been freely lanced and set bleeding, and then with a proper instrument a strong application of ammonia was forced into one of the mule's larger veins, and all with the slightest of resistance being offered. Lastly, encouraged by the animal's quiescence, a strong stimulative ball was thrust beyond the tongue and seen to pass down the throat. "I can do no more," said the doctor, "but I should not have been satisfied if I had not tried. Be careful now how you loosen the ropes." There was no difficulty, for the patient lay as still as if it had been utterly stupefied by the poison, and seemed to all appearance stretched out dead. Chris looked at Griggs, who loosened his noose last, and the man shook his head. "Could it breathe while that rope was round its neck?" said the boy. "Breathe? Yes, of course, my lad. The lariat did not press upon the windpipe. There's no strangling in the poor brute's case. It's poison's the matter there. I say, it has wakened us all up." It was curious to note the effect to which Griggs had drawn attention. Before the mule was stricken every one in the party had been giddy and ready to faint with heat and exhaustion, oppressed by a sense of despair and the dread that the end of the present journey would never be seen. But as soon as a demand was made upon their energies, all the other troubles seemed to be forgotten on the instant, and they had worked together heartily and with wonderful spirit, till they all stood watching the motionless mule. Bourne was the first to draw attention to the state of affairs, as he began wiping away the perspiration that streamed down his face. "I don't think you've done the poor brute much good, Lee," he said. "I'm afraid not. I ought to have begun sooner." "But you've done us a lot," continued Bourne. "Half an hour ago I didn't seem to have an ounce of energy left in me. I felt as if there was nothing to do but lie down and die." "And I felt the same," chimed in Wilton. "But as soon as the demand was made upon me I forgot everything in the excitement, and I feel now ready to go on for hours." "Yes," said Wilton, "I feel as if Lee had been injecting new life through my veins. We've got all the benefit, while the poor mule is worse." "Not much, sir," cried Griggs. "Look at that." There was no need for the order, every eye being directed at the injured animal, which, after lying quiescent upon its side, with outstretched neck and no signs of life save the slow, regular heaving of its flank, suddenly uttered a hoarse shout, gathered itself together, and rose quickly to its feet, to stand breathing heavily and coughing. "Why, I do believe he's mastering the poison, Doctor, and coming round." There was no reply, every one being intent upon the mule's movements. The hard breathing gradually ceased, and the poor brute shook itself, stamped with its injured hind leg heavily, shook itself again, uttered an angry squeal, and, curving itself round, reached at the wound to bite the skin, acting, as Chris afterwards said, just as if it had been bitten by a fly. The next moment it straightened itself again, stretched out its neck, and whinnied in a way which brought answers from some of its companions, and then dropped upon its knees and rolled over, struggling a little before lying still, its last breath coming in a weary sigh. End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 27. Won't you say goodbye? Every eye kept a sharp lookout as soon as the journey was recommenced, and a strong effort was made to place a few miles between the party and a spot evidently infested with the venomous reptiles, of whose power such a terrible example had been seen. Plenty of energy, too, was displayed for quite a couple of hours. Then it died out at once. Boys and animals seemed as if they could go no farther, and a halt was called in about the barest spot they had seen. Several more suitable places had been passed, places where there was a scanty growth of sagebrush, others where the plain was rocky or encumbered with stones. But the doctor's word was forward, and the order was obeyed, for in the eyes of the adventurers every bush and every stone appeared to be the haunt of a dangerous enemy. Where they halted at last, the plain all round was thick with a dull, silvery haze, which intensified the heat of the sun, whose rays seemed to be passing through a burning glass, and it was only in obedience to desperate efforts that the tent cloth was stretched for shelter and the animals watered and fed more sparingly than before. The provisions were spread out, but no one could eat. Every word and look was about the water and directed at the fast emptying keg that carried it, other vessels having long since been exhausted. "We must lie here till the sun goes down," said the doctor, almost solemnly, in spite of his effort to speak calmly. "It would be madness to persevere through this heat. Then we must make a brave effort to reach the mountains by morning." "And if we don't?" said Wilton. "Don't say if, sir," cried Griggs. "We must do it." "If there are any to reach," said Bourne to himself, but his words were heard. "If there are any!" cried the doctor hoarsely. "I tell you there are. We saw them distinctly, Griggs and I." "That's so, gentlemen," said the American. "Then you must have lost your way, doctor." "I have not if there is any truth in a compass. I laid down our course, and we have not deviated a bit. The sun and stars, too, have endorsed my calculations. Come, lie down and try to sleep. Afterwards we will serve out some more water and walk all through the night. We must be nearly across now." There was no answer made to this, every one lying down to try and forget the agonies of the intense heat and thirst in the sleep which would not come. Chris and Ned were together, and lay so that they could look into each other's eyes despairingly, but neither spoke, closing their lids at last
so as not to see, though with no expectation of obtaining the much needed restful forgetfulness. But it came, and when Chris opened his eyes again it was to see by the dull red glow that evening was close at hand. He raised himself upon his arm, and the faint sound he made was sufficient to rouse Ned, who also sat up and looked at him wonderingly, as if he did not quite understand where he was, till Chris bent towards him and whispered, "Come outside." Ned followed him without glancing at the speaker, and they stood together in the misty heat glow, to note with wonder that someone was moving about from pack to pack and pausing from time to time to pat the mules. The haze seemed to have thickened with the approaching night, so that the figure was indistinct and hard to see, but after making a few steps Chris said quickly, "Why, it's Griggs! What's the matter with him? He's staggering about as if looking for something." "The water barrels," whispered Ned hoarsely, and he caught Chris by the arm. "What? He wouldn't!" said the boy angrily. "Let's see what he's doing." The American evidently heard their approach, for he turned to gaze at them strangely, but he made no effort to join them, standing slowly, rocking himself to and fro and saving himself from falling by clinging to the mule at whose side he stood. "What's the matter, Griggs?" said Chris hoarsely. "Oh, it's you," said the reply. "I could see you both coming, but you looked swollen up into giants, and I couldn't make it out." "But what are you doing here?" "Doing here? Yes, I remember. We must find where the water is tonight, or it will be too late." "Oh, don't say that!" cried Ned in a hoarse whisper. "Yes, that's it," said Griggs strangely. "Must find the water tonight, or it will be too late. I'm going to ride on, but I can't find the mustangs." "They're over yonder," said Ned quickly, pointing to where the ponies could be dimly seen. "No, I've been over there, and they're gone." "Going to ride on?" said Chris, as a thought struck him. "Yes, before it's too late." "But you're not in a fit state to ride on, Griggs." "No, everything is going round and round, heads all strange and queer. You couldn't sit a horse now." "No," said the man drowsily, as he laid his arms across the mule's back, falling forward to slide to the ground, for the mule took 2 or 3 steps to get out of his way. "Oh, Chris," groaned Ned, "what shall we do?" The boy addressed did not reply for some moments, and then he repeated the American's words as if to himself. The next minute he seemed full of energy, and caught his companion by the shoulder. "Ned," he said, "let's take the mule with the empty barrels and ride on to get water." "Where?" said Ned dismally. "Amongst the mountains." "Where are they?" "Over there," said Chris, pointing. "Where's over there?" "To the left of where the sun's going down. That's where we've been making for all the time." "Ride on?" "Yes, it will be quickest." "Come and ask father what he thinks." "No," said Chris. "It would be losing time." "We should never find it, and only die of thirst right away from the others." "We should find it. We must find it, and bring some back." "But the barrels, they're not empty yet." "They are," said Chris solemnly. "I stood by this afternoon and saw every drop drained out." "Oh," groaned Ned, "then it's all over now." "It isn't, I tell you. We must go." "We couldn't do it. We're too weak. Come and ask your father what he says." "It's of no use. I feel sure he's like poor Griggs here. There, the sun's going down, looking red as blood. Quick, the ponies can carry us, and we'll get the mule with the empty barrels between. He'll go then." "Let's ask Wilton to go." "Let's try and act like men," cried Chris passionately. "There, you mustn't oppose me. That's the way. straight there by where the sun is sinking. It must be right. You shall come." One weaker than Chris was then would have been sufficient to overawe Ned in those terrible moments, and he yielded without another word. The two water barrels, with their linking chain, and the wooden, wood-stuffed pack saddle lay ready, and the mule that had borne them suffered itself to be led to where it stood snuffling at the wooden vessels and passing its tongue about the bungholes till they were slung across its back, and then it stood quietly enough, as if instinctively grasping the object of this movement. As for the ponies, they raised their heads from where they were striving to get a little nourishment from some dust-covered twigs, and whinnied their welcome to their masters when they were saddled and bridled. All was soon ready, when Chris raised his head to mark exactly where the sun had disappeared, a hard task, for the heat haze was thicker than ever. "Where's that star?" he said impatiently. "Which star?" "That one that goes down of a night 3 hours after the sun. The one my father used to guide us by in the early part of the night, and said that it was a planet." "I don't know. I never heard him say anything about it." "He did to me. There, high up. I can see it now, but it looks faint through this thick, dusty air, and it's higher up than I thought for." "It will be clearer and lower down by and by." "Are you going to steer by that?" "Yes, of course. Ready?" "No, we must go and tell our fathers what we are going to do." "No, we mustn't," said Chris stubbornly. "They'd only say we mustn't go, and after what Griggs said, I'm sure it's our only chance. We must get water and bring it back, if they're to be saved." "But are you sure of that? Mayn't they be better in the morning, and ready to go on?" "Not unless we get back with water. Now then, will you come?" "I daren't, Chris," said Ned with a groan. "It's too horrible." "Then you're afraid?" "How can I help it? See how dreadful it will be to strike right off into the desert all alone." "Not so horrible as to stop here and see the others die like that poisoned mule. Come." "I can't. It's cowardly to go and leave them." "It isn't!" cried Chris. "It's brave, and we shall find the water and bring it back. Come, we're wasting time. Come on." "I dare not." "Very well," said Chris. "When father wakes in the morning, tell him what I've done and why." "What shall I say?" cried Ned hoarsely. "That I felt it was the only chance of saving all our lives, and if I don't come back it's because I couldn't find water, Ned." "And then?" "Good bye." "What do you mean by good bye?" "I don't know," said Chris sadly. "Only good bye." He held out his hand, but snatched it back and hurried beneath the spread out tent canvas, to drop upon his knees close to where the doctor lay plunged in a deep stupor more than sleep. Chris did not rest there many minutes before he sprang up again and walked hurriedly to where Ned stood with the two ponies and the mule. "Good bye," said Chris then. Ned made no reply, and giving his companion one long reproachful look, Chris placed his foot in the stirrup and sprang up into the saddle. "Won't you say good bye?" he cried. "No," was the reply, almost in a whisper, and with the darkness coming on fast now, Chris turned away his head and leaned to the farther side of his pony, to catch hold of the long hide rope attached to the mule's snaffle bit. Then, pressing the mustang's sides with his heels, the brave little beast stepped off boldly, the mule following close behind at the full length of the lariat, while the boy fixed the star with his eyes and made for it straight through the gathering gloom, which seemed to open out to receive him, and then closed in behind, so that after the first glance backward the boy made no other for tent cloth, packs, saddles, and the horses and mules had been absorbed by the haze. If he had turned his head, though, ever so little, he would have been able to see Ned standing by his pony, but he felt that he could not do that for fear of the weak feeling which caused a strange swelling in his throat, increasing and causing a breakdown of the determination to which he had come. "I can't do it," he groaned, as he rode on at a walk, and then repeating the word "good bye" in a whisper, he bent forward a little, gave the hide lariat a jerk, and pressing his pony's sides, went off at an ambling trot, the mule following at once with two barrels rolling against the wood of the pack saddle, and with the chains making a peculiar hollow and jingling sound. "If it were not so hot," he muttered then, as he strove to think only of the object he had in view. "We ought to get over a long distance before daylight, for I feel as if I shall be able to do it, and the mountains may be near when the broad daylight comes." He was getting along at a fair pace now, gazing straight at the planet and listening to the rattle of the two barrels, when his pony uttered a sharp neigh, which was followed by a squeal from the mule, two challenges uttered by those whose hearing was keener than their masters, and responded to by another neigh from behind. In less than a minute, and before Chris had made up his mind which of the ponies was following, there was the beat of hoofs, and something shadowy closed in from the haze behind to come close alongside. "Who's that? You, Ned?" "Yes," came in a husky voice. "What do you want?" "You know. I can't let you go all alone." "What?" cried the boy, in a hoarse, cracked voice. "You don't mean "Yes, I do. You must be right." It was the speaker who held out a dimly seen hand now, one that was grasped and held while the ponies closed in so much together that the boys' legs touched as they cantered steadily on straight for a line drawn down in imagination from the planet now twinkling brightly, the guiding star which both boys mentally prayed might lead them to the object of their quest. Then, cantering steadily till the ponies dropped into a walk to avoid rough ground, the two lads rode on and on, with the barrels rolling behind, and the hours gently gliding by unheeded, till the glittering star sank lower and lower and dropped at last into the great bed of haze which seemed to extinguish it all at once, but not until Chris had marked down another to take its place as their goal. Neither spoke, for their heads were too full of the object they had in view, with its hopes and many fears. The ponies kept on straight for the starry guides, not deviating in the least from the point at which their heads had been directed by their riders, and the mule followed steadily behind, with the empty barrels keeping up their hollow, rumbling sound, and it was this that seemed to form a strange, lulling accompaniment to the boys' thoughts, which, in the course of their progress, gradually darkened into a confused, nightmare-like state. It was not sleep, but a stupor in which they kept on their horses instinctively, from no voluntary effort of their own. The state of exhaustion and weakness into which they had been lapsing during the perilous journey must have had much to do with their feelings, and robbed them of the power to feel more than a dull, numbing pain which came and went as their steeds ambled or walked unchecked or guided by rein, for even the lariat had glided from Chris's fingers and trailed along behind the mule upon the sand. Not that it mattered, for the mongrel beast kept steadily on behind its companions, trotting or cantering or dropping into a walk as they gave it the cue, but never once stopping to rest or attempting to browse. Always onward, straight onward, while the riders sank deeper and deeper into their strange, stupor-like state, which, in one faint struggle back into partial consciousness, Chris had likened to the closing in of the sultry haze, which seemed to him to press upon him as if it grew so thick that it held him fast what time he was being urged through it. Then utter unconsciousness of everything, which lasted without change, and as if the very calm, restful, painful end of all things had come. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 28. A Mule's Scent. Ned had much the same account to give as Chris of his sensations. About the waking up on hearing a loud snorting and splashing, accompanied by the squealing of the mule and the rattling of the tubs and chain. Sleep or stupor, whichever it was, the boys had kept their seats during the night, and at early dawn, when Chris opened his eyes, half startled by the splashing, he saw what looked like a gray plain covered with dried up salt, stretching right away to a thick bank of what appeared to be clouds. Then, as he sat staring wonderingly, he saw that the salt plain seemed to be in motion, little waves passing away from where he sat. And then, as the truth gradually dawned upon his misty brain, he slipped off his pony to stand knee deep in water and begin to scoop up the soft, cool fluid and drink. He had swallowed several mouthfuls before his brain grew clearer, and then his first matter-of-fact, undreamlike thought was of Ned, and he cried aloud, "Water! Water!" The answer was a gurgling sound from somewhere to the right, and turning in that direction just as there was a tremendous splashing, he became aware of the fact, dimly seen in the gray dawn, that his companion was also standing knee deep and drinking. The ponies were calmly drawing in the refreshing fluid between their slightly parted lips, and the mule was wallowing and trying to roll over, every now and then sending its legs in the air, for them to come down again and raise quite a spray, for the effort to turn right over was a failure, the two barrels secured to the animal's back acting like buoys and keeping afloat. The next moment, regardless of his clothes, Chris dropped upon his knees, bent down till his lips were within touch of the water, and then he drank, so it seemed to him, as if he had never drunk before. Breathless after a while, he raised his head again. "Ned! Oh, isn't it glorious?" There was no reply, for his companion was now bending down and drinking with avidity. But at last he too raised his head at the same time that the mule ceased splashing, stood up in the water, and gave itself a tremendous shake, before lowering its muzzle and drinking like the mustangs. "Ned!" cried Chris. "Why don't you say something?" "I can't," was the reply, and then, "I say, it's true, or only part of the long dream?" "True, true!" cried Chris. "But look sharp. Let's fill the barrels and get back to camp." "Ha!" ejaculated Ned in a long sigh. Fill the barrels. Get back. Yes, I'm beginning to be able to think now. My head felt all shut up, and as if it wouldn't go. We have found water, then?" "Yes, and we've been drinking. And what are you doing?" There was no answer, for Ned did not hear, from the simple fact that he had suddenly plunged his head right under water to hold it there for nearly a minute before raising it streaming. "Oh, Chris," he cried, "do that. It's lovely." His comrade wanted no more inciting to follow the example set, keeping his head below the surface in despite of the water thundering in his ears, till he was obliged to raise it and breathe. "If we only had time for a swim!" he cried, as he stood up panting once more. "Yes, let's have one." "No," said Chris. "The barrels. We must fill them and get back." "Yes, of course," cried Ned. I can't think properly yet. My head's all muddly." "But how can we fill them? If we take them off, can we lift them on the mule's back again?" "Perhaps not," cried Chris. "But I know," he added after a pause. "Do you? Oh, my head's so muddly. Let's be quick and get back. I'm beginning to think now. Why, what wretches we are, drinking away here, and my father must be dying of thirst." "Yes, don't talk," cried Chris huskily. "Here, get to the other side of the mule and take hold of the bit." Ned stared, but obeyed, and together they led the animal between them, wading farther into the lake, with the water gradually getting deeper, when, as it grew breast high, Ned burst out with, "Yes, the water seems to have melted something in my head, and I can think now. I say, are there any alligators here?" "I don't know," replied Chris. "Perhaps. Come on, you brute," he roared, for the mule began to jib and refused to go any farther in when from its own natural buoyancy and that of the barrels its legs refused to touch the bottom. Chris's fierce shout was accompanied by a heavy dig in the side from his knee, an act which Ned imitated with the result that the mule snorted, tossed up its head, and then lowered it, prior to kicking up its heels. But in performing the evolution of lowering its muzzle its mouth went down into the cool water, and the opposition ceased in the enjoyment of drawing in mouthfuls of the limpid element, while with all four legs separated to the utmost the animal now refused to move. "You brute!" roared Ned. But the mule was quite aware of that fact. It knew it was one of the most despised of brutes, and had been told so till it ceased to have any effect, while now that it was drinking, whip or spur, kick or blow would have had no effect. "Never mind," cried Chris. "I know, we can manage." As he spoke he rapidly opened the tompion like cover of one bunghole, letting it rattle down by the side of the empty barrel and hang by its little brass chain, and then dragged at the barrel, trying vainly to bring the opening down to a level with the water. "Oh, do something, Ned!" shouted Chris. "We ought to be on the way back. Shove your barrel up as high as you can." Ned thrust his shoulder under the side and forced the barrel up, and the wooden pack saddle gave a little at the same time. "That do?" he cried. "Yes, splendid!" For by pressing down with all his force Chris got the opening level at last with the water, which began to stream in till its weight rendered the task less difficult, and by degrees the barrel kept its own position, the air within going out in strange hollow sounds as it was dislodged. "Now I'm more than half full, Ned," cried Chris eagerly. "I'll hoist up my side while you draw your barrel down." This task proved more difficult, but after a few tries a little water rushed into the empty receptacle. Then a little more and a little more, till Chris thrust upward with all his might, and the clear fluid ran in with a rush, till the mule raised its head, shook the drops from its muzzle, and whinnied. Then, feeling far less buoyant from what it had drunk and the way in which the light barrels began to be turned into weights which kept it steady, there was no more resistance to being led in deeper, so that with very little effort the casks were lowered in turn till the water ceased to flow in, and the tompions were replaced and safely secured. The water was now, at every movement made, passing in little waves right over the mule's spine, and there it stood showing its teeth as if preparing to bite, but made no vicious effort, only stood blinking its eyes and turning its ears in all directions as if in the height of enjoyment. As soon as the second barrel was secured, full to the bung, the mule's head was turned. "Go on!" shouted Chris, and it slowly walked out of the shallowing water till it stood dripping on the sandy marge. "Now," cried Chris, "I'm going to lead my mustang in as far as I can wade, so as to get regularly soaked, and it will freshen the beasts too." "Yes, capital. Shall we take off the saddles?" "No, we won't stop." The ponies were led in till only their necks were out of the water, and then turned toward the shore. But they stopped twice to drink, and were approaching the spot where the mule stood, when Chris uttered a cry and caught at his saddle to save himself, his pony at the same moment making a plunge and snorting violently. "What's the matter?" cried Ned anxiously. "Some big fish struck at me suddenly. No, I know, it must have been a big alligator." Ned's jaw dropped and his eyes opened very wide as he began to splash through the water as hard as he could go, the pony following, willingly enough, but only to snort and plunge as a swell of water rose before them where the water was very shallow, and a dark bark-like glistening back was seen for a moment, followed by a tapering tail as a reptile glided by. "I wonder whether the brutes would bite," said Ned. "I shouldn't like to trust them," was the reply. "But oh, what a change since last night!" continued the boy, half wild with delight, as the sun began to show a little over the edge of the horizon, flooding the world with golden light and turning the pale, silvery lake, as it were, into glowing fire. The boys only glanced for a moment or two at the glorious scene before them of lake and undulating country backed by mountains. Then, after tying the trailing lariat about the mule's neck, they mounted their ponies, all dripping as they were, ready for the march to camp, but only to suffer a chill of misery as the same thought struck both. Which was the way back? "Why, we shall never find them, coming here as we did, fast asleep as we must have been," groaned Ned. "The mule must have smelt the water far off," said Chris, "and found the way here." "Yes, but he won't find the way back to camp. What shall we do? What shall we do?" There was a piteous, despairing ring in Ned's voice as he sat gazing woefully in Chris's eyes. "We must go right away," said the latter thoughtfully, and then in a tone full of exultation, "We're a pretty pair. Look how plain the hoof marks are in the sand. Why, we've only got to pick up the trail and follow it back. There, you go that way and I'll go this. It can't be far away." "No, of course not," cried Ned, urging his pony forward in the direction indicated, while Chris started in the other, keeping close to the water's edge, where the sand was firm. But the mule was not going to be left alone, and followed Chris's mount. Not for far. Within 100 yards there were the hoof prints of the animals, going straight into the shallow lake on one side, and on the other leading straight away over the sandy plain, which here came right up to the water's edge. "Coo ee!" shouted Chris, and Ned came cantering back. "Found the trail?" he cried. "Yes, here it is, with the mule leading. That's where he walked right into the lake, and we've been abusing mules and calling them names ever since I can remember. Ned, I'll never be a brute to a mule again. Will you lead?" "No, you found the trail. Go on, and I'll come last, as fast as you can." End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of The Peril Finders by George Fenn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Matt Perard. Chapter 29 Desperate Straits. Chris uttered a wild whoop of delight. "Water! Water! Water!" he shouted. "Here we come!" The announcement was intended for those he had left at the camp, but the word seemed to be lost in the immensity of space. But he did not heed this, only pressed on, to halt at the end of 100 yards for the others to come up. His pony had lowered its head as if recognizing the track, and started off at a canter, but Chris realized directly that the progress did not depend upon him but the mule, which at starting refused to go in advance of Ned and stubbornly stood still,
and no urging would make it move. "Come on first, Ned," shouted Chris, as the efforts of his companion proved to be in vain. "Oh, he is a brute!" cried Ned. But he did as he was ordered, following his leader, and the mule, heavily laden as it was, lowered its head and began to lounge along last at the regular mule pace. "Oh, but this won't do!" cried Chris, as they came up. "I never thought of it when we were filling the barrels. It'll take no end of time to get back like this." He led on again in silence, seeing the trail marked plainly enough, and wonderfully straight, the animals having pretty well always stepped in their leader's tracks. But at the end of a few minutes' advance at a walk, he turned his head to shout back, "Oh, Ned, Ned, what shall we do? Everything, you see, depends on this mule, and he'll only keep to his regular pace. His load's too heavy. We must run half of it away." "What? Waste the water? No." "But it seems so heavy." "He wouldn't go a bit faster if you poured away nearly all." "I'm afraid not," groaned Chris. "What can we do? I say, I wonder how far it is to camp. Can you guess, Ned?" The boy shook his head. "It must be," continued Chris as he rode on, wrenching right round in his saddle and trusting to his mustang to follow the back trail, "just as far as the mule would walk from the time we started till daybreak this morning. Hours and hours and hours, all going so slowly, for we should have been woke up if they had broken into a fast trot. I'm afraid we must spill out some of the water. But I tell you that the slow wretch wouldn't go a bit faster. He's walking now just at the same rate as when the barrels were empty." Chris felt that these were the words of truth and remained silent. He would have gone behind the animal and bullied or urged it forward with blows, in spite of his late words, but he felt confident that the result would only be a stubborn fit, kicking, or perhaps lying down. A short time before the boy had felt in the highest glee. Success had attended their effort, and there seemed to be nothing else to do but hurry back to the fainting sufferers with the life giving fluid and receive their thanks and praise, while now, in addition to the bitter despair and misery, there was a fresh sensation, which he connected then with a feeling of sinking that made him gaze piteously at his companion, but only to be struck with his sunken eyes and agonized aspect. "Don't look like that, Ned," he said. "Why, you're worse than I am." "I can't help it. I feel quite ill. We shall never get back to them in time. Father looked as if he wouldn't be able to get up again." "So did my father." "I never saw him look so dreadful before. He must be in an awful state, or else he'd have been able to take something from the medicine chest to help him hold out longer. But there, it's of no use to give way like this. We must get back to camp with this water. Do you hear? We must." "Yes," said Ned mournfully, "we must. Chris?" "Yes." "If I fall off my nag and can't get up again." "Oh, don't talk like that. It's idiotic." "I can't help it. If I fall over and lie still on the sand, I want you to promise me something." "Then I shan't," cried Chris shortly. "Get out. You're going to pretend that you'll lie down and die, and you're going to make your will." "No, it wasn't exactly that, but if you get back to them and are saved, you may have my 4-bladed knife with the stone pick and lancet in it." "Oh, hang your old knife!" cried Chris ungraciously. "I don't want it. Mine's ever so much better, and doesn't hurt your hand when you're cutting anything. Now, no nonsense. Fancying you're going to fall off your pony and not being able to get up again. Why, if you go on fancying such things as that in the hot sunshine, you're pretty well sure to turn giddy and go down. Look here." "Yes," sighed Ned. "I feel just as bad as you do, but I don't begin a lot of nonsense about leaving you my knife. Such stuff!" "It isn't stuff," sighed Ned. "I'm horribly ill now.
So faint and strange." "Have some water. I'll get some out." "No, no, no. I've had enough. I don't feel a bit parched and thirsty now, for the water seems to have gone right into me from my wet clothes." "The same here," said Chris, after a glance over his shoulder to see if his pony was keeping to the return trail, and being convinced that he was. "I could talk like you, for I never felt so ill before. I say, how one's things are drying in the sunshine. I've quite done dripping." "Yes, but Chris, I haven't told you all I was going to say." "And you needn't. You were going to say that I might have your German silver pocket comb too." "I wasn't," said Ned reproachfully. "But you may, and everything else I've got, for I shall never want them again." "Yes, you will, stupid. Oh, I say, don't be such a Molly." Ned shook his head. "Won't you listen to me?" he said piteously. "Why, of course I will, old chap. I'm only talking like this because I want you to be plucky. Ned, you're not going to lie down and die. You can't. You shan't. I've felt like this for the last half hour, but I won't let myself believe that it's all through the despair and misery we feel." "But it is, Chris. I'm glad I came with you, though," said the poor fellow sadly. "So am I, and it was very jolly and chummy of you. Just like you, Ned. We've often had rows, but we always made it up again, and I never liked you any the less. Never half so much as I did when you came trotting after me to look for this water." "I like to hear you say that," said Ned, smiling faintly. "If you got safe back, I want you to think still in this way after I've gone." "After you've gone!" cried Chris passionately. "Oh, if we'd only plenty of time and weren't so faint, I should like to have the worst row with you that we ever try to fight out. You're not going to lie down and die. It would be absurd after we've got the water and—" Ned started and bent forward, holding on to the pommel of his saddle with both hands to steady himself, for as he rode almost backwards, Chris suddenly clutched at nothing and nearly fell from his seat. "There, there," panted Ned. "Oh, don't fall, Chris. One of us is enough. You mustn't fall and lie there, because I want you to do something for me." "Yes," said Chris softly, and with a wild‐eyed stare at his companion. "I want you to tell father that I held out to the last, and tried hard to do my duty as he told me to always." "Yes, yes," sighed Chris hoarsely. "I'll tell him, if I get back to camp. But, oh, Ned, it is so hard now, when we've got the water. All the strength is gone from me. I say, tell me, if we both fall out of our saddles and lie there, do you think that the ponies will go on to the camp?" "No, I'm sure they won't. They'll stop beside us, looking down in our faces with their big patient eyes. They won't stir for ever so long." "Ah," groaned Chris faintly, "and we shall have got the water for nothing." "No," said Ned. "The ponies will stop, but the mule won't. He'll keep right on along the back trail, and they'll get the water after all." "Ah," sighed Chris, with a bright light coming into his eyes. "Then it won't have been for nothing." "What are you doing?" said Ned more strongly, as he saw his comrade begin to unfasten the knotted silk kerchief about his neck. "Going to tie this to the chain. Father will know it's mine, and that it means good bye and—" The effort was too much. The giddiness from which he was suffering mastered him, and he fell over sidewise onto the fast heating sand, but with his left foot fast in the stirrup iron, while the pony kept on a few feet before stopping short and turning to gaze down in his rider's face. "Chris, Chris!" cried Ned, checking his pony as he closed up, while the mule went tramping on with its heavy load as if nothing whatever was the matter. To the last speaker's wonder and horror,
as the excitement of his comrade's mishap drove his own sufferings into the background, Chris raised himself a little and extricated his foot from the stirrup, before hauling himself up by the leather, to stand steadying himself by the saddle, laughing the while what sounded to Ned like a wild, hysterical laugh that was to be his last. "Chris!" he cried. "It's all right," gasped the boy, struggling to grow calm. "That tumble has knocked the faintness out of me. I know now. What's the matter with us both?" "Chris!" rang out again. "I know. I tell you. I felt a little while ago. Oh, so ill, as if something was coming on and we were both going to die. But I know now. Can't you see, Ned?" There was no answer. "Then I'll tell you. What did you have to eat yesterday?" "Eat? I couldn't eat. Only drink that little drop of water." "And I couldn't, and didn't have above half a meal the night before. Then we've been through so much ever since and drunk all that water, and the sun's been beating down on us." "What?" cried Ned, staring. "You mean it's because we're so hungry?" "Why, of course it is. Now tumble off your pony and lie down and die if you dare." "Chris!" "That's it, I tell you, and you know it is. Oh dear, I feel so lightheaded and so empty and faint, and nothing else the matter with me at all, only that I'm so miserable because we can't get on faster." Ned sat staring and thinking hard, but he said no word in contradiction of his companion's theory. And there they stayed for quite 10 minutes, Ned seated in his saddle, Chris standing resting against his, and with his pony pressing against him as if to keep him upright. "Look at old Skeeter's brother," said Chris at last. "He must be his brother, because he's so like him." Ned looked in the same direction as his companion, to see that the mule had gone plodding on along the trail, flapping one ear to keep off the flies, and looking as if nothing would prevent it from going straight back to the camp. "I say, you feel better now, don't you?" said Chris suddenly. "I feel very ill and weak and giddy." "That's how I feel," said Chris, "and I'm afraid to try and get up into the saddle again. I know I shall go down bang." "No, no, don't," cried Ned excitedly. "Here, I'll get on the other side and take hold of your hand." "Shan't I pull you down too?" "No," said Ned, speaking more strongly. "I won't let you." "Catch hold then," cried Chris, as his comrade urged his nag alongside that of Chris, and then as they joined hands, the latter raised his left foot to the stirrup, sprang up, and dropped into the saddle with a sigh of relief. "Well done us," he panted. "Who'd ever have thought that being half starved would make two fellows feel like that?" "It was awful, wasn't it?" "Not so horrible as thinking about them all dying for want of water. Oh, Ned, 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 can't we get one barrel on your or my pony and ride on fast?" "No," said Ned decisively. "We couldn't hold it on, and we couldn't go fast." "And we couldn't fasten the other on the mule's back? Is there nothing else we could do?" "I can't see anything but going right on. Let's catch up to the mule now, and keep on talking so as to forget about being so faint. I say, how fast one's clothes dry." "Yes," said Chris, "and how cool one feels in spite of the sun coming down as if it would roast us. Do you know why it is?" "No," replied Ned. "I'll tell you, then. Father told me once. He said it was one of the laws of physics." "I say, don't talk about physics now." "Who was talking about physics, stupid? I said physics, natural science. Father said that in evaporation a feeling of coolness always comes on. That's what we feel now as the water in our clothes evaporates. He showed me how to cool water by filling a bottle and wrapping it in flannel, then keeping it wet and standing it in the sun. Yes, I knew that made it cooler,
but I didn't know if it had anything to do with evaporation. Then the water in the barrels must be nice and cool." "Nay, not it," said Chris sharply. "That's getting warm, because the outside of the barrels is not kept wet. Well, old Skeeter's brother, how are you getting on?" he cried, as they rode up one on either side of the mule, the only answer being the cocking of one ear in the speaker's direction, the other at Ned. "Let's give up worrying about it, Chris," said Ned at last. "We can do nothing else but keep on as we are, only hoping and praying that they're all lying down trying to sleep till we come. It's impossible to get on any faster." "Quite," said Chris despairingly. "I will hope and feel sure that all will turn out as it should. It must. It shall. I say, how long have we been coming since we started?" "I don't know, and I can't think," was the reply. "I say, I can't see the lake now," cried Chris. "It's all hidden by the thick hot haze that has closed in. Can you see the beautiful country and the mountains there still?" "No, nothing but the thick, hot, transparent mist, and the sand and sagebrush everywhere behind, just as it is now in front. I say, how well old Muley keeps to the trail. I wish it wasn't so hazy. We should see the tent perhaps then." Ned turned off the conversation at a tangent, for the sight of a clump of stones gave him a subject full of interest. "Stones and rocky bits, with little heathery like bushes. I say, Chris, keep a good lookout. Isn't this the sort of country for rattlesnakes?" "Ugh!" ejaculated Chris. "I say, how horrible if the mule were to step on one of the nasty reptiles now." "We should have to fit the barrels on one of the ponies then, and then take turns at walking. But let's try and guide them more away from the heath." They tried, but the mule resisted their efforts at once and showed a stern determination to keep to the trail while the ponies backed it up on either side. Then the conversation dropped, was resumed again twice, but in vain at last, for the heat and exertion were telling upon the poor lads, now to a terrible extent. Their eyes grew wild and bloodshot. The faintness came on with increased force and refused to be exorcised, with each brain swimming a little at first, then more and more, till a heavy, stupefying state of torpor supervened, and it was no longer the riders that directed their four-footed friends, but the latter leading them on and on hour after hour. Though the boys could not realize the fact, the sun had crossed the meridian and was slowly beginning to descend, when there was a sudden arousing from the torpor-like state brought about by the mule coming to a standstill with its legs spread out widely, hanging its head, while its drooping ears and starting eyes told plainly enough that it was suffering acutely from heat and exhaustion, its eyes seeming to say mutely, "The burden is too heavy, masters. If I stir another foot, I must drop." "Can we do something? Open one of the barrels and soak a handkerchief to hold it to the poor thing's mouth?" said Chris loudly. He meant it to be, but it was only a hoarse, harsh sound which came from his lips, while when he descended from his saddle to step towards the barrel nearest to him, it suddenly seemed to fade away into the haze through which they had been passing, and in his effort to catch it, poor Chris fell headlong to the ground and lay staring blankly upwards at Ned. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perord. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 30. Waking Up. "Oh, Chris," groaned Ned, as he dismounted feebly to fall on one knee by his companion's side. Chris's eyes followed every movement, and he seemed to hear what was said, for he smiled faintly. "That's you, isn't it, Ned?" he said slowly. "Can't see. Black spots floating about in front, and everything going round and round." Ned's answer was another groan, for the trouble was on the increase. The poor mule had done its best, and kept on till it could do no more. Just then it made an effort to go on again, looking wistfully at Ned, in whose acts it evidently read an order for it to advance. Drawing its legs together into a more natural attitude, it took a step or two, stumbled, and then dropped upon its knees, made another effort to rise, but failed, and doubled its hind legs under it to crouch so that the two barrels rested on the sand. And then the poor beast uttered a long hoarse sigh, as if of relief, while for a time it made no further effort to stir. Ned glanced at the ponies, the thought occurring to him that he ought to secure their reins, but they did not display the slightest desire to leave their companion, only stretching out their necks towards the mule and breathing hard, before pressing forward slightly to begin snuffing at one of the barrels. This act set Ned's wits working, and he recalled what Chris was about to do. He was so faint and giddy that it required a painful effort even to stir, but he caught the kerchief from his companion's hand, and began to unfasten the well secured stopper of the nearest barrel, which stood steady enough now in the sand. This done, he thrust in about half of the kerchief, let it soak full of water, raised it carefully so that every superabundant drop should fall back into the barrel, and then, pressing open Chris's lips, squeezed a few drops between them, more and more as they were swallowed with avidity, and passed his wet hands over the prostrate lad's temples. This he did again and again, suffering an acute longing to treat himself in the same way, but resisting the temptation, till Chris closed his eyes with a weary sigh, his lips tightening together, and he lay motionless. Ned soaked the handkerchief again and pressed its contents in his own mouth, swallowing the moisture with avidity, noting the while that the two ponies were licking the farther barrel and breathing hard, as if they could feel the cool, fresh odor of the water playing in their nostrils, while at the same time the mule, penned down by the weight of the two barrels, strained its neck round and whinnied as it looked piteously in his face. The look had its effect, for the end of the kerchief was once more thrust into the barrel, allowed to soak, and then drawn out. "I don't know how we're going to manage," thought the boy, as he held the dripping corner of the kerchief towards the mule's muzzle. But the poor brute did, and acted without hesitation, making a snap as sharply delivered as that of a dog, and catching the end between its strong teeth. Then it gave its head a toss, and treating the water bearing piece of fabric as if it were a wisp of wet grass, drew it, dripping and cool, right into its mouth, the sharp tug or two given overcoming Ned's resistance. Before the boy could recover from his surprise, there was a quick, juicy sound of champing in accord with the movement of the mule's jaws, a gulp, and the kerchief had gone. "You stupid brute!" cried Ned indignantly. "What am I to do now?" Common sense suggested what should be his next proceeding, and that was to take off his own handkerchief and his felt hat, which he turned inside out. Then, laying it beyond the mule's reach, he soaked the fresh kerchief till it would hold no more, squeezed it so that the contents fell into the reversed crown of his hat, and repeated the act till about half a pint of dirty water lay ready. This he held out to the mule, which plunged in its lips and rapidly sucked out every drop. Repeating the process, Ned managed to give each of the ponies enough to wash out its mouth. "If I only had a straw or a reed," thought the boy, but there was hardly a twig of the sagebrush to be seen, and he shook his head in despair. But there was something else to do. The mule was fidgeting, and any restive action on the beast's part might mean waste of water, so he hurriedly closed the tompion, leaving its brass chain so that there was no risk of loss, and this was hardly done before, refreshed by its portion, the mule made a desperate effort to rise, but only got its forelegs well planted, and then sank back. It made two more trials, but with less and less success, and then, apparently fully aware of the fact that the weight carried was too much for it, resignation ensued, and the poor beast lay partly over on its side between the barrels, and made no further effort beyond seeking for a restful position in which to lay its heavy head. This was fully stretched out in the sand, where the last thing Ned seemed to see was the twitching of the poor brute's long ears to rid itself of the flies which attacked it as if under the idea that they had found something dead. The sun's intense heat soon made the boy aware of the fact that his head was bare, and restoring his hat to its proper shape, he replaced it, finding it cool enough to enable him to think a little more clearly of his position and ask himself whether he could do anything more. He asked Chris the same question that he had put to himself, but there was no reply, for it was evident that the poor fellow had sunk into a complete state of stupor, and he was soon aware that he was fast following his friend's example, for the soft black spots began to float before his eyes, growing larger and larger, till they seemed to blot out the objects that had begun to sail slowly round and round. There was a little reaction after this, and he saw the mule's eyes closed and the two mustangs sniffing again at the farther barrel, and heard them sigh as if in weary disappointment at not being able to get at the contents. But Ned felt no trouble, for everything seemed to be restful now that he was convinced that he could do no more after doing his best. There was the glowing haze all around, and the terrible silence of the dusty plain, with the nearest objects standing out with wonderful clearness, till they began at last to sail slowly round and round him, while the black spots formed in front of his eyes, tiny distant specks at first, which gradually swelled and swelled till they grew soft and blurred, blacker and blacker too, as they blotted out the moving objects, and finally the glowing, hot, silvery haze, and then all was black darkness and silence profound. At last. Ned did not know what that meant. He did not hear any words spoken, nor how it was. It was his coming back into a state of consciousness, and all he felt was that it somehow was at last. Time had nothing to do with it, and the first consistent thought was that it rained hard, the next that something was stinging his nostrils as if hundreds of tiny points were being inserted into the soft, delicate skin. Soon after, he seemed to be listening to people talking a long way off. They were making remarks about someone else, but he had no idea what, till it was as if something cracked in each ear, and he started with his eyes wide open, to see that the sky above was all of a deep red glow, and on looking round him there were faces and mules and packs lying just as if they had been taken off the mules' packs. "He's coming round now," said a familiar voice, and then he started again, to find that everything was clear, and that he was looking in the doctor's face. "Is he?" said Ned sharply, in a voice that he did not know for his own. "Has he been very bad?" "Worse than any of us, Ned, my boy,"
said another familiar voice.
Is that you, father? Cried Ned.
What's left of me, my boy. I began to think we should never shake hands again. You two fellows saved our lives. Ned was silent, and lay with his hand pressed to his forehead, waiting till he could quite grasp that which seemed to be dancing strangely in his brain. "No, father," he said at length. "I recollect now. We did try, but we couldn't. We broke down." "Yes," said the doctor, "but just where we could find you when we were struggling on and nearly at the last gasp." "I don't understand you, Mr. Lee. Who's that? Griggs?" "Yes, it's me," said the American. "But I'm feeling pretty thin, my lad, I can tell you. May I shake hands?"
"Why, of course," cried Ned.
"Come away from him now," said the doctor in a whisper. "I'm rather troubled about his head."
"Oh, it don't ache now," said Ned sharply, "and things are not going round now. But you said Chris was better?"
"Yes, he's sleeping under the tent. I kept you here because there is more air."
"Where are we?" asked Ned anxiously.
"Just in the same spot as when we found you, with the mule broken down under the heavy load of water."
"Of course, I remember it all now," cried Ned excitedly. "I broke down first, and after I got better it was poor old Chris. But he's all right now?"
"He will be soon," said the doctor.
"Can you tell us how far it is to the water, Ned?" said Wilton, making himself heard for the first time. "No," said Ned thoughtfully, "but I'm afraid it's a long way. Why?" "Because we've finished one of the barrels and half of the other, my boy," said Bourne. "We must be getting on again, then, doctor?" "Yes, as soon as they can sit their horses."
"Can't be very far, sir," said Griggs, because of the time they were away. "Say, Ned, my lad, can you tell us when you started back with the water?"
"Yes," said the boy, "directly after sunrise."
"And when did the mule cave in?"
"I don't quite know, because my head felt so thick, but it was when the sun was hottest. I think I could show you the way, though."
"Oh, we can find the way, Squire. You have written that down clearly enough in the sand."
"Tell us one more thing, though," said Griggs.
"What did you find? A rock spring or a pool?"
"A great lake that stretched out as far as we could see."
There was a faint cheer at this, and the boys smiled.
"But there are big 'gators in it."
"I don't care if there are crocodiles in it half a mile long," cried Griggs. "We're going to have our share. Then it's beyond the salt desert?"
"Oh, yes, beautiful green country, with mountains and trees."
"Within half a day's journey," said the doctor.
"Then I think we may give the poor beasts what water there is left."
"Yes, sir," said Griggs. "I'll give 'em my share, but I never grudged parting with it so much before in my life. Shall I begin?" "Yes, poor things, but they will not have much apiece even now." Griggs laughed. "No, sir," he said. "Skeeter would get outside the whole half barrel if you gave him a chance, and then roll round the whites of his eyes and ask for more." By the time the water had been given to the beasts, all but a small portion reserved for the two boys, it was dark, with the stars just dimly seen through the haze. All was ready, and the mules and horses stepped out briskly, the last drink having worked wonders; but probably the wonderful instinct of the mules taught them that they were nearing the end of their horribly toilsome journey. Perhaps it is not too much to say that by some subtle power of communication they had learned the fact from those which had made the journey before. Certainly our dumb friends do communicate
good and bad information to one another. Neither Chris nor Ned seemed much the worse since they had had a light meal, but sat their ponies well enough once more, while there was no need for their guidance, for the mule which had borne the water barrels, unladen now, having been placed with the bell bearer in front, started off freely enough and needed no guidance to keep it to the track. Naturally enough the two boys rode that night knee to knee with the doctor and Bourne, each giving and receiving a faithful account of their proceedings, and the lads too learning exactly what had taken place on the awakening at the camp, when, utterly worn out and suffering, not one of the four felt in a fit condition to stir, Griggs, naturally the strongest of the party and best able to cope with the arduous work, being by far the worst. But he was the first to recover upon the discovery being made that the boys were gone. In fact, he took note of everything during the first few minutes, and was able to point out that they had taken with them a mule bearing the two water barrels, and also found and pointed out the trail the two ponies and the mule had made in the parching sand. No one felt fit to stir, and the beasts of burden seemed to be in worse plight than their masters. But the doctor insisted upon a start being made at once, following upon the trail, and all expected to come before long upon the pair lying dead from thirst and exhaustion at the end of the track. "We never expected to see you alive again, Chris," said the doctor, "and when we came upon you at last, just as we all felt that we could go no farther, we stopped short, no one daring to approach, for we found you lying just as we had pictured you. The expedition was to all of us quite at an end, and we approached you at last to lie down by your sides and die, when Griggs saw something that neither I nor Ned's father had noted." "What was that, father?" asked Chris. "That the mule's head was pointing in our direction, and that the trail on ahead was blurred, showing that you had been somewhere and were on the way back. The next minute he was shouting frantically for us to come on, and we did, having literally crawled up to find you both alive, and the two casks full of that which saved our lives. That night camp was made in the midst of plenty, and the sun rose in the morning over the thick desert heated air to shine upon the dazzling waters of the lake and the rich forest land spreading upward towards a range of mountains of a vivid blue. It seemed to be the land of plenty that they had reached, where abundance of game awaited the rifle, fish in shoals were in the lake, and, most attractive of all, away on the horizon, amidst the range of mountains running to right and left, were peaks among any of which the golden city of which they were in search might be waiting to be compared with the unfortunate old prospector's map. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 31. Off Again. A short halt of a day or two only was made by the lake at first, and then an excursion which had been made successfully in search of game having resulted in the discovery of a more suitable spot higher up towards the mountains, a week was spent there, in a beautiful little valley, where an abundant stream of crystal purity emptied itself into the wide-spreading lake. Pasturage was there for the horses and mules, and almost without effort food was to be had at the expense of a few cartridges, while very little skill was needed for Griggs and the boys to draw salmon-like and trout-like fish to the banks. In a day or two the perils and sufferings of the journey across the salt plains were forgotten, and careful searching for signs of Indians having proved that they were the sole occupants of the district, the whole party gave themselves up to the pleasures of the peaceful life they were enjoying. But not for long. Griggs had entered into the spirit of the chase, the fishing, and the search for vegetable food. He was as eager too when the doctor led excursions into gully and up hillsides of a part of the world that seemed to the adventurers as if it had never before been trodden by the foot of man, and ready to point out fresh flowers or indications of metal or other minerals where the cliff was bared or splintered by some fall from above. But over the campfire at night, in some rocky nook or beneath the spreading boughs of a gigantic spruce fir, a hint or a word or two brought him back to the prime motive of their journey. "I'm ready when you are, gentlemen," he cried. "I don't say this isn't grand, and that we oughtn't be as happy as the day is long in a place like this, but we didn't come out here only to enjoy a hunting party. There's that map, you know." "Yes," said the doctor gravely, "there's the map. And you don't think this is a likely part of the country?" "Not down here, sir. But from where we stood today after stalking those birds, I could see the mountains opening out in a gulch and rift and hollow, beyond which there was peak and point and pass that looked as much like the sort of country as could be." "I noted that grand scenery, too," said the doctor. "And I," added Wilton. "It made me long to begin exploring again, for there was no sign of desert that I could see." "It's a grand country," said Bourne, "and the wonder to me is that it has not been settled." "Why do you laugh, boy?" "Oh, it was only at something I thought, sir," said Chris. "What was it?" "That the salt plains were enough to keep anybody from coming as far as this." "That's it, my lad," said Griggs. "Men may have come prospecting in this direction for gold, but I shouldn't be a bit surprised to find that this is only a patch of good land round and about these mountains, and that if we went far enough in any direction we should come to the salt plains again, shutting it in and keeping people back." "It is possible," said the doctor. "It's more than likely, sir. If it were not so, wouldn't people have settled here?" "It is very far from civilization, Griggs," said Bourne. "Most new places are far from civilization, sir," cried Griggs. "But look all around here, sir. If a good strong party of men came here with their wives and children, they'd make their own civilization, for it seems to me that we can find here already pretty well everything a man could want. See what it would be after a few years of farm stock rearing and gardening." "Then why not stop and settle here?" said the doctor, smiling. "Because we've got gold on the brain, sir," replied Griggs grimly. "We set ourselves to see if that poor fellow's story was a fact, and having started, I say let's carry out our work. If we don't find out that his map told the truth, I'm ready to come and open out this bit of country, if you like, for it's 10 times the place that we came from. Even now, if you say we'll go no further, I'll set to work with you, but because it's so beautiful, ought we to forget how we're cutting ourselves off from the rest of the world?" "No," said the doctor emphatically. "I propose we make a fresh start to-morrow, farther up the mountains, and see what there is yonder." There was a murmur of agreement at this, in which the boys joined. "Yes," said Chris, as he sauntered away soon after with his eyes roaming in every direction in search of danger or something new. "Griggs is right. It's as fine here, and I don't like leaving the fishing, but I'm beginning to want a change. Aren't you?" "No going down hill again to be roasted and choked with thirst." "Of course not," said Chris. "We've had enough of that. I want to do some of that shooting Griggs was talking about last night." "What, the goats up in the mountains?" "Yes, and those big horned sheep. But I feel sure he was laughing at us about their jumping about the precipices and running along ledges full gallop when they're only a few inches wide." "Oh, I don't know. He hadn't got that queer cock of the eye that he has when he's spinning a yarn." "Well, no. But it was a good deal like throwing the hatchet. Didn't you see how serious your father looked?" "Yes, but not so serious as your father did when Griggs declared that he'd seen flocks of those sheep running away from people stalking them till they got to the edges of the precipices where they could go no farther, and then jump down head first so as to come on with great thick twisted horns which cover their foreheads, and bounce up again and go on running along a lower part. Yes, I saw. Why, a big heavy sheep, if he came down like that, would break his horns." "Break his horns!" cried Ned. "He'd break his neck." "I should like to shoot one of those fellows," said Chris. "Or be below when one of them jumped, came down on his head and broke his neck," said Say. "I say, mutton, neck of mutton, leg of mutton. Wouldn't a good roast joint be a treat?" "Oh, what a fellow you are for thinking about eating!" cried Chris impatiently. "And so are you for drinking," replied Ned. "You're always on the lookout for water." "Well, we must drink a great deal in such a thirsty land." "Yes, and we must eat a deal to keep up one's strength," said Ned. "I can't help getting hungry when we're walking about so much. I suppose it's because I'm growing fast." "Yeah, that's it," said Chris, smiling. "I get very hungry too. It's all right, I won't laugh at you any more. I say, what lots of those little gophers there are here. Look there. Why, there must be about 100 up on that patch of sandy ground, watching us to see if we're coming, and ready to pop into their holes." "I see them." "There's one of those little round tots of owls sitting there too, just outside the burrow. It's quite comic to see the gophers living so sociably with the little owls." Chris gave a shout just then, and the colony of little burrowing animals resembling the marmots of the Alps disappeared into their holes, with the accompaniment of angry warning whistles, just as a huge eagle came sailing along overhead, swooping so near that a good marksman could easily have brought it down. "Seems a pity to go away from a place where there's so much to see," said Chris after a time. "And what for? To find gold? Well, it's only yellow metal. We might stay here and find some." "Or silver," said Ned. "Yes, or lead, or antimony." "Or coal?" cried Ned. "Ah, that would be useful for making our cooking fire," said Chris. "But there's plenty of wood everywhere, and I won't complain. I want to go on and see more. Every place we come to seems more wonderful than the last, and there's no knowing what we may find next." "We shall see," said Ned, yawning, for the darkness was sweeping up the sides of the hills, leaving the hollows black, and they had had a long and tiring day. "I suppose we shall start then tomorrow." "For a certainty. I wonder what our next camping place may be like." "That ruined city described by the old prospector, perhaps," said Ned, laughing. "But what are we going to do then? Load the mules with gold and go back again?" "I hope not," cried Chris. "I don't want to go back. Why, we haven't shot a buffalo yet." "So much better for the buffalo," said Ned, yawning again. "I say, don't do that," cried Chris querulously. "I wasn't doing anything." "Yes, you were, opening your mouth as wide as you could, just like old Skeeter when he's getting ready to bray." "Whinny," said Ned correctively. "He isn't a donkey." "I know that. He can't bray. He whinnies and squeals, but he tries to bray, and opens his mouth just like you do." "Perhaps so," said Ned, changing the conversation at once. "I say, doesn't that peak look beautiful? It's just as if it's red hot." "You'd find it pretty cold if you were up there," said Chris, giving up making rude allusions to his companion's yawning. "Yes, that always seems to me so strange," said Ned. "What does?" "That the nearer you get to the sun, the colder it is. It ought to be hotter." "Don't find fault with nature," said Chris dogmatically. "I wasn't finding fault. I only say it seems queer. I want to thoroughly understand why it is." "Ask your father. He knows." "I did," said Ned, "and he said it was because the atmosphere was thinner the higher you got." "Then the lower you get, I suppose, the thicker it is," said Chris thoughtfully. "And that's why it's so thick and hot down there on the salt desert. Oh, my word, how it used to scorch! It was just as if the haze was one great burning glass." "Oh, I say," cried Ned dolefully, "I wish you wouldn't." "Wouldn't what?" "Talk about the heat on the salt plains. We're going to start off afresh tomorrow morning, and I shall begin dreaming about what we went through over yonder." "Poor old chap." "Ah, you may laugh, but it'll all come back like a nightmare, with the burning thirst and giddiness, and the black spots before one's eyes. "That's biliousness," said Chris, speaking authoritatively, like a doctor's son. "I don't care what it is. It's very horrible," said Ned, "and if I thought we were going through a time like that again, I should want to stop at home." "Where's that?" asked Chris dryly. "Ah, to be sure," said Ned with a sigh. "I forgot where we were. I suppose there would be no home again until we found the gold." "And that won't be tonight," said Chris, as a shrill whistle rang out through the clear evening air. "There's old Griggs calling us just as if we were dogs. I've a good mind not to hear." But Chris answered the whistle all the same, and the boys were soon after joined by the American, who had come to meet them, and his first words were, "Now, boys, bed and a good long sleep. We're off again at daybreak." End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 32. Petra the Second. Daybreak came all too soon for Chris, who sprang up rubbing his eyes and yawning, in response to a summons from Griggs, who stood over the boy like a black figure cut out of cardboard, showing against a ruddy glow. "Why, oh, bother, it can't be time!" cried the boy. "Yes, it is, and we're late." "So we are. You said daylight, and the sun's rising." "Is it?" said Griggs. "Then it's before its time. There, unbutton your eyelids and look again. The sun doesn't crackle and spit when it gets over the world's edge." "Huh!" grunted Chris, as he realized the truth that a roaring fire of pine wood was burning in a sheltered spot. "Have you woke Ned?" "Yes, and he's growling for his breakfast. Going to have a sluice first?" "You'll just have time." Griggs went back to see after the breakfast, and Chris turned to where Ned had lain down on a fragrant pine bough couch. "Here, look sharp," he said. "I suppose we must have a dose of cold water." Ned grunted, and seemed as ill-humoured as his companion at being awakened from sleep, and the pair hurried through the gloom to the side of the gully, where there was a soft splashing roar, caused by water falling like so much foam from a ledge about 100 feet above their heads into a rock pool at their feet. The boys' preparations did not take long, neither did the application of their bath. Chris stepped into the rock pool, took a couple of paces, and stood right in the middle of the descending broken water, uttered a gasp or two, stepped out, and began to apply a rough home-made towel with tremendous energy. "Is it cold?" said Ned, with a preliminary shiver. "Oh, horrid!" was the smothered reply. The words seemed to check Ned, but the shock had to be suffered, and he too stepped into the natural shower bath, and sprang out again to follow his companion's example. "Feel sleepy now?" cried Chris with a laugh, and in quite a different tone of voice. "Sleepy? Who could?" was the reply, punctuated with gasps. "My, isn't it icy this morning?" "Yes. Washed all the snarl out of you, old chap," said Chris merrily. "I say, you did sound disagreeable." "Oh, I like that," said Ned. "Why, a bear with a sore head was nothing to you." "Huh!" grunted Chris, feeling too guilty to defend himself. "I say, feel cold now?" "No, burning hot," was the reply. "I say, what a pity there are not falls like this all over the salt desert." "There'd be no salt desert if there were," said Chris, who was now dressing rapidly in the increasing light. "They'd soon wash all the salt away. Look sharp, old Griggs will be shouting directly." The word "breakfast" came almost as he spoke, and as the boys hurried towards the fire, fully alert now and ready for anything, they saw that the mules were all laden but the one which carried the kitchen, as they called it, and this beast was feasting in company with the ponies. "Oh, I say, father, it isn't fair," cried Chris in response to the morning greeting. "You know I like to help load." "Yes, my boy, but we woke up earlier than usual, and I wanted you two to have a good rest, for we shall have a long day." Ned was making a similar protest to his father, who responded by telling him that he would be tired enough before night. The words proved to be quite true, for they had a long, long journey through rugged valley, up steep mountainside, down precipitous gulch, and across many a roaring torrent, one of which necessitated the use of knotted together ropes to ensure that the mules with their loads were not swept away. For in spite of the descents they were gradually ascending into a higher mountainous region, which grew more and more grand, while, notwithstanding the fierce heat of the sun, fatigue seemed non-existent as the party drank in the strong, invigorating air. The ideas that had been suggested about this part of the country being island-like, rising out of a vast sea of salt desert, were proved to be correct, for during quite a fortnight's journeyings here and there they obtained glimpses in the far distance of the glistening plains over which hung the cloud-like haze of heat. But whenever, after scaling some height, their approach towards the boundaries of the island was revealed, the doctor called a halt, and after a discussion with Griggs they struck off in a fresh direction through what proved to be a perfect wonderland of mountain gorge and forest, a home of wild animals and birds, every valley and plain furnishing supplies, while the want of water was never once felt. "Why, we must have pretty well explored this part of the country," said Wilton one evening, as they sat resting and watching the sun dying out amongst the peaks. "A little bit of it, sir," said Griggs dryly, "just to show us how we might spend a year or two." "What!" cried Wilton with a mocking laugh. "If we started west to-morrow, in a couple of good marches we should be right out on the salt plains again." "Perhaps so, but this America's a bigger place than you think for, sir. We're going southwest to-morrow, aren't we, doctor, so as to get a look-out from that double-topped mountain where the tongue of desert came right in?" "Yes, that is what I proposed," said the doctor. "He is quite right, Wilton. We have seen only a little of one of the grandest parts of the country I have been in." "Like some of the Rockies, sir," said Griggs enthusiastically. "I guess that Mr. Wilton will alter his opinion as we go on." "Perhaps," said Wilton good-humouredly. "I don't mind. It is, as you folks say, very grand." "Grander than you think, sir," said Griggs. "I went higher than the doctor yesterday, and I think we're going to have a surprise to-morrow." The surprise did not come the next day, as Griggs had prophesied, but 2 days later, when after an arduous struggle through a wild ravine, with the perpendicular cliffs rising to such a height on either side that the bottom was in twilight at midday, they took advantage of a fall of water to halt and refresh their ponies and mules, letting them drink their fill, and then begin cropping the rich grass growing near, while wallets were opened, and the tired party lay about partaking with excellent appetite of the provisions they had brought with them. "This is about the wildest place we've been in yet, father," said Chris, as he looked up at the mighty cliffs by which they were enclosed. The doctor nodded, but Wilton, who heard the remark, made reply. "Yes," he said, "I shouldn't care about being here in a storm. I should expect to have the rocks loosened by every peal of thunder, and come tumbling down upon our heads." "A frightful gorge," said Bourne, "but we seem to have come to the end. It closes in yonder, a regular blind lead." "Just the sort of place where we ought to search for minerals," said the doctor. "Why don't you come and lie down for a rest, Griggs?" cried Ned, for the American, after hurrying through his lunch, had gone forward 100 yards or so to begin climbing up from ledge to ledge, pausing to look round from time to time. He heard Ned's question, which came to his ears like a strange whisper, and then again louder, as if it was reflected from the rock face on his left, but he only waved his hand by way of reply, and went on climbing higher. "If he were not as active as a goat," said the doctor, "I should feel nervous and expect to see him fall." "Yes, it is very risky," said Bourne thoughtfully, "and though we have you with us, a broken limb would not add to the comfort of our journey." "Oh, Griggs won't fall," said Chris decisively. "He's going up there to see where the spring comes from." "No," said the doctor, "he is climbing up beside the fall because the water has worn the gully into rough steps and formed a staircase by which we might get out of this gorge and perhaps find ourselves in another, perhaps wilder valley." "What's he doing now?" "Chipping at the stones by the waterside to see if there's any gold," said Ned, who was watching their companion attentively. "But he hasn't found any, for he's going on." This was the case, and at last they saw him come to a stand as if unwilling or unable to go any farther. "Quite a blind lead there," said the doctor. "You wouldn't attempt to take the mules up there, would you?" said Wilton, "even if he said it was passable?" "No, it would be folly. Too much risk. We'll go back soon and try some other way." "Here he comes back," said Chris, as he saw the American turn and begin to descend by another way, leaving the rushing torrent above him and following the sharp descent into the bottom of the gorge, along which he made his way till he was level with and joined them. "Find the door locked?" said Wilton, laughing. "No," was the reply, as the American stretched himself on the grass. "No? You couldn't have got along that way any further, could you?" said the doctor. "Oh, yes. The place seems to come to a blank end from here, but from up yonder you can see that it doubles back round a sharp corner to the left." "But the mules couldn't get by?" "Oh, yes. It looks narrow, but not so straight as that. We can ride along." "Indeed!" cried Bourne, while the boys listened eagerly. "I half thought we should have to go back, but it's all right. This place only zigzags a bit, and we can get through into the next valley when the beasts have had their feed. It's much better to go forward than journey back." "Did you find anything when you were chipping up there?" said Ned. "Yes," replied the American coolly. "There's gold in the rock up yonder by the water, and I found this in one little hole." He took a scrap of yellow metal from his pocket and held it out to the doctor. "A nugget of gold," said that gentleman, "very much worn by the water." "And the stones," said Griggs sharply, "and no wonder, for it was being swept round and round. One minute I could see it, the next it was gone, but it was washed right into my hand at last. I dare say we might wash a good deal here." "But do you not propose to stop?" "No, sir. I've an idea that this is the most likely part we've come to yet. Let's go on. We could come back then if we found nothing better." Griggs's remarks roused the interest of all present, and at the end of half an hour, spent by the boys in washing the sand in a pool lower down, where they found a few scales of the rich metal, the journey was continued, Griggs leading, to where all further progress seemed impossible, for they were compelled to halt by the apparent closing in of the gorge, which presented, in fact, an unclimbable precipice. A few steps farther there was a narrow rift, extending from their feet to the top of the cliff a couple of 1,000 feet above their heads, and literally doubling back into this, they threaded their way along a passage not 20 feet in width, which zigzagged here and there for about a quarter of a mile, deeper and deeper into the mountains, growing more and more gloomy, and then all at once displaying the bright glow of sunshine right in front, as if it came round an elbow of the way. A few minutes later Griggs led the party into a vast amphitheatre, walled in by towering walls that were on the whole perpendicular, but seamed with rifts running up to natural terraces or breaks in the strata of which the vast walls were composed. The change from the gloom of the zigzag ravine along which they had made their way to the sunlit amphitheatre was almost painful, and the party stood in a group shading their eyes, gazing about in silence, till Chris suddenly snatched off his hat, waved it in the air, and with a shout startled the mules into the beginning of a stampede. But this was nipped in the bud, and as soon as the animals were calmed down the boy cried excitedly, "I didn't mean to do that, but I say, we've found the old city at last." "Nay," cried Griggs, shaking his head, "this don't go on all fours on our map." "But it's a city," cried Ned eagerly. "It's precious old, and look all along there, and up yonder, and down that bit, everywhere there are houses with doorways and windows. Why, there's quite one side of a street along at the back of that shelf." "Yes, boys, it's a city sure enough," said the doctor almost as excitedly as the lads. "Why, Griggs, this must be one of the old pueblos that the Spaniards talked about." "Yes, sir, that's it, sure enough. A city cut out of the rock faces of this great shut-in place. Why, it must have been a regular stronghold where thousands of people lived, and we've hit upon the way in. I shouldn't wonder if there's no way out." "Oh, there may be at the end yonder. How far is it to where that great rock wall closes in?" "Mile and a quarter, I should say," replied the American. "Then at the widest part yonder it must be nearly half a mile across," cried Bourne. "Hardly, sir. Say quarter, and here and there not half that." "But the cliffs seem about the same height," cried Chris, "just as if they'd been cut level." "Nature has cut them," cried Griggs, laughing. "Seems to me that it's just one great fault in a bit of tableland." "But how could it come so regular?" said Wilton thoughtfully. "Who knows, sir? Earthquake, perhaps, or shrinking. Anyhow, here it is, regular rock city, such as we've read about, and the old folks made it by cutting away, chopped it out of the stone, and by filling up and securing the openings. But look at the terraces, one above the other. They must have built those. Nay, squire, those regular lines are just how the rocks form in ledges and cracks. I suppose, doctor, we shan't go any further to-day." End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of The Peril Finders by George Fenn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Anna Simon. Chapter 33. The Water Search. "Certainly not," cried the doctor. "We must explore this place. But it looks so fresh that most likely we shall find a tribe of Indians living here still." "Nay," said Griggs, shaking his head as his keen eyes wandered from place to place along the vast opening. "Indians who lived here must have had horses for going about, and there isn't a sign of one anywhere. Besides, if there had been any Indians, we should have had some of them showing. The fighting men might be away, but there'd be their wives and papooses skulking here and there." "Yes, a city of the dead," said the doctor, sweeping the sides of the amphitheatre with his glass. "Not a sign of life but some marmot-like animals yonder. And, as far as I know, there are no Indians who build or carve out such houses as these living now, except the Puebla Indians. Well, this is a discovery indeed. We're bound to find some interesting relics here if other travellers have not been beforehand with us." "Then we shall camp here for a day or two, father?" cried Chris eagerly. "Let's ride on to the end and see if there's a way out yonder." "Yes, it will be as well," said the doctor, "and at the same time we can select our camp. But the first thing is to find water." "If there is none, we must go back to that torrent where the gold was found." "And make some excursions here," said Wilton. "Must be water somewhere here, sir," said Griggs uneasily. "There must have been a strong tribe living here at some time, hundreds of them perhaps, and they couldn't live without drinking." There was a desolate look about the newly discovered city, but the bottom between the vast walls was every here and there verdant with grass and shrub, while the walls themselves were dotted with the growth of ages. Bushes were everywhere, while in every crack and cleft trees had taken root, some being of a pendant growth, spreading graceful boughs which waved in the soft wind that from time to time swept through the great depression. "Let's leave the mules to browse here," said the doctor. "There's enough of this short bush to keep them together while we ride on and explore, for I think we may make sure that we have the place to ourselves." "I won't say yes to that yet, sir," said Griggs dryly. "Not till we've had a good look round. And first thing I've got to say is, where's Snakes?" "What?" cried the boys in a breath. "Where's Snakes, as aforesaid, neighbours?" repeated the American. "You may depend upon it some of those gentlemen came creeping or tumbling down from the flats above, found the premises convenient, and are living with large families up in some of these houses." These words had a strange effect upon the listeners. It was as if all the interest in the place had been crashed out. All desire to explore the wonders of this old city of the past had died away on the instant. As for the boys, their adventures in the desert came back, and clearly standing out were the creeping and writhing poisonous reptiles whose stroke meant a horrible death, lurking ready for them wherever they turned, and a shudder ran through them as if they had just been swept by some icy wind. Then the doctor spoke. "That's a horrible notion of yours, Griggs," he said, "but after all it's only a guess. There may not be a reptile here." "So much the better for us, sir," cried the American cheerily. "But all the same I say it once more, where's Snakes?" "Yes. You all have a shot cartridge ready?" said the doctor. "Yes," came back. One word, and everybody unslung his double piece. "The mules," said the doctor then. "We must not have them bitten." "They'll be pretty safe where they're grazing," said Griggs coolly. "Rattlesnakes don't care for places like that. It's in the stony sandy bits where they can get the full heat of the sun that there is most risk." "Yes," said the doctor thoughtfully. "Perhaps we might leave them as they are." "And pick our way slowly and carefully, doctor. Shall I go first?" "I don't like setting you always where there is most danger," replied the doctor. "None for me here," replied Griggs. "It's my poor mustang who has to run the risk, but I'll try and save him all I can." "How?" "Well, I've a sort of idea that I can manage it this way," replied the American, re-slinging his rifle and taking out his strong, keen-edged hunting knife after dismounting and throwing his rein upon the ground over his pony's head. The sturdy little creature stood gazing at it as if full of the belief that the rein held it fast to a peg driven firmly into the ground, and never attempting to move, while its master stepped to a clump of young fir trees, selecting a sapling about a dozen feet high and cutting it off close to the ground. This done, he proceeded quickly to lop off all the horizontal branches close to the stem, clearing them quickly away all but the thick top, where he left a tuft, and on finishing had provided himself with a rough lance whose green brush-like top furnished him with the weapon of offence and defence with which he intended to protect his pony. "What are you going to do?" asked Chris, who had been watching him intently. "You come next and see," was the reply. "Now, gentlemen, I'll lead. Please follow in single file." Griggs sent his pony forward at a walk towards the far end of the amphitheatre, holding the fir pole well balanced and low down in front, while, rising in his stirrups, he bent forward, lancer-like, keeping his eyes fixed upon the ground before him, over which he guided his mount. In this way he advanced, still keeping at a walk, avoiding every dangerous-looking spot, keeping to the open, and wherever there was the possibility of a lurking enemy being at hand, the tuft at the point of the pole was lowered to the ground and used as a beater to drive out any reptile that might be there. At the commencement the mustang seemed disposed to start and shy, but a few soothing words calmed it, and as if divining the object in view, it stepped out finally, only uttering a snort or two when the green head of the spear was thrustled about, the snort sounding as if given to help scare any danger away. "Don't seem to be any, Griggs," said Chris. "Not yet, my lad," was the reply. "You see, I'm picking out the least likely bits, but one never knows." "There goes one!" shouted Chris the next moment, and he raised his piece to his shoulder. "Don't fire, he's got well into cover," cried Griggs. "It was a snake, but I don't think it was a rattler, for he didn't talk with his tail." "No, I didn't hear him rattle. Why did you tell me not to fire?" "Because you wouldn't have hit the brute, only wasted a cartridge." There had been no check, and they rode slowly on and on till the end of the depression had been reached, Griggs' plan resulting in starting off altogether 5 dangerous-looking serpents from the spots where they lay ready to scuttle in amongst the growth at the first movement of the extemporized weapon, the last of the fleeing reptiles proving its dangerous nature as it hurried away by giving off a harsh, dull, rattling sound with its quivering tail. A careful examination was made to the left without effect, and another to the right, but everywhere they were faced by the precipitous wall of cliff, carved out and terraced, and here and there offering facilities for climbing up more or less high, the stones from above having fallen from the weakening and decay of time till a glacis-like slope had been formed. But after the reptiles had been startled in the less likely places, there was no present temptation for ascending the stony slopes, bathed in the hot sunshine and looking thoroughly suited for the home of the dangerous creatures. This exploration of the lower part of the amphitheatre, ravine or depression, tempted farther search, the party riding on, and after examining cautiously the sides, visiting the upper portion near the zigzag gorge by which they had entered, but only to find that there was no other means of access to the city unless by a descent from the tableland in which the place seemed to be formed. "And snakes seem to be the only inhabitants," said Chris to his companion. "Why, Griggs, we can't stop here." "Not unless we can find water," said the American. "And not even then," replied the boy, "with the risk of getting bitten." "If there are no more than we started, "We're not going to give up for that," said Griggs coolly. "Why, they're quite scarce." "But we haven't been upward on those terraces. They may be swarming there," cried Chris. "Yes, and there may be none. We don't want to go up there today. What we want is water. Now, where is it?" "Nowhere, seemingly." "Oh, that notion won't do," said the American. "Here, it's plain enough that once upon a time this was a big place with no end of people living in it." "Yes, so my father thought." "Very well then. I dare say it was just such a dry, hot place as it is now, and they must have had water close at hand, or they wouldn't have settled here." "They got it out of the gully through which we came." "No, that won't do," cried Griggs. "This was the old people's stronghold, where they could be safe and set all their enemies at defiance. Everything points to that, don't it?" "I think so," said Chris grudgingly. "Well, then, it isn't likely that they would depend on a fall of water from which the first enemies who attacked them could cut them off and leave them to die of thirst." "I never thought of that," said Chris, as, separated now from the rest, they allowed their ponies to pace slowly on, nibbling off such juicy shoots as came in their way. "It isn't likely," said Griggs. "There must be water somewhere. A fine fall that comes down from the plain up above, or they wouldn't have chosen this spot." "Perhaps there used to be one, and it has dried up." "Nay, the place is too green. Water must come on the high ground somewhere and find its way into this great hollow. Anyhow, it's out of sight, so it's underneath somewhere." "Then we shan't find it." "I don't know about that, my lad," replied the American, with a little laugh. "There's other senses besides seeing." "Yes, smelling," said Chris, with a smile. "But we can't find it that way." "Don't you be in too great a hurry, my lad. We're going to have another good hunt round at the bottom of these great cliffs, and if that comes to nothing, we might try smelling." "Ah, nothing but a dog would be any use there." "In a hurry again, boy. I'd back something else to find water before a dog." "A fish on dry land?" "Tch, no. What was it found the lake for us the other day?" "The mule!" cried Chris. "Got it again," said Griggs, laughing. "I don't say he would, but I shouldn't at all wonder if we brought old Skeeter round, as like as not he'd smell out the place." "Buried under some of these great stone slides that have come down?" "To be sure, my lad. Now that's a likely place." Griggs pointed to a huge gap in the cliff away to their right, where the carved out openings running along behind a rough terrace 100 feet up the vast wall suddenly ceased as if broken off, and commenced again at about the same height on the other side of the gap. "Let's go and look then," said Chris. "But it doesn't seem very likely, for it's all one bank of piled up stones." "That have run down from up yonder like those avalanches we read about. Mind how you come, for it's a snaky looking bit. Go on, old chap. I'll sweep the way for you with my fur pole." Chris felt a creepy sensation at the allusion to snakes, and his eyes looked very wide open as he followed close behind his companion, whose pony picked its steps with the greatest caution, the way growing more and more encumbered with stones as they neared the slope which filled up the gap. "It looks as if there had been an earthquake. What a roar there must have been when these stones came tumbling down." "More likely that water had been coming down in a regular stream for hundreds and hundreds of years, till all the earth and small stones had been washed away, and made a great hollow underneath, which held up the cliff as long as it could, and then gave way all at once." "You're talking as if a torrent ran down from the top of the cliff yonder." "Just so," said Griggs. "Then where did it go to?" said Chris. "That's what we've got to find out. Got a hole of its own underground, perhaps, and dives down, to come up again, miles away perhaps, and water it is!" "Where?" cried Chris excitedly, and he threw up his head, his nostrils expanded, and he sniffed loudly. Griggs threw up his head too, but he did not open his nostrils and sniff loudly. He only laughed. "More ways of killing a cat than hanging it," he cried merrily. "Other ways besides seeing and smelling. Hark!" They had pushed their way in among the outer blocks that had bounded farthest, and their ponies had halted at the bottom of the slope because they could go no farther without attempting to climb. "Hark! What to?" What at? I can't hear anything." "Yes, I can," cried the boy excitedly. "It's a singing, gurgling noise. Why, Griggs, you're right. There's water running down below here." "Well done, Hearing," cried Griggs. "I'll be bound to say there's a big natural tunnel down below here. 1 minute. Let's try a bit more to the right." They dismounted, and Griggs led the way, brushing the rocks about with his pole as he climbed up and up, listening the while, for about 60 or 70 yards, and then he stopped short, picked up a stone about as big as his head, and pitched it away forward. There was silence for a few moments, and then, just as Chris climbed up alongside and found himself on the edge of a deep chasm going down into gloom, he heard a hollow, echoing splash. "Sounds like water," said Griggs coolly, "and plenty of it." "Yes," cried Chris as he listened. "Why, I heard that dull rumbling sound before," he continued as he bent over, "but it seemed to come from high up in the cliffs, and I thought it was the wind." "So did I," said Griggs. "I suppose the sound comes up and strikes against the rock face, to be reflected off to where we could hear it down below." "Would it be?" "To be sure, my lad. Sounds just like light in that. It strikes against anything and goes off, they say, at the same angle, and then perhaps it's only in one position that you can see it. Same here. There's one part down below where we can catch this rumbling, hissing echo." "But you don't call that finding water? What a horrible place! How are we to get at it?" "Oh, easily enough," said Griggs coolly. "You'll have to go down with all the bottles and fill them." "What? Down there?" "Yes. Shouldn't you like the job?" "Of course not." "Well then, I must," said Griggs, laughing. "No, that wouldn't be fair." "Never mind, we'll argue that out afterwards," said Griggs merrily. "Anyhow, we've found what we wanted." Clapping his hands to the sides of his mouth, he shouted, "Water!" and the rest of the party began to move towards them, delighted with the news. "Any snakes about?" cried the doctor as they reached the foot of the slope. "Haven't seen any up here," was the reply, and the party climbed up to stand at the edge of the great pit-like place, gazing down and listening to the hollow, echoing roar of what was evidently a large body of water. "Well done!" cried the doctor. "Why, there must be quite a tunnel below here." "I think not, sir. It's only a narrow path in the side of the place, partly filled up with the big stones fallen from above, but there's evidently a great well-like place, going right down ever so deep to flow underground." "But how are we to get at the water now we have found it?" said Wilton. "I for one am not going down there." "It ought to be someone light and active, not a big strong man," said Griggs dryly. "Perhaps Mr. Ned here wouldn't mind." Ned's face underwent such a change, becoming contracted in so absurd a manner, that Chris burst into a roar of laughter and began to stamp about. "Oh yes, it's very funny," cried Ned in an ill-used tone. "Perhaps Chris would like the job." "Not I," cried the boy. "Nobody could go down there." "I'm afraid not," said the doctor, peering down and listening to the deep hollow roar. "And we've had all our trouble for nothing." "Oh no, sir," said Griggs. "The hole doesn't go straight down. We're all thirsty, and it would be a long job to go all the way back to that fall. We'd better give the animals what we have in the tubs, and I'll go down with one and fill it again." "No, no, we must go back." "Before we've explored this place, sir? Why, as likely as not, we shall find it is another gold city when we come to search. I'll go down." "It is too risky, man. Suppose you slipped?" "Ah, that would be awkward, and you'd have to go miles away to look for the hole where I came out," said Griggs, laughing. "But I'm not going to run any risks of that sort. I've too much liking for old Griggs, as young Chris here calls me. Oh, it's easy enough, sir. I'll take down one of the barrels with some of the lariats knotted together and one end made fast round my chest. Then if I slip you can haul me up." "I hardly like letting you go," said the doctor, speaking dubiously. "It'll be easy enough," said the American coolly. "I'll do it." They went back to where the mules were grazing, distributed the contents of one barrel amongst them, and then brought the empty vessel up to the edge of the gap, where Griggs set busily to work knotting the hide ropes they had with them tightly together, after which a bundle of dry pine boughs was lit, after being bound together with a bit of chain attached to the end of the lariats. The wood was soon blazing brightly, and it was then lowered down, to keep on touching at the side of what proved to be a sharp slope, but only to be shaken clear again and go on lighting up the sloping, cave-like place, till, as the watchers peered down, they suddenly caught sight of the reflection of the ruddy, smoky light, and upon the blazing faggot descending another few feet, after lodging once more, they could see the rushing water tearing along, to pass right beneath where the observers stood. By this time the faggot was burning rapidly away, and fiery brands began to drop, to fall with a hiss into the underground torrent, some to become extinct on the moment, while others glided out of sight on the surface, giving a good idea of the extent of the place. "There," said Griggs coolly. "It's all right, you see, sir. We'll have 2 ropes, one for the barrels and one for a lifeline. I shall take one of the lanthorns down with me. Say, young Chris, I hope we shan't have made the water taste of burnt wood and turpentine." "There's no fear of that," said the doctor. "All that water will be far away before you reach the surface. Are you making those knots sure?" "You may trust me, sir," said Griggs coolly enough. "Why, what a fuss we're making about going 20 feet down at the end of a rope. I believe I could keep down those stones easy enough without. May as well have a line round me, though, I suppose." "You'll not go down without," said the doctor decisively. The preparations did not take long. "Only long enough to make us more thirsty," Griggs said, and then of the 2 lines made ready, one was attached to the barrel carefully and well, the other made fast about the American's chest. "I don't like for him to go down," said Chris aside to his companion. "I don't either," replied Ned. "It seems so unfair when I'm so much lighter," continued Chris excitedly, "and as if I ought to go." Then, on the impulse of the moment, "Here, father, I'll go down in the stead." "Shame!" cried Griggs merrily. "Do you want to rob a poor fellow of having the first drink? No, thank you. This is my job, and I won't give it up to anyone. Now then, we're all ready, I think." "What about the lanthorn?" cried Bourne. "I won't have it, thank you, sir," said Griggs. "It'll only be in the way, and I shan't want it. Looks dark down there, but it'll be light enough when I get below, for all that I've got to do." "But it looks horribly dark," whispered Chris, who stood close to Griggs. "Yes, from here, because you're looking into a dark hole. When I'm down there I shall be able to look up here at the sunshine." "Light the lanthorn, boys, and tie it to the end of a couple of the ropes. We have plenty, have we not?" "Oh yes, plenty," said Wilton, and in a very short time the light was ready in case of an emergency. "Now then," said Griggs, "I dare say I shall be able to climb up again after I've done, but if I can't, I suppose 2 will be strong enough to haul me up." "We can have 3 if necessary," said Bourne excitedly, for he looked the most nervous of anyone present. "Lower down the barrel then, my lads. You can do that," said Griggs. "Just let it touch the water. You'll know when it does, for there will be a tug to sweep it away, but don't let it go. Haul it up a few feet then, and be ready to lower it again when I shout." "Yes," was the reply in a husky whisper, and directly after the barrel was following the course previously taken by the burning faggot, but without catching, its shape allowing it to pass down the steep slope till the expected jerk was given as it kissed the water, when it was snatched back out of the current's reach. "That's all right then," said Griggs cheerily. "Now look here, I shall want you to lower it again so that I can press the bunghole under water. Most likely I shall have to do this with my foot, because my hands will be wanted for holding on. You understand?" "Oh yes, we see," cried Chris. "Then down I go," said Griggs. "Stop!" cried the doctor, and his companions drew a deep breath which sounded as if they were greatly relieved. "What's the matter? Knots loose?" "No, but I don't see that it's necessary for you to go down. We'll let the barrel go into the water and it will fill itself." "Not it," said Griggs. "It will only be battered to pieces against the rocks there." "I don't know," said the doctor. "We'll try. I don't think we ought to let you go down save as a last resource." "Very well then," cried Griggs. "Suppose you try." The doctor had already joined the boys at the rope, and helped to lower the barrel down to the surface once again, to be, as it were, literally seized by the current, and as those above held on there was a strange, hollow, echoing noise as it was banged from side to side for a minute or two, before Griggs cried, "That'll do. If there's much more of that, all the hoops will be torn off. Haul up a bit. You see I must go, sir." The barrel was raised a little once more, and as soon as this was done, Griggs turned to Wilton and Bourne, who held the rope fastened about his breast. "Ready?" he said. "Yes," was the reply. "Keep it just tight enough to feel me, but not enough to hinder me as I get down from stone to stone. I don't mean to if I can help it, but be prepared for a slip." The next minute they could see their companion descending from block to block, his form growing fainter each few seconds, during which he made no strain upon the rope, which was steadily drawn through the holder's hands, the doctor having stepped behind the others to form a third, while Chris and Ned lay down upon their chests so as to watch the brave fellow's descent. "All easy going," said Griggs, his voice coming up out of the gloom and sounding hollow and strange. The rope glided down, and a strange, harsh, rasping sound was made as the adventurer lowered himself from stone to stone till he must have been half-way down, when all at once there was a violent tug at the rope, a crash as of something giving way, and directly after a deep echoing roar as of a heavy body plunging into deep water far below. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of The Peril Finders by George Fenn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sarah Hanna, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The Olden Folk. "Pull! Pull! Pull!" cried Chris wildly. "No, no," came from below. "I'm all right. Only a big stone I loosened. Wait a moment, and then let me go on." Chris uttered a hoarse gasp and turned faint, while Ned felt the hide rope attached to the barrel turn wet and slippery in his hands. "Go on! Gently!" cried Griggs, and the rope was once more allowed to glide steadily down. The rasping of boots on the blocks of stone below continued, and at the end of another minute ceased as Griggs shouted up. "There, I'm all right. Standing on a big block, with the water rushing along about a foot below me. Keep tight hold now. You boys, ease down the barrel till I shout. Don't let it go when the water grabs it. Lower away. Right! I have it. Now ease a little more and a little more. Now keep tight. I'm going to force it under water." It seemed to Chris that he could see everything quite plainly as their hands which held the hide ropes were drawn lower and lower. "That's right," came up in Griggs' hoarse, echoing voice, which sounded as if he were panting from the way in which he was exerting himself. And then, with the barrel rope jerking violently, the boys felt a peculiar thrill and a sensation as if the weight was increasing for what seemed, though only a few minutes, a terribly long time. "All right," at last. "She's full. Now then, haul up. I'm safe here, on good standing ground. To hold my rope, up with the barrel." Those at the surface needed no second order, but began to haul away. Chris's hands now growing wet as a horrible thought made him more nervous. And that thought was, what would be the consequence if the rope broke or the barrel slipped from its fastenings? He shuddered again and again at the idea. As with Bourne now helping, the barrel was drawn higher and higher, and then all at once was checked by catching against some projection. "Lower it a little," whispered Chris huskily, and the weight was allowed to descend a few inches, being in the gloom as it went down. "Up now," cried Chris again, and the next moments were exciting in the extreme, as he anticipated another check when the projection was reached. But Chris's gasp turned into a faint hurrah as the barrel hoops scraped over the projection, and it came up now hand over hand till it reached the surface. It was drawn right away to stand amongst the loose stones. "Got it?" came from below. "Yes," cried the doctor. "All right. Can you climb up?" There was no answer for some seconds, and then the American said in a peculiarly husky voice, "Coming up. Haul steady." 3 pairs of hands were at the rope now, and their owners exchanged glances as they kept up a steady strain, feeling that Griggs was trying to climb, but jerking the line again and again as if his efforts resulted in a series of slips. After the last, the adventurer's efforts seemed to be so feeble that the haulers kept on steadily gathering in the rope hand over hand, till Griggs's hands came within reach, when Chris and Ned each seized one to give the final tug which drew him over the edge of the hole, and right away to a level spot, where he sank down, apparently quite exhausted, and with a peculiarly strained look about his eyes. "Feel overdone?" said the doctor. "A little, sir," was the faint reply. "Can you give me a drop of water?" This was quickly obtained, and the poor fellow swallowed it with difficulty, and then seemed to revive a little, while the doctor, who looked anxious, held one of his hands. "Better now," panted Griggs. "That's beautiful water, cold and sweet. But I should have to be very bad before I dared go down to get any more. I didn't know I was such a cur." "I felt that it was too much for a man to do, Griggs," said the doctor quietly. "So did I, sir," was the feeble reply. "But it had to be done, and I thought I could make a better finish out of the job. I say, nice example to set you two lads. This made me feel weak as a rat. Ugh! It was very horrid when that stone gave away. I thought I was gone." "It was horrible," said the doctor. "There, you succeeded. Now don't think any more about it." "Can't help it, sir. I feel as if I must. I say I hope that the people who lived here didn't all disappear down that hole and never come up again." "It has quite unnerved you, Griggs," said the doctor kindly. "I don't know about that, sir, but it has made me feel that I daren't go down that place again, even if it was to save my life. There, I'm sorry I made such an exhibition of myself. I did try to be plucky, but that place below there, with the water trying to sweep you off into the black darkness, and the end was too much for me. I believe I nearly lost my senses once." "Well," he cried half fiercely after a short pause, during which he looked keenly at first one and then the other of the boys, "you've both got a good laugh of me this time. Did you ever see such a coward before?" "Come along down below there and see about a fire and a meal," said the doctor quietly. "Let it go now, Griggs. You didn't feel more nervous than I did. I was worse, I believe, for I feel guilty as well for letting you go down. There, I don't think we shall want to get our water from that place again." "Why not?" said Ned suddenly. "We could get some up with a bucket if there was a heavy stone in the bottom. It would only mean half a bucketful at a time, but there's no reason why we couldn't do that." Everyone glared at the speaker as if wroth with him for proposing so simple and self-evident a means of getting at the water at a time when they had only succeeded at the risk of losing a valuable life. But no one spoke, all preparing to descend the slope at the bottom of which the barrel was slung and carried between Wilton and Bourne to the spot chosen for their camp. Here a good fire was soon made, dead wood being plentiful, and over the evening meal, hastily prepared, the incident of the afternoon was gravely discussed, Griggs joining in calmly enough now, for he seemed to have quite recovered his nerve. "You'll have a good examination made of this place in the morning, sir?" he said. "I was thinking of moving off," said the doctor quietly, "and getting to somewhere better suited for a temporary camp." "You couldn't get a better place than this, doctor," said Griggs quietly. "I've been thinking over what young Ned here said about dipping out water, and he's quite right. Don't think of going until the place has been thoroughly searched. I'm quite right now." "Very well," said the doctor. "We'll have another day, at all events, but I do not anticipate making much of a find here." "I don't know, sir," said Griggs gravely. "We're getting into the gold country now, and such a place as this wouldn't have been made for nothing, nor be the living camp of a few poor wandering Indians. I shouldn't be a bit surprised to find traces of mining with furnaces and crucibles for melting the gold somewhere through these openings. They were evidently a big race of people who lived up here." "We shall find that out tomorrow," said the doctor. "But what about keeping watch? Do you think there's any danger of Indians tracing us here?" "Not a bit, sir," replied the American. "They don't care much for these rocky parts. They like the plains, where their horses feel at home." "But there must have been a big tribe here." "No, sir, not of Indians such as rove the plains. There must have been a different kind of people, miners and builders. Your regular Red Indian thinks of nothing but his horse, his hunting, and a fight with his enemies so as to get plunder. The people who mined for gold were a different kind of folk altogether." "Well, we shall see tomorrow," said the doctor. "There are sure to be some traces of them in their old homes." "I don't care what they were or what they did," said Chris that night, as they laid down to sleep in the dark bottom of the depression, gazing up at the great lustrous stars. "But I don't want any more water got like that. Ugh! It almost had a nasty taste when it was made into tea. Didn't you notice it?" he said after a pause, but there was no reply. "I say, didn't you notice that the water seemed to taste nasty?" said Chris a little louder, but still there was no reply. "Oh, what a fellow you are!" cried the boy impatiently. "Such a one as you are for eating and noticing everything. I should have thought you'd have had something to say about it. Asleep again! Why, I couldn't sleep after what we've gone through today, even if I tried. That was Chris's opinion, but he evidently could sleep without trying, for the next minute he was breathing heavily, without a single troublous dream born of the perils of the day. End of chapter. Recording by Sarah Hanna.
Chapter 35 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 35. In the Stone Age. The experiment was tried next day. A bucket, loaded with stones heavy enough to sink it, was lowered down the black-looking pit, and was drawn up again nearly full of water. This was given to the nearest grazing animals, and the bucket sent down again, to catch against some protecting block and tilt out the ballast, after which it refused to sink, but made a jerk or two to escape, and then had to be drawn out. Fresh stones were put in the bottom, and again were tilted out, but the result of another trial from a little different spot resulted in the vessel's coming up full. More trying resulted in the adventurers finding that they could depend upon obtaining about 5 bucketfuls out of a dozen trials, and with this they were content. An attempt to reach the first terrace was now made, and this did not prove to be so difficult as it appeared from below, Chris finding a spot where the rock face was a good deal broken away, and proposing to try and climb it. The doctor hesitated. "What about the snakes?" he said. Chris started, looked up, and then looked down, to see that Ned's eyes were fixed upon him, and he turned red. "A snake couldn't climb up there," he said sharply. "No," said his father, "I should doubt whether one could, but there is every probability that one or many might have come down from above." "Bother!" exclaimed the boy, and he hesitated for a few moments before saying, "If one did fall or come creeping down one of those great cracks, perhaps it wouldn't stop there. Snakes want something to eat, and there doesn't seem to be anything to live on up there. Wouldn't it come down lower, after all?" "Possibly," said the doctor, laughing. "You want to venture?" "Yes, father." "Very well, go. But take a good stick with you. Say such a piece of sapling as Griggs carried, only much shorter, and use it well as you go." Chris nodded, and without asking the American, hurried off to cut such a piece as he required, ending by trimming it well and leaving quite a small bush-like tuft of green at the end. "You mean to go then?" said Ned quietly. "Yes. Will you come with me?" "No," said Ned, wincing. "I hate snakes." "Not half so much as I do." "Yes, I will. I'll come too." "Like to go first?" asked Chris mischievously. Yes, give me the stick. I can climb up there as easily as you can. Well, why don't you give me the stick?" "'Cause I want it myself, lad. No, thank you. I'm going to have the honor of sweeping down all the rattlers as I go up. You'd better stand back out of the way, in case I should send a big one down. You can shoot it then." "Some one else will have to do that," said Ned, in an offhand way, to hide his nervousness. "I shall be close behind you." "Then you mean to come?" "Of course." "That's all right, old chap. I say, Ned, I don't believe there'll be any after all." "Think not?" Chris nodded. Then, laughingly, "We've got to chance it all the same. Come on." Chris led the way, with his piece slung, revolver and knife in belt, and the pine staff in his hand, when Griggs took a step forward with his eyes twinkling. "I say," he cried, "it's hardly fair for us if you get chipping those rattlers and sending them flying over the edge and down here." "Oh, you must take your chance about that," said Chris merrily. "Be careful, my boy," said the doctor. "What about the rattlers, father?" "Of course, but I meant where you place your feet. Many of the stones are rotten and loose." "We'll mind," said Chris, and he began to climb. raising himself a step or two and then striking sharply in amongst some growing plants, before thrusting his staff up in front of him and drawing himself up again. This he kept on repeating, and without much difficulty climbed some 30 feet before an awkward place came like a check caused by a big stone having fallen, leaving a good sized cavity. "Look out now, Ned," he said softly. "Here's a hole that may hold one." "All right," was the reply, and as Chris planted his feet firmly, one in a hole and the other on a projecting stone, Wilton uttered a warning word or two which the boys were too busy to heed. "It's a bigger place than I thought," said Chris, taking fast hold of a stone with his left hand and advancing his tufted staff with his right, as he stood well upright, bringing his head above the edge of the hole. "It was built up once, for the stones were square, and it goes in quite deep. Now then, look out for a big one." He leaned a little on one side, thrust in the stick, and gave it a sharp rattle sound in different directions, when to his horror there was a rush which nearly made him loosen his hold before he realized what had happened. But fortunately he held on, and in an instant the alarm and danger had passed away, for the occupants he had disturbed proved to be some half dozen huge bats, which fluttered out, squealing, and made for the opposite side of the depression. "Whew! How they smell! Cockroachy!" cried Chris. "I say, father, there are not likely to be snakes here now." "No," said the doctor. "If there were I should not think that you would have found the bats. But be careful." Chris said nothing, but climbed right into the hole. "Here, come on, Ned," he cried. "This isn't a hole made by some stone falling over it. It's quite a little chamber, with What's that?" he added. "A chimney?" A minute's investigation proved that it was no chimney that had taken his attention, but a sloping shaft with plenty of room for a man to pass upward, and the way made easy by projecting stones. "You are not going in there?" said Ned anxiously, as he stood close behind. "But I am. Come and look. You can see daylight. Why, Ned, it's the way up to the first terrace. Come on." Chris stepped in, and with his curiosity aroused, Ned followed, just as Bourne's voice came from below, with the question: "What are you boys doing? Mind how you climb above that hole. You had better get a little to the right." "No, we hadn't," said Chris, who was half up the shaft. "Don't speak yet, Ned. Come on, it's quite easy." Ned followed, and came in for plenty of dry dust and chips as Chris climbed on, to find himself directly after in a cell-like chamber, evidently cut out of the solid rock. "Ahoy! Where are you, boys?" cried the doctor in an anxious tone of voice. "You look out of the window opening," said Chris. "I'm going to look down out of this," and passing as he spoke through a low opening, he stood in the middle of another cell-like place. They were saluted with a shout. "No snakes, then?" said Griggs. "I don't think so. None here," cried Chris. "Are you all coming up?" There was no need to answer, for Griggs was already leading the way, and as soon as they were all up an investigation of the place began, during which it was found that they had evidently hit upon one of the openings, or probably enough the principal one, into the rock city, where upon the level where they stood alone some dozens of roughly carved out cell-like habitations communicated one with another. There was a great deal of dust and other accumulation, for in damp spots where there was a chance for plants to exist, they seemed to have grown, died, and turned to earth. Here and there, too, as the party made their way from cell to cell, there were proofs that various animals had taken possession of the rough shelters and brought the prey they had captured, stores of well gnawed bones lying scattered about, but saving the traces left of construction, cutting out of the rock and building in, they found nothing to show what kind of people they were who had lived there, nothing to prove how far back it was in the world's history that the rock city had been occupied by a teeming population. "How long is it since people lived here, father?" was asked by Chris, after they had been wandering about from cell to cell
but not finding any way of getting higher without a dangerous climb from the terrace outward. "Ah, you are asking what has been puzzling me," replied the doctor. "And I seem to be faced by a blank wall built up between now and the past. If we could find anything in the shape of weapons or household implements, one might make a guess, but every trace we have found is of the last inhabitants." "Well, that ought to do," said Chris. "But I mean the pumas or jaguars that seem to have here and there turned the cells into caves, and left their gnawed bones about. They may have lived here 50 years ago, 100 years, or 5. But there is one thing evident, and it is this, that the people who lived here chose the place as being one that they could make into a stronghold, one which they could fortify so as to defend themselves from their enemies." "What enemies, sir?" asked Ned sharply. "Ah, that I can't tell you. The people here must have been to a great extent civilized, or they would not have been builders, and most likely their enemies were wild Indian like tribes who roam the plains, as they do to this day. I want to find something left by these builders, and then perhaps we might learn something." They had now come to the last of the long range of cells that they had been making their way through, and further progress was checked by solid rock which had evidently been neither chipped away nor added to. They cautiously stepped through the front opening, to stand upon the rough, crumbled away terrace, from which they could look down into the great depression where the ponies and mules were contentedly grazing, and for about the 10th time looked upward for some means of reaching the terrace above, one which appeared more time-worn and dangerous than that upon which they stood. But without ladders it would have been risking life to make any attempt to reach it. "Strikes me, sir," said Griggs, "that we've left the way up far behind." "Why?" said Wilton sharply. "Because we've seen no way here, and we found one there." "But I could see nothing likely to lead higher," said Chris. "We didn't look about much," cried Ned. "We were eager to come along here." "Yes, I suppose that was so," said Chris thoughtfully. "Well, there's the row of cells above us, and there must be a way." "Unless it has been swept off by some landslip," suggested Bourne. "Well, we'll turn back now," said the doctor, "for even if we had a shovel, I don't think we should find anything that would help us." They went back from cell to cell, and twice over found the terrace outside sufficiently level and secure to allow of their passing along it, but they soon had to take the interior again with its low, doorway-like connections. At last they all stood together at the top of the roughly stepped, sloping shaft by which they had ascended, to find that the roof here was entirely broken away by the falling of a portion of the cliff. But they also found what they sought, for there, about a score of feet above their heads, was the evident continuation of the shaft-like hole by which they had come up. "Look!" cried Griggs triumphantly. "No wonder we could not find it." "But how are we to use it?" "Oh, we can manage that, sir. Eh, boys?" "You might," said the doctor, gazing up, "but I'm sure I couldn't." "Oh, yes, you could, sir. When one of us has been up and driven a peg here and a peg there into some of those cracks, the stones are quite in layers, and after that we'll drive a very strong one in, and tie a lariat to it to hang down like a balustrade to steady whoever goes up." "But where are the pegs?" "Down below, sir, growing in amongst those trees. I vote we go down, have some dinner, and come up again after I have chopped as many pegs as I think we shall want. I should bring the axe up here too, so as to drive them in. Why, Chris, lad, we could make a regular ladder up there." Griggs' proposal was adopted, and that same afternoon found them in the same place, with the American ready for action, and the boys carrying rope and pegs. And now what had seemed difficult before had grown easy. The American, who had cut plenty of tough, short pieces of pine and formed them chisel ended,
driving one in between the natural faults in the stone with the head of the axe, and then climbing upon it to drive in another, which formed a standing place in turn, the slope upward of the cliff making the task easy, so easy, in fact, that less than half an hour sufficed to bring him to the spot where the shaft was in fair preservation, with its projecting pieces of stone left by the original carvers of the way. Here the American fixed the strong peg pitched up to him by Chris, who had followed him up step by step, and after tying to it one end of the lariat thrown up by Ned, the two workers made their way up to the intact shaft and reached the first cell of the next row, some 50 feet above the other, gaining at the same time a better view of the terrace in front, and seeing that it was comparatively very little broken down, merely worn by the weather. "Here, let's go on a little way," cried Chris eagerly. "No," replied Griggs. "Fair play is a jewel. Let's go back. Your father will like to be one of the first to begin exploring." "So he will. But look, here they come." For Ned was close up, being the next to test the stability of the new ladder, and was closely followed by the doctor and their other friends. "Capital!" cried the doctor. "A much finer view from up here. Why, with such a stronghold, and no better way for the enemy to approach, the old people ought to have been able to set all the tribes of the plain at defiance." "Perhaps they did, sir," said Griggs, "but it seems to me that they must have had a regular channel of water coming down from above there to supply all these rooms, or cells, as you call them." "Most likely," said the doctor. "How would it be then if the enemy managed to break down the channel from somewhere up yonder, where we found the hole under the fallen stones? Could the people who attacked them have done that?" "Why, Griggs, you are making history. That was the old people's aqueduct, and it is quite possible that when they were besieged the enemy caused the destruction over which we climbed." "Yes," said Griggs thoughtfully, "that would ruin the folk. No doubt some of these places were used as stores, and those might last for years. But if their supply of water were cut off, there wouldn't be much chance for them then." "Well, let's see farther," said the doctor. "I can't help thinking that they must have been a strong and fairly civilized race." Chris led the way in, to find the cell he entered cut out and built up just the same as those which they had seen, but the floor was encumbered deeply with the dust of ages, and on stirring some of it with his foot, the boy drew back hurriedly and looked strangely at his father. "What have you found?" said the doctor. "The jaguars must have killed a man here, father," replied the boy, who looked on in disgust as his father stepped in and picked up a skull which might have lain there, sheltered by the roofing of stone, for ages. It looked brown, and as if very little pressure would suffice to crumble it up into dust, but the teeth left in the upper jaw were perfect and fairly white. "Ah," said the doctor thoughtfully, "here's a bit of genuine history at last." "Killed by a jaguar, father?" cried Chris excitedly. "No, my boy," was the reply. "This is not the marking of a jaguar's teeth, but the cause of death, plainly enough." "What? That hole?" cried Chris excitedly. "Yes. Look, the forehead has been crushed in by the blow from a stone axe, or possibly by a stone hurled from above." "Perhaps only held in the hand, sir," said Griggs thoughtfully. "Why, that's a heap of old bones," cried Ned, with a look of horror. "The dust's full of them." "Yes," said the doctor, moving the relics carefully with the butt of his rifle for fragments that were fully defined as to shape, to fall together as mere dust and hide portions below. "There's another skull," continued the examiner, "crushed in more than the first. A finely preserved specimen, for, in spite of that hole, it shows the shape of the relic: a low forehead, retreating very rapidly, the brows very bony and heavy, and the cheekbones widely prominent." "That's not the same shaped skull as the first," said Bourne quickly. "Certainly not," replied the doctor. I should say it belonged to a fiercer, more savage race of man, who might have been an ancestor of the present Indians of the plains." "Then that was one of the enemy, father," said Chris decidedly, "and he got it in the attack." "Possibly," said the doctor, looking strangely at his son. "He seems to have got it, Chris, but that doesn't sound to me a very scientific way of describing the antique remains." Chris turned very red, and pressed some of the dust aside with his foot, laying bare the side of another of the ghastly relics. "And that's like the first!" cried the doctor, bending forward to pick it up, a skull looking whiter than either of the others. "Certainly this is of a different race, born, and the owner died in the same way, the brow crushed. Look at that!" The rest were already looking, and saw what caused the doctor's abrupt exclamation, for as he took up the skull the back portion fell away, and the front dropped apart into so much crumbling dust. "We're looking down at the remains of a desperate fight, sir, I should say," said Griggs thoughtfully. "It's just as if there had been a stand made here." "Come on into the next place," said the doctor eagerly, "but keep close to the wall, following my steps. Ah, it's impossible to avoid crushing the remains," he continued, as he sidled along, leaving his footprints in the soft dust which lay thick. "I say, Chris, isn't this very horrid?" whispered Ned, as the boys followed last towards the low doorway opposite to that by which they had entered. "Yes, I suppose so," said Chris, "but it makes one think of ever so far back when all this dust must have been alive, all fierce men, fighting, some to kill, others to save their lives. I don't know, it doesn't seem so very horrid, though I don't like treading on all their dust, and " "Bones," suggested Ned. "No, because they're not bones now, only the shape of bones. See how that all crumbled away when my father picked it up? Dust and ashes, we ought to call it. Do you want to go back?" No, I think not. I say, what a fight it must have been." "Yes," said Chris, with a deep breath that sounded like a sigh. "One seems to fancy one can see the men who had the white skulls being driven back from this cell into that one, and I shouldn't wonder if we find that—" "Yes," came the doctor's voice from the next place. "It's wonderfully interesting. The civilized men must have been making a desperate stand here, and I fully expect that we shall find that they were driven back from cell to cell. Yes," he said, with his voice growing fainter. "What do you say, Griggs?" "It's worse in here, sir, and yes, worse still in the next place." "Driven back from cell to cell!" cried the doctor, "and it's my impression that we shall find the remains of women and children in the farthest one. We shall hit upon the scene of a terrible massacre, the destruction of the race who built up this place." The boys had joined the speakers now, just in time to hear Wilton speak. "But I say, Lee, aren't you letting your imagination carry you a little too far?" "I think not," replied the doctor quietly. "Look here, you cannot call this imagination. Small as the space is in these rock chambers, there are the remains of scores of men who fought desperately for their lives. To me it seems like a vivid reproduction of the past." "How far back?" said Bourne. "Ah, that is beyond me. How long would it take these bones to decay to this extent as they lay here just as their owners fell? It is a question that no man can answer, one dependent upon the action of the air in a climate like this, with the remains sheltered from sun and rain to gradually pass away into dust. You can see plainly enough that these are not the remains found in some burial place, added to year after year, age after age. This slaughter must have been the work of only a few hours, and the people lie piled up as they fell. Let's go on." Cell after cell was entered, with the remains lying thick as the warriors had fallen, the searchers continuing the examination to the very end, and then gladly stepping out on to the terrace to stand there in the broad daylight, the air seeming to feel fresh and clear after what they had gone through. "A strange bit of history," said the doctor thoughtfully. "You now know and think how this bit of civilization came to an end, but we have discovered no weapons of war to help us to give a date to the siege. "But we haven't half done our search yet, sir," said Griggs. "There's another terrace above this, you see," and he pointed up to where there had been another row of the cells formed in the rock face, these latter standing back a little and evidently being the last, for above them the cliff projected like a giant cave, as far as they could see, from end to end. "Who votes that we give up now and leave the examination till another day?" said Bourne, who had seemed more and more enthusiastic as the search went on. There was no reply. "Who votes that we try and get up to the next stage?" Hands went up, and Ned shouted eagerly, "Everybody!" "Let's get back then," said the doctor, "but we'll keep out here on the terrace as far as we can. It is gruesome work, trampling amongst the ashes of the fallen, interesting as it all is." "I suppose we shall find another of those chimney-like flights of steps," said Wilton, "but I was too much taken up with what we were doing to notice." "I hope so," replied the doctor, "but I saw nothing. I fancy, though, that this was the only way up into the town or city, and, judging by the appearance of the next terrace, it will be the last." "Then we shall be able to get on to the top of the cliffs this way, sir," said Griggs. "I really can't say yet," was the reply. "Let's find the next shaft first, and see how it goes." They kept along the terrace where they could, but here and there the falling away of stones rendered it necessary for them to re enter a cell and keep for a little distance along by the inner passage. But at last the first cell of the series was reached, and directly after they were standing at the top of the second stairway and looking about vainly for a third, the one that should give them a passage to the third floor of dwelling places. "There must be a way," said Griggs, as he stood scratching his head, "but I'm a bit puzzled. The upper rocks hang over here, and there seems to be no sign of anything having broken away." "Let's look in the first cell again," said Chris. "Perhaps it begins in there." They stepped in to where the ashes lay piled up and forming a slope on one side reaching halfway up the back wall, this portion not having been disturbed. "No way out of this place except into the next chamber," said Griggs. "We shall have to look somewhere else. But didn't you say we had found no weapons yet, sir?" he continued, addressing the doctor. "Yes." "You have not seen any? Looks like a couple of those stone axes yonder," said Griggs, pointing to the back of the sloping heap. "I'll get them." He took a couple of steps, and his feet sank in some depth. Then, quickly taking another and another to preserve his equilibrium, he uttered a cry of annoyance, for his weight had set the whole of the heap of dust in motion, bringing part into the cell where they stood, while the rest glided like sand upon a slope, evidently sinking through a similar opening to that which led into the next chamber, but here formed in the wall exactly opposite to the window looking out on to the terrace. "Lend us a hand," cried Griggs, and he snatched at one of those stretched out to his aid, following the rest in a hurried flight out of the place, for the whole of the ashes and bones were in motion and ran out through the back with a soft rushing sound. Chapter 36
of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 36. It was all a dream. "Ah, the dust!" cried Bourne, as they stood together looking back through what seemed like a mist. But this soon subsided, and they stepped inside again, to find that a portion of the heap of remains had glided through an opening at the back, evidently the way into another cell, one that was dimly lighted from somewhere above, and which proved as soon as it was examined to be the way they sought, and not merely a narrow shaft, but a wide opening going upward and downward, the steps being in the wall which formed the division between the two chambers. There was only a narrow landing at the foot of the steps, and below this the opening seemed to go right down like a square well, into whose depths the remains that disappeared had glided and lay far below. "A huge cistern," said Wilton eagerly. "No," said the doctor. "The old people could not have stored their water just below the way up to the next range of dwellings. More likely a great corn store or granary." "Yes," said Bourne, "that seems likely." But Griggs grunted and said nothing. "What do you think, then?" said the doctor. "I don't fancy those old folks would do much farming and corn growing, sir," replied Griggs. "You see, it's a rocky sort of place all about here, with very little soil except in patches, and a short supply of water. Flocks and herds must have been more in their way." "Then what would have been the use of a place like this?" Griggs was silent for a few moments, and then he laconically uttered the word "Trap!" "A trap!" cried Chris wonderingly. "What could they catch up here?" "Enemies," replied the American, as he stood looking down and then up. "What are you thinking?" said the doctor quickly. "Only this, sir. Perhaps I am wrong, but you see this is a stronghold, and I can't help thinking that this is the only way into it. There was the first row of dwelling places, got at only by a ladder, up which the enemy had to fight their way, and they seem to have killed all that were defending that part before fighting their way up to the second row. There they did the same, and here must have been the way up to the top part, which they tried to make stronger still. You see, it's rather a ticklish bit up the side there, and plenty of room all round for those who defended the place to use spears and stones to beat down those who came against them. Just look, it wouldn't only be driving them back, but knocking them off into a hole or trap where they'd be quite done for." "But what if that were the case? This hole would be piled up with the remains of the enemy," said Chris eagerly. "That's so, my lad, and we can easily prove it. I'm going down to see." "What, down into that horrible pit?" cried Ned. "I should have thought you had enough of going down for the water." "I did, squire, but there's no water here. All's dry, and I fancy there's a bottom to it. There didn't seem to be any where the water went down. First of all, though, doctor, if it was a corn store or granary, there'd be steps like those that go up, going down." "Certainly," said the doctor, "and from where we stand, so that the people could fetch up sacks full or baskets." "Of course." "Let's see, then," said the American, and opening this box he took out a match, lit it, and going down upon one knee held the burning splint below him. "No steps here," he cried, jerking the nearly burned out match out into the gloom. "Try another," said Chris sharply. This was done, and a fresh examination made, but as far as could be seen the great square pit, cut out of the rock, went down smooth and square without a sign of foothold. "I wonder how deep it is," said Chris, in a whisper tinged with awe. "We'll soon find out," said the American. "Is there a sluice stone anywhere about?" "Yes, plenty on the terrace outside," said Ned, and he stepped back, passed out of the window opening, and returned with a piece of shale as big as his hand. "Pitch it right out in the middle, squire," cried Griggs, and the fragment quitted the boy's hand, to fall with sharp sound upon stone, as near as they could guess some 30 feet below. "You're wrong, Griggs," said the doctor. "Am I, sir? Well, not the first time by many. If this place had been as you think, the bottom would be covered with ashes like those we saw glide down, and that stone would have fallen with a dull thud." "Very likely, sir. That's only how it seemed to me. Shall I go down now and see?" No, let's climb up to the next range and see what that tells us. We may find some explanation there. Mind how you go, Chris. These steps are risky." "Yes, I'll take care, father," panted the boy, who was already climbing. "I don't want to tumble down there." The height climbed was greater than that of the two lower ascents, but proved to be fairly easy to one whose nerves were steady, and as he reached the top Chris called down, "It's so gloomy because the cliff overhangs it so. My word, there's been some fighting here." The rest followed him quickly, and as they gathered all noticed that there was a fairly wide ledge on all four sides of the place, forming a pathway fairly level and chipped out of the solid cliff, while making quite a breastwork at the edge, but irregular in the extreme. Stones of all shapes and sizes were piled up quite regularly along the side farthest from the rough steps, and of all heights in other parts, the stones nearest to the steps being only few. Griggs came last, and he noted this appearance and uttered a deep grunt so as he pointed out the rough breastwork, but said nothing. "Stones used for building and squaring the openings onto the terrace, I suppose," said Bourne, and the boys looked at them curiously. "What about mortar?" said Ned. "Think they were for building, sir?" said the American. "Yes, don't you?" "No, sir," was the reply. "It seems to fit with my idea." "What do you think, then?" said the doctor. "I think the same as I did before, sir. Those are powder and shot." "What?" cried the boys in a breath. "Ammunition to cast down at an attacking force," said the doctor eagerly. "Looks like it, sir. You see, they've used most from close to where the enemy was coming up the steps. Perhaps I'm wrong, though. Let's see what's been going on here. But first of all, is there another floor higher up the cliff?" A careful search only seemed to prove that they were now on a level with the highest terrace and the range of chambers, while close by the top of the steps there was ample endorsement of Chris's exclamation about the fighting that had gone on. There was a fairly wide space between the top of the great square shaft and the openings into the first cell, and that leading to the terrace front, and here the remains lay literally heaped, looking as if a most desperate encounter had taken place. Further examination proved that the first cell had also been desperately defended, for the combatants had lain in heap. It was the same with the second, and as the adventurers went on without stopping to investigate, they found a dire repetition of the battle, and proofs that chamber after chamber had been a little battlefield in which many fell, right on to the extreme end of the range, all of which was in far better condition as to its stonework than the terraces below. The heaps of gruesome dust ended with the last chamber only, very little being seen to take attention, but on the terrace, and here in the last 4 or 5 chambers, the doctor stooped several times to rake away the soft, easily swept ashes, to point out proofs of his former opinions, many of the relics he uncovered and touched being quite small. "A horrible massacre," he said softly. "Children, youths, and these are doubtless the skulls of women." "Oughtn't we to preserve specimens of each to take back? They would be of intense interest to students of the past," said Bourne gravely. "How?" replied the doctor. "Touch any of them, there you see, they crumble into dust almost at a breath. What we carry away from here must be in our memories. As far as mine is concerned, it is really charged with the knowledge that we have. Here the remains of 2 races of people, the one fierce and barbarous, and the other the civilized builders and carvers of this strange city of the past. Here it is, all written down, how, in spite of all their efforts for their protection, dwelling, as they must have been, in the midst of fierce and bloodthirsty tribes, they were attacked, conquered, and massacred to the very last. For I expect, when we examine the terraces on the other side of this place, we shall find a repetition of all we have found here. There! Enough of horrors for one day." "But you'll come and examine all these again, father?" said Chris excitedly. "Yes, I should like to come too," cried Ned. "What? Haven't you both had enough of this horrors?" said the doctor, raising his eyebrows. "No, father," said Chris slowly, and as if thinking the while. "It is very horrible, of course, and one almost shivers to think of how the brave people must have fought, but there is something about it that seems to draw one on to try and know more, and it is almost like reading of a dreadful battle and a brave defense, only it seems to be so much more true." "Yes, and it's so ancient, father," said Ned, meeting Bourne's eyes. "I want to know more, and try and find some of the swords and spears and battle axes." "I know what I should like to find," said Chris, speaking as eagerly as his companion. "What?" said the doctor, for Chris stopped suddenly and seemed lost in thought. "I suppose it couldn't be done," the boy added dreamily. "But I seem as if I was on the side of all those people who were beaten, and I should like to see how many of the enemy they killed before the last of them were massacred." "You'd like to count their enemies' skulls, eh, Chris?" said the doctor, smiling. "Yes, I feel something of the same kind, but nature has forbidden that, my boy. You see, we're amidst heaps of dust." "But we may find some of the weapons that they used," said Bourne. "We must search for them." "I should like to put a word in here, gentlemen," said Griggs suddenly, "for I've got a touch, a bad one, for our young friends complain we've got 2 hours broad sunshine yet, I should say." "Oh, quite that," said the doctor. "Well, there's all that lot of ammunition yonder at the top of the trap. And seeing what a stand the poor people made here, fighting from room to room or house to house, I suppose I ought to call it. I can't help thinking that there was something pretty desperate went on before they let the enemy get up those steps." "No doubt," said the doctor, "and that accounts for so many of the stones of that breastwork being missing." "That's right, sir. Well, I want to go down into that hole with a big light and see what's at the bottom there. I'm reckoning that we could find out what kind of weapons the enemy had to fight against the stones." "Yes," cried Ned. "There's swords and—" "Well, I don't know about swords, Squire," said the American dryly, "but they must have something to fight with. I vote that we go and see." This was agreed to without hesitation on the doctor's part, and the party made their way back to the top of the steps. There was a pause here while all walked along the 4 sides, where hundreds of stones averaging the size of a man's head lay just as they had been placed ages before, and then the descent was made to the opening at the side where the heap of dust had disappeared, and a short consultation took place. "You'll have to give up for today, Griggs," said the doctor. "It's as black as ink down there at the bottom." "That's what I've been thinking, sir," said Griggs. "One must have a lanthorn for this job, and by the time I've been to fetch it, I got back here with another rope or 2 and lit up ready for work, another hour will have slipped away. So, if Chris and Ned here will promise not to tell me that I'm too much scared to go, I think I'll give it up for tonight." "You may take it for granted that no one will even dream of such a thing," said the doctor quietly, "and I think it will be much wiser to give up. We've done quite enough for one day. Everyone for camp, a good wash and a hearty meal." An hour later they were seated round their campfire, talking over the adventures of the day, and that night almost the same dream disturbed the slumbers of both boys, whose minds overleaped the long roll of ages which had elapsed, and conjured up for them the rock city occupied by a busy population. Then came the alarm of danger, the surprise made by the active enemy, and then the fierce defense of the first standing, the fight on the lower terrace, and the desperate defense of cell after cell. Then the fight for the next, and afterwards the escalading of the staircase in the great square hole, down into which Chris seemed to see scores of fierce-looking Indian warriors beaten by the stones cast from above. Worst of all in the dream was the final slaughter along the last platform, a sight so horribly real that Chris woke up suddenly, bathed in perspiration, and suffering an agony of excitement before he could force himself to believe it was all a dream. End of chapter 36. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Chapter 37 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 37. In the Old Stronghold. The morning broke fresh and cool, and after a good meal a start was made for the top stairway, Griggs being armed with 2 lanthorns, while Chris carried ropes and an iron bar fell to Ned's lot, the intention being to drive the chisel-shaped end between 2 stones or into some crack, so that the rope might be safely held for the adventurer's descent. That which had seemed long and wearisome the day before looked easy now, and they were not long in reaching the slope leading to the first ascent, where the party paused to look back along the depression to where the animals were browsing contentedly enough, and the remains of the campfire sent up a tiny column of thin blue smoke. The ranges of open cells were on their right, terrace above terrace, all looking so grey and peaceful, with tree, shrub, and tuft of green flourishing in the various cracks, that it was difficult to connect the place with the horrors their search had unveiled. "It looks from here," said Bourne, "like the home of so many human bees who had built their peaceful city against the sides of the cliffs. Do you think we shall find that similar horrors were perpetrated over yonder?" "If the opposite cells were occupied at the same time, I'm afraid there is no doubt about it. We'll find out the ascent to those terraces if we can, tomorrow or next day. I wish we could come upon one of the chambers just as it was occupied by its owner." "I dare say we could find a lot of things here on this side," said Griggs quietly to the boys, who generally kept with him for companion, "but it would be an uncat job with shovel and sieve to clear out one of those cells." "A what job?" said Chris. "Uncat, my lad. That's what a Somersetshire chap I once knew used to call anything dismal and melancholy. This is going to be an uncat job this morning, I can tell you, for if it wasn't for the feeling of curiosity to know all about these people, I should be ready to pitch it over." "Well, do," said Chris, "and leave it to Ned and me." "'Tisn't a fit job for boys," said Griggs. "It isn't a fit job for anybody," said Ned, "but we do it because it's learned and wonderful. Oh, I think it's very fine." "Perhaps it is," said Griggs coolly, "but you're not going to take the job out of my hands, and so I tell you. Just hark at him, Chris. He's got the idea in his head that he's going to discover swords with golden sheaths, and belts thick with precious stones, helmets with plumes of feathers, and rich and costly armour." "Not such a noodle," said Ned, whose cheeks had turned very red, for though not so extravagant as the American painted, he was fain to own to himself that he had some such ideas in connection with the dusky warriors who had stormed the place. "I got thinking a deal of it, though, last night after I lay down," said Griggs, who did not care to carry his taunts any further after seeing the colour of Ned's face. "And I was precious glad that I didn't go down with only a few matches for light. I got dreaming about it afterwards." "What? About the old fighting man? The dead?" "No, about what might be there all alive." "What?" cried Chris. "Not about snakes?" "But I did, my lad, and I kept on waking up and then going to sleep and dreaming the same thing again. I never saw such big ones alive as I saw creeping along the bottom of that great square hole, getting into the corners and squirming up one till they nearly stood upon their tails and then fell over sideways with a crack that sent the dust flying." "Horrid," said Chris. "Yes, they're not nice things to dream about, snakes, because of the waking up." "Yes, I know," cried Chris eagerly. "You fancy that you really have them about you and feel as if you can't believe it was only a dream." "You never felt like that," cried Griggs. "Yes, I have. more than once." "Well, that's strange, because it's just how I felt over and over again last night, and it quite set me against the job." "But now it's morning, and we're all awake and rested, you don't think it's likely that there are any rattlers down in that hole?" "I do think it's very likely, my lad," said the American gravely. "Give one a rocky place out in the desert where the hot sun shines and there's no one to interfere with them, and you're pretty sure to find some of these gentlemen. I wonder we haven't seen more." "I don't like the idea of your going down, Griggs," said Chris. "Forward there!" cried the doctor from below, as he finished a long look at the edge of the cliff, sweeping it with his glass and wondering whether they could reach the tableland in which the depression stood like a chasm split in a blue rocky desert. "Yes," he said sharply, changing the course of his thoughts. "We must explore the other side of this great chasm, but let's finish one side first." He was content to let Chris take the lead, and his friends smilingly gave way, humouring him as they called it to themselves, Bourne good-temperedly taking it all as a matter of course, and feeling in no wise jealous on behalf of his own son. Wilton had on one occasion said something about favouritism, but Bourne had only laughed. "Oh, let the boys alone," he said, "and let them settle the supremacy between them. That will be all right. Chris is as honest and frank as the day. You must have seen that." "Seen what?" "Why, that the boy's generous at heart. He bullies Ned horribly sometimes, and then afterwards he seems to repent and behaves like a lamb, while Ned turns dog." So it was that in this matter of the exploration, Chris led with his companion, and Griggs followed next, as if he were their henchman, while the three friends came last. The ascents were made with spirit till all stood in the chamber at the back of which the opening led into the side of the square pit, and here, while the doctor thoughtfully turned over and examined some of the remains still left, Griggs lit the lantern he had brought, and Ned tied one end of a hide rope to it, ready for the lowering down, while Chris had stepped through the hole and stood on the broad ledge at the foot of the rough projections in the stone wall that acted as steps. "It must have been awful," he said aloud suddenly, as he stood peering up through the twilight at the remains of the piled-up stones at the top. "What must have been awful?" asked Wilton, stepping out to his side. "Why, that fight when the Indians climbed up these steps, with the other people raining down big stones on their heads." "Think it was so?" said Wilton quietly. "I feel sure of it. My word, never mind about them being horribly savage. How brave they must have been. Why, I felt regularly shaky at having to get up yonder with no enemy to face." "Yes, it's an ugly place," said Wilton. "But what about enemies down below? Can you see anything?" "No," said Chris, gazing down. "It's as black as black. I say, though, if there are any enemies down there, they're poisonous." "What do you think possibly can be down there? One of the fierce cats of the country?" "No," said Chris, smiling queerly. "Rattlers." "Ugh!" "If there are any, we shall see them when the lantern's swung down. Why, it will be a good bit of sport for you to have a shot at them." "The horrible beasts," said Wilton. "We're ready when you are," said Griggs from the chamber. "The light's burning quite brightly." "Bring it here then. I say, Mr. Wilton, there isn't room for all of us on this bit of a landing. Will you go up to the top and be ready to fire?" "No," said Wilton shortly. "I'll leave it to you and Ned." He stepped back to join his friends in the chamber, and then, seeing how they were occupied, he stepped out on to the remains of the terrace to stand there examining the openings in the cliff face opposite. "That's right, Griggs. Swing it down gently," said Chris. "You, Ned, unsling your gun, and the first rattler you see, give him a charge of small shot." Ned fixed himself against the wall with his left arm round one of the projections, cocked his piece, and stood ready with the muzzle pointed downward, gazing the while into the darkness far below, now beginning to be illumined by the swinging lantern as Griggs paid out the rope and sent it lower and lower. "You can see the heap of stuff, ashes, lying in the slope now," cried Chris, who was watching intently. "Look, there's one of those, you know what, looking almost white and shining. Isn't that something moving, Griggs?" Can't see anything yet but that pile of stuff that went down. I say, it's not so very deep after all." 30 feet at least, said Griggs decisively. "There, I'm sure of that. I saw something move right over in that—" corner he was going to say, but the word was smothered by the sharp echoing report of Ned's piece, whose flash seemed brighter than the light of the lanthorn, which glowed like a dull star now disappearing in a passing cloud of smoke. "A rattler!" cried Chris. "I'm not sure, but I saw something gliding along and I fired." "Good boy! Quite right! Sharp's the word. But I say, what a smother you've made! Get in another cartridge." Click went Ned's piece as he closed the breech. "If that was a rattler," said Griggs coolly, "seems as if it was just as well that I didn't go down last night." "And this morning too," said Chris. "Why, there may be quite a nest of the brutes down there." "Perhaps so, but if there is, it must have made some of them sneeze when all that dust went down with a rush yesterday." Just then Wilton leaned in at the window opening of the cell, where the doctor and Bourne were examining a carefully smoothed, elliptical, cell-like stone with a hole through the thickest part, as if for holding a wooden handle. "What have you found?" he said. "A stone battle-axe, without doubt." "Ah, it does look like it. You must save that. You have your glasses with you?" "Yes," said the doctor. "Want them?" "Please, I want to look round." The doctor slipped the strap of the case over his head and passed it to his friend. "Give a look at the mules and ponies," he said. "If there's anything wrong they'll seem uneasy." "Snake in the grass, eh?" "Yes." "All right. I say, you within there, what have you shot?" "Don't know yet," replied Chris. "Ned thought he saw a thumping great rattler." "Did he?" "It's too thick with smoke to see yet, but it's clearing fast." Wilton, who displayed more and more his disgust with the task his friends had set themselves, took the glass and began sweeping the sides of the depression, noting the cracks and gullies running up the cliff face opposite in amongst the cell-like openings, all wonderfully clear and bright in the morning air, while Bourne and the doctor, encouraged by the discovery of the relic of the Stone Age, went on turning over the ashes in the next cell. Meantime the party at the side of the square pit waited impatiently for the smoke to rise and float out beneath the overhanging portion of the cliff above the top range of cells, Griggs giving the lanthorn a wave now and then, sending it flying, pendulum-like, as far as he could reach without bringing it in contact with the smoothly cut wall. "Not much chance for anybody or anything to get out of here again if he was at the bottom, lads. It's a regular trap," he said. "Yes, but take care or you'll be breaking the lanthorn," said Chris warningly. "Nay, I won't do that, my lad," replied Griggs quietly. "But I say, Squire, did you aim at its head or its tail?" "I aimed at the part I saw moving," said Ned. "Can you see it yet?" "Nay, can you?" "No." "I'm afraid you shot at nothing," said Griggs with a laugh, "and you haven't killed it." "I'm sure I saw something moving," cried Ned indignantly. "Where is it then? It's clear enough to see now." "Gone down into a hole, perhaps." "Or crawled down its own throat, perhaps." "I know," said Chris merrily. "Ned never misses anything. The poor brute has swallowed its own tail, formed itself into a ring, and bowled out like a hoop." "Of course," cried Ned, raising his piece to his shoulder as the light now penetrated well into one of the opposite corners, and without a word of warning he fired again. "What did you do that for?" cried Chris excitedly. "To put that reptile out of its misery," said Ned. "To fill the place with smoke again," cried Chris indignantly. "It's all fancy." "Precious noisy fancy," said Griggs dryly. "My word, he must be a thumper. Talk about smoke, he's kicking up a dust." Chris was silent as he stood listening to the struggles of what was evidently a large serpent, while it writhed violently below them, beating about and lashing the pile of remains that had crumbled down from the cell, and sending up quite a cloud to mingle with that of vapour which rose, smelling pungently of hydrogen, towards the overhanging blocks of stone roofing in the square pit. "I guess I'm quite satisfied now that I didn't go down," said Griggs coolly. "But there don't seem to be more'n one, or we should hear them travelling about." "This one makes noise enough for a dozen," said Chris. "I say, Ned, I beg pardon. You don't want me to go on my knees, do you?" "No," replied the boy calmly, as he made the breech of his double gun snap to very loudly. "Only I wouldn't be quite so cocksure that you know everything next time." "Thy servant humbles himself to the dust," said Chris in Eastern style. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," said Griggs dryly. "Certainly not till that gentleman below has done kicking it up. Say, how big should you say this one is?" "Oh, I don't know. It sounds as if it might be 20 feet long." "Yes, but if it is as long as that, it wouldn't be a rattler." "No, only a thumper," cried Ned, laughing. "Hark, it's quieting down now. Shall I give it another dose as soon as it is still?" "No, save all the ammunition you can, my lad. It has had enough to finish it off. How strange it is that anything long should take such a time to die." They stood there patiently listening to the movements below, the lashing about gradually ceasing, to give place to a gliding, rustling sound, as if the injured creature was travelling rapidly about endeavouring to escape. The dust began to settle as the smoke floated away, but twice over arose again, as, after a spell of silence, there was the sound of a fall. "He was trying to get up in the corner yonder," said Griggs. "How horrible if it comes up one of these angles," said Ned, drawing his breath sharply. "No fear," cried Griggs. "Snakes can only raise themselves up for a certain distance, and then they fall over. I've watched them often." "I say, he's getting quieter now," said Chris. It was plain to all, for the rustling died out and began again more faintly, died out again. There was the sound of a pet or two as if given spasmodically by the reptile's tail, and then all was quite still, while the dust had cleared away so that the watchers could see by the lantern's light the inert body of a very large rattlesnake. "Why, it's not half so big as I expected," cried Chris. "The biggest I ever saw," said Griggs quietly. "But it made such a tremendous noise," cried Chris. "I expected to see one double that size. I say, hadn't Ned better give him another charge?" "No. One of you go up to the top and drop a good-sized stone down upon him. We shall see whether there's life enough in him to be dangerous." "Hold my rifle, Chris, and I'll go," cried Ned eagerly, and the next minute he was scaling the side, and on reaching the top he walked to where he was nearly over the reptile, where he picked up a couple of stones of the size of a man's fist and pitched one down, with the result that the snake began to writhe violently again, but only for a very brief time before once more lying perfectly inert. "No more mischief in that fellow," said Griggs. "I may as well go down now." "What about the others?" said Chris. "What others?" "There are sure to be some more." "Nay, rattlers are not above showing fight. If there had been any more, we should have seen or heard them. I shall chance it now." "I don't like your going down yet," said Chris anxiously. "I'll have a shot at him now." "Nay, nay, we may want our cartridges for something more useful than a rattler that has had as much as it wants to kill it." "I'll drop another stone on him," said Ned. "One of those big ones." "Ah, do," said Griggs. "Take good aim and drop it right on his head. Can you see?" "Oh, yes, I can see quite plainly." Ned raised one of the heaviest stones near him, and after a gentle swing let it go, to fall with a sharp crack upon other stones, making the snake twine again and writhe round the block, to hold on tightly. "Why, he has pinned it down," cried Chris. "Good aim." As he spoke, the snake untwined itself and straightened out to lie perfectly still. "That's done for him," cried Griggs, "and if there had been any more, that would have sent them squirming out of their holes. Here, you come down, Squire. I'm going to knot 2 lariats together and pass them over one of these steps. I want you to help hold on." Ned descended. The rope was given a couple of turns round the lowest projection and held by the 2 boys. The lanthorn was lowered down to stand on the heap of dust below, and the end of the rope by which it was lowered also held by Chris, while upon drawing his keen hunting knife and taking it in his teeth, Griggs just said, "Hold tight," took hold of the lowered rope and slid lightly down to stand below the watchers on the heap. "Mind the snake, Griggs," cried Chris. "Tell him he'd better mind," was the reply, as the American raised the lanthorn and, knife in hand, approached the reptile cautiously, and then the lookers-on saw him stoop lower and lower till he was near enough for his purpose, when there was a quick movement, a flash of light reflected from the knife blade, and Griggs rose again. "You've pinned him down with that last stone, Squire. Heads off, and he'll do no more mischief. Now then, I'm going to look for your weapons of war." The boys could see the bottom of the square place clear enough now, as the lanthorn began to move about, but there was little to see. Upon this side lay the heap of ashes, specked with a few fragments of bone which glistened feebly in the light. But beyond the heap, which ran tongue-like from the side out to the centre, there was nothing to be seen but stones, heavy stones such as remained like the broken-down portions of the breastwork about the edges of the excavations at the top. "Can't see no treasures," said Griggs gruffly, and directly after, "There aren't a single shield, no spears, no swords, no breastplates, no rifles." "Dear me," said Chris sarcastically. "I wonder at that. How many revolvers can you see?" "Nary one," said Griggs coolly. "No gauntlets, no back pieces." Then there was a pause, before the searcher straightened himself up and said decisively, "No, nothing." "How disappointing!" cried Ned. "But what about all those stones?" "To be sure, you don't call them nothing," cried Chris. "No, there's plenty of them, my lads, and plenty of something else underneath them, I'll be bound, if anyone thought it worth while to clear out this cellar." "But what do you think now, Griggs?" cried Chris eagerly. "Same as I did before, my lad. I shouldn't like to guess, but you may feel sure that many a savage came to his end here and lies covered in by these stones. The people who defended this place from up yonder must have showered the stones down when they were attacked. There, it's of no use for me to stop down here. Are you two going to haul me up, or am I to climb?" "We'll try and haul you up," said Chris. "Stop a moment while I take the rifles and stand them up against the wall inside." "Hold hard a moment," said Griggs. "You'd better go and fetch the doctor. He might like to come down and see before I send up the lanthorn." "I'll call him," said Chris, and he turned to pass through the opening, but was met by his father, who was crossing the stone chamber adjoining. "Here, quick!" cried the doctor. "Come out of this place. Where's Griggs?" "Here am I, neighbour. Nothing to be found, only what fell in from where you stand. But there's hundreds upon hundreds of stones, and those who were beaten down must have been buried by what hit them." "Yes, I suppose so," said the doctor anxiously. "But we've something else to think of now." "Don't say the mules have stampeded, sir," cried Griggs anxiously. "No, they're grazing peacefully enough at present, but there's something worse." "Then give a pull with the lads at that rope, sir, and let me get out of this. 1 minute, the lanthorn first." The doctor raised the lanthorn, and his first act was to blow it out before joining at the rope and hauling the searcher to the platform. "What is it, sir?" cried Griggs anxiously. "Come and see," was the reply. The doctor made his way through the hole and crossed the chamber into which it opened before entering the next, closely followed by the boys and Griggs, who caught up their rifles as they passed them, dragging the ropes as they went. As they entered the second chamber it was to see the doctor join Bourne at the window opening, while beyond them stood Wilton, sheltering himself behind a patch of bushy growth hanging from above, as he stood watching something intently through the doctor's double glass. "See any more, Wilton?" said the doctor anxiously. "Scores," was the reply, given without the speaker turning his head. "You can see for yourself. They're collecting together on the very edge of the cliff away there, and at first they stood gazing down into the depression." "Do you think they saw you?" said the doctor hoarsely. "Oh no, I feel sure that they did not at first, and have kept in shelter since, but they have caught sight of something else." "What?" cried Griggs. "Ah, you there," said Wilton sharply. "You'd better come and have a look through this glass. You may be able to tell what race they are." "Perhaps," said Griggs shortly. "But what is it they can see?" "The ponies and mules." "Are you sure?" "Yes, there was one of the men, a chief apparently, pointing down at them. I could see it plainly through the glass." "Indians, Ned," whispered Chris. They must have been following us all this time, and we're in for it now." End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Peril Finders by George Manville Fenn. Chapter 38. Besieged. Not a word was said then for some minutes, during which the glass was passed from one to the other, and long, excited looks taken at the strong body of bronze, half-nude warriors seated upon their ponies close to the edge of the flat-topped range of cliffs, some 400 or 500 feet above the bottom of the depression. The Indians were evidently looking down at something in front of the ranges of openings which formed the Old World city, and it took no thinking, after the party were once confident that they were not seen, to decide what it was that took the attention of the roving tribe. It was Chris who repeated Wilton's words. "They're watching the mules and ponies," he said. "I saw one fellow point at them when I had the glass to my eyes." "And that is as good as saying they are watching us," said Ned sadly. "Oh, no," cried the doctor. "They can see some beasts grazing in this verdant bottom. They can't tell at this distance that they are not wild." "Why, father," said Chris, "they have been hunting us for long enough." "My dear boy, do you suppose that there is only one roving band of Indians in all these thousands of square miles of wild country?" I don't know, father," was the reply. "Then you may take it as highly probable that these are not the Indians we saw before." "But they know that the mules and ponies are tame." "How, when they are nearly half a mile away? There is neither bridle nor saddle to be seen." "Oh, no, of course not," said Chris, brightening up. "Then, after having a good look at them, the band will ride right away." "That is doubtful," said the doctor gravely. "Why, they can't get down there." "No, but they can make a long detour and get down to the gulch, and then make their way into the depression and capture us all, men and boys, ponies and mules." "Oh!" ejaculated Chris. Then quickly, "How long will it take them to get round?" "I wish I knew, my boy," said the doctor sadly. "We ought to have explored the gulch and seen how it was connected with the tableland yonder. But there, it is of no use to regret the past. We must think about the present." "Yes," grunted Griggs, and his voice roused the doctor into action. "What do you say, Griggs?" he cried. "My idea is to wait till the enemy, I suppose we must look upon them as the enemy, have gone out of sight, and that we then load up and retreat as fast as we can." "Too late," said Griggs gruffly. "We may come right upon them." "Yes, if they make their way into the mouth of the gulch. They may be content with seeing that there is a herd of strange animals here, and then ride away." "Some folk might," said Griggs quietly, "but not Indians." "Then what do you think will be best?" "Drive the animals up to the other end of the place, and then take possession of a couple of the rooms here in the face of the rocks, stop up the shaft, and keep the enemy at bay with our rifles." The doctor frowned. "It may be a false alarm." "Yes, may be," said Griggs, "but I don't believe it is, sir. Don't you go and think that I want to fight. Nothing of the kind, but I'm afraid we shall have to. Why, we could keep all that lot at bay for any length of time." "But it would be desperate work." "Yes, sir, they'd make us desperate, but it would be their own doing. We could bring up our provisions into the chamber nearest the water, and command it with our rifles, so that they couldn't get to it. They've only got to leave us alone, and there'd be no desperate work." "But they may be friendly Indians." "I never heard of any out in these wilds, sir," said Griggs grimly. "But they might be friendly," said Bourne eagerly. "So much the better, sir, then there'd be no harm done. I'd trust the Indians up north so long as they were not on the warpath, but I shouldn't like to trust any of these." "Then you'd prepare for the worst?" "That's the only way to deal with these people, sir," said the American sternly. If they see that we're weak, they'll take our mules and ponies and perhaps our lives at once. If they take our animals and leave us alone, they've taken our lives all the same, for we could never reach civilization again without our beasts." "No," said the doctor firmly. "I should have liked to retreat if we could." "We couldn't do it," said Wilton sharply, as he took his eyes from the glass. "There would not be time, and if we could get away they'd follow our trail and take us at a disadvantage for certain." "Yes," said the doctor, "there is no other chance. As you suggest, Griggs, if they find us strong they will fear us. We must decide at once which of the cells we will hold, and get our stores there as quickly as possible." "That is already settled, sir," said the American coolly. "We must hold the place where we can reach the water, and the lowest floor here is the one." "You are confident, then, that they couldn't get at us from above?" "Quite, sir. The attack, if it comes, will be from below, as it was made once before." Chris and Ned exchanged glances as they recalled all that they had seen and the result to the defenders, and a blank look of despair settled on their countenances. As it happened, the doctor was watching them keenly at the time, his breast full of anxiety for the lads about to be brought face to face with such grave peril, and he spoke out cheerfully as if in answer to the thoughts he had just read in their faces. "Yes," he said, "but you forget. Those people had to defend themselves with stones. We have the best of modern firearms, and can deal out death and destruction to our enemies from a distance, while we are sheltered and quite beyond their reach. Well, Wilton, what do you make out?" "They are all gathered closely together, pretty well 100 strong," was the reply. "And one man, the chief I suppose, is haranguing the rest. He keeps on gesticulating and pointing down at the mules, and then waving his hands in different directions as if to show which way they ought to go." "Well," said the doctor, "we must not stir until they move off. Evidently they have not seen us, and they may after all believe the animals to be wild." "Yes, sir, and it's no use to show ourselves until we are obliged. We'll drive the beasts right up the valley here as soon as the coast's clear, and then keep in hiding, and try what a shot or two from where they don't show will act. If we bring down a man and a horse or two, they may turn back in a state of superstitious panic. It's a good deal to hope for, but it might turn out so." "At any rate, it's the best plan," said the doctor. "So be ready to act as soon as the enemy disappears, and then we must pray for time." Indian palavers are long and tedious, and the chief addressing the tribe talked for long enough, and was succeeded, so Wilton reported, by others, during all which time the watchers kept carefully out of sight, and waited in a state of suspense that was almost unbearable. "At last!" cried the doctor, as the body of horsemen began to move off. "Watch them carefully, Wilton, and see if you can make out how they are armed." "That's plain enough," said the member of the party addressed. "They nearly all have long spears." "That means bows and arrows as well, I should say," cried Griggs. "Indians who carry spears have not learned to use rifles as a rule. Ha! There they go, riding straight back from the edge. I shouldn't wonder if they have a long distance to go, right back over a plain, before they can get round the mountains. They must come by the same gulch as we did, and perhaps they've got to find it first." "Think so?" said Bourne, putting the question that was on Chris's lips. "They may be thoroughly acquainted with all this place." "It's just as likely that they've never looked down into it before," said Griggs. "They belong to a roving band, and the country here is very big." "Ah, there goes the last of them!" cried Wilton, closing and shutting up the glasses. "Give them a few minutes' law," cried the doctor, "just to make sure that they have gone. Then down to the camp as quickly as possible, load up, and bring everything up to the foot of the slope, unload, and I'll drive the poor brutes up to the other end while you folks get the stores under cover." "But suppose the enemy come while you are away doing the driving?" cried Chris excitedly. "We'll suppose nothing of the sort, my boy," said the doctor sternly. Then with a pleasant smile, If they do come while I'm away, you'll all have to cover me with your rifles while I fight my way back. Now then, time's up. Down with you and away." As soon as they could get clear of the ruins there was a rush made for the camp, the grazing animals being driven before them to where the stores were heaped, and going quietly enough, associating the sacks and barrels with feeding time, though fated to be neglected. The stores once reached, hot and nervous work began, in which Chris had no share, his duty being to mount his mustang and act the part of scout. His instructions were very few. He knew what to do. That was to ride back to the gulch and select a good spot, one which combined two advantages, commanding a far-reaching view down the wild approach, while affording a good cover and concealment for him. He started at once, riding off and giving 2 good long earnest looks at the busy party placing their loads on the mules' backs. Then a turn amongst the rocks hid him from sight, and the boy felt his heart sink, in spite of the way in which he braced himself up for his task, for the gulch looked more and more dark and forbidding as he rode on, the sides closed in closer, it seemed, than they had been when he came, and as he strained his eyes forward along the trackless way, bush after bush and rock after rock in the distance sent his heart, as it were, with a bound to his throat, so nearly did his imagination make these objects approach the aspect of savage Indians riding slowly towards him. But a second glance generally resolved them into what they were, fancy paintings, and he bit his lips fiercely with annoyance as he called himself coward and one quite unfit for such a task. He had ridden onward for some time before he found a post that seemed in any way suitable, for the gulch turned and doubled and zigzagged here and there in a way that gave him sadly shortened views, and he was at last about to turn back to the best place he had passed, bad as it was, when he recognized a corner in front as being formed by a rock that he had remembered seeing for long enough on their approach, one that never seemed to get any nearer, and to his joy, when he now reached it, he found everything he desired, command of the gulch for quite a mile, plenty of cover to hide him and his pony from the view of those who came along, and, what was very acceptable then, a tiny basin of pure cold water, in which his mustang gladly plunged his muzzle for a long, deep drink. Then with a sigh of relief the scout took up his position to watch for the coming danger, knowing as he did that he had only to draw back a few yards for the great elbow-like rock to cover his retreat, so that he could hurry away with the warning of danger and give all time to seek the cells that they were to defend. "They ought to have loaded up by now," he said to himself, "and all has turned out splendidly, while perhaps after all the Indians may never find this deep, dark gulch. It was only by accident that we did." Chris had just comforted himself with this notion when a horrible thought assailed him. It was this. All the way he came he had been keeping up a good lookout in front for the approaching danger, and had never once thought of looking up to the right or left for some narrow side valley or gulch by which the danger might suddenly descend into the narrow valley. The thought was so terrible that he turned cold and looked back, half expecting to see a group of the bronze warriors in his rear, and then his too busy imagination pictured more, the whole band in fact riding down by the gash in the rocks that he ought to have seen, and stealthily coming on to surprise those whom it had been his duty to save. For some minutes his fancy gained ground to such an extent that the boy was completely unnerved. And no wonder, for the gloom of the great gulch, with its perpendicular sides towering up to a vast height, the solitary grandeur, the silence, and the oppression wrought by the tremendous nature of his task, began to be more than his young nature could bear. For some little time he sank into a state of despair. To use his own words, in which he thought of his brain power as something mechanical that had been wound up, his head seemed as if it would not go. In fact, to use a homely phrase, he was so prostrated by the thought that, in spite of his care and the stern duties of the task that he had been set to do, He had passed some side opening by which the Indians might come down and attack the unarmed camp, that he wanted shaking up to bring him to himself. He had that very shaking up literally, for all at once his pony stretched out its neck, spread its legs wildly, and gave itself a violent shake, one which threatened to dislodge the saddle before the beast subsided, and Chris settled himself again in his seat. "It's all fancy," he said to himself. "I must have seen such a gorge or ravine if there had been one. The Indians must come along here in front. Mounted men can't ride down precipitous slopes." With this thought to comfort him, the boy sat watching the open part in front from his cover, perfectly satisfied that the only portions of him visible to a coming enemy were his face and hat, while to add to his protection, in case any of the Indians' advance guard should suddenly ride into sight, Chris dismounted, cut a few tufts of heather-like brush, and stuck them at random through the band of his soft felt covering. "There," he said in a satisfied way, as he replaced his hat, "that will look at a distance as if it were growing. I've a good mind to rub my face with mud." Whether he would have so disfigured himself is doubtful, but certainly he could not, for there was no mud, nothing but a little beautifully clean sand in the bottom of the rock pool into which the falling water splashed. So Chris sat there thinking and straining his eyes along the narrow gulch, seeing no Indians, but the bright light on the tops of the rocky sides, while the gulch itself, always gloomy, now began to darken as if it were being gradually filled up with a flood of black velvet in a liquid state. The pony dropped its head more and more, not to browse, for the bit held him a prisoner from that, but because it was an easy position, and in the silence Chris listened to the heavy breathing of the animal, and felt the action of its sides as they rose and sank. "They ought to have got all the stores into the cells by this time," thought Chris. "I wish I could have helped. It seems so lazy just sitting here. But of course it makes them feel safer. But what a horrible nuisance it is for Indians to be coming to disturb us. I hope it won't come to a fight. How horrible to have to shoot them. Much more horrible for them to shoot us." Chris's thoughts became less active, and then concentrated themselves upon the extremity of his eye-scope, where he believed that he saw a mounted man standing where there was nothing before. "Pooh, only a rock," muttered the boy, after a long and careful inspection. "But how fast it's getting dark! I shan't be able to see any enemy soon, and what am I to do then, for I shan't be able to see anything at all? Why, nothing was said about that," he thought. "Not a word. I didn't think about being in such a position, and I'm sure father didn't, or he would have spoken. Now, what would he say to me, I wonder? Something about using my own discretion and acting for the best. Now, what would be the best?" Chris set his teeth and thought hard so as to decide what would be the proper thing to do. "Why, it's all simple enough," he said to himself at last. "I'm posted here to give them warning when the Indians are coming. Well, if it's too dark for me to see them coming, I can't give any notice, and if I can't do what I'm sent here for, I should be better back at the camp." He looked along the gloomy gulch to see that the light was gone from the crags that shut in the narrow way, while the bottom of the gulch was black with shadow, so dark that any one approaching would have been perfectly invisible. "Yes," he said to himself, "it's of no use for me to stay here. I can't see anything, and if the savages rode up it would be too late to try to give warning. I'll go back." But he did not stir, only sat thinking in a fresh groove. "Father won't think me cowardly, will he?" That was a horrible idea, one which made the boy's cheeks burn for a minute, until his common sense told him that no such injustice would fall to his lot. "Of course not," he argued. "I was sent here to do my best. I've done my best, and now I can do no more. I say, how black it is," he said half aloud, and then he felt blank, faced as he was by another difficulty. How was he going to get back along the trackless path encumbered with stones and with rifts and tufts of very thorny bushes here and there? It was a poser. There was a dull streak of sky overhead, in which a star here and there could be seen blinking and looking pale. I can't see beyond the pony's head, thought Chris. Why, it's madness to try and ride along a place like this, but it's horrible to think of sitting here all night, and one couldn't go to sleep. I'm so hungry, too, and... Oh, I say, who'd ever have thought of this? What a mess I'm in! There was nothing approaching despair in the boy's feelings then, neither was there anything akin to fear, unless it was a dread of being suddenly pounced upon by the Indians now. This thought had quite a comic side to it, and he laughed softly. They'd be precious clever, 10 times as clever as they're said to be, with their wonderful sight and hearing, if they did pounce upon me now. Why, look at that! It was rather an absurd order which he gave himself, as he stretched out his right hand at the level of his eye, for to all intents and purposes there was no hand to look at, while as to his pony's ears, he certainly knew that they were somewhere in front, but that was all. "Oh, I say," he sighed, "I'm in a mess, and no mistake. If I'd had my gumption in this thick old head, I should have slipped a damper cake in my pocket. But who was going to think of eating at a time like that? Perhaps Ned would," he said with a soft chuckle, and the idea was so mirthful that he shook a little, but only to grow serious directly. "There," he said, "I've done my duty, I'm sure, and though I'm in such a hobble things have turned out capitally, and they've had plenty of time to get our cliff castle fortified and stored. That's splendid, and I won't fidget about the Indians, for they can't come till to-morrow, and perhaps they'll never come at all. But I say, this is coming to search for the old gold city. I believe I'd rather have stopped at the plantation, killing blight and scratching the scale insects off the peach twigs. Here, I say, old chap." He addressed this to the pony, but there was no suggestion of his address having been heard, so obeying a sudden impulse he dropped out of the saddle, readjusted the sling of his rifle, and then tightened the saddle girths before going to the pony's head, to feel the headstall all over, and stroke and pat the little cob-like animal's neck, ending by passing its ears through his hand, and then passing the back against the velvety muzzle, with the result that his companion whinnied with satisfaction. "Now, old chap," he said, "we've got to get home, and I may as well be honest. I can't guide you, and I'll let you have your head all the way, and make you up a nice mash of meal in one of the buckets when we get there for a reward. Think you can do it?" "Yes," said the boy after a pause. "Silence gives consent, as I once read somewhere. Now, which shall I do, ride or lead you? I shall ride, for if I lead you it will be all a sham, and I shall only be getting you into difficulties. So there, I'll trust you. Take your time. Want any water?" The boy pulled the little animal's head towards where he believed the water to be, but it did not stretch out its neck, so he mounted again. "Now then," he said, "back to camp." The pony started at once, but Chris drew rein. No, that won't do. That's right, turn around. We don't want to go any farther to-night. Now then, steady. Don't fall and pitch me over your head. The way's right on, and you can't go off right or left. That's right. When you feel in doubt about a stone or hole or a bush, stop short, and I'll get down and feel about for you. Well done!" This last was in admiration, for without the slightest hesitation the pony had set off, pacing steadily back along the way they had come, but with its head very low down, as Chris realized by the steady draw that had been given at the reins. "Talk about eyes," muttered Chris. "Why, they're microscopes. I say, though, I mustn't go to sleep. I believe I could without falling off. It wouldn't be fair, though, for I ought to let him hear my voice now and then." All the same, Chris was perfectly silent, and spent his time gazing hard upward at the long jagged ribbon of black purple, now gemmed with brilliant stars, which spread along overhead. From time to time he looked forward to try and make out obstacles in front, but he could see nothing. There was naught to do but listen to the pony's footsteps and think of what they were doing at camp and what they would be saying about his non-return. "Father won't go to sleep tonight," said Chris, with a sigh of satisfaction caused by the idea. "He'll be awake and listening for my pony's steps, and oh, how far must it be?" "A good many yards less than it was a minute ago, and it's getting a shorter distance with every step my mustang takes." And onward they went, cheerfully enough, through the black darkness at the bottom of the gulch, the pony never failing, never setting hoof in hole, nor stumbling over stone or bush. It stopped for a moment now and then to turn aside or to make sure of some difficulty which needed an outstretched neck, a touch with the muzzle, or a sigh; but otherwise it travelled on slowly but surely through the earlier part of the night, while Chris thought till he could think no longer, and began to ride with his shoulders up, his chin in his chest, and a tendency to bow right down upon his mount's neck. But he never did that once, only clung with a dreamy feeling of safety, with his knees against the saddle flaps and his feet fast in the stirrups. "I must not go to sleep," he muttered once, but he did all the same, instinctively tightening his hold by means of his abnormally strained muscles the while. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of The Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 39. Among the Hornets. It had been a day of severe exertion, mentally and bodily, during which the boy's nature had done its best, but the time came at last when it could do no more, and he rode on at that steady walk, sleeping profoundly, so deeply that he did not know when the mustang suddenly stopped short as if in doubt, and stood with ears pointed forward, sniffing at the stones beneath its hoofs, rested them to the right and again to the left, as if there was some taint in the air. Then the doubt increased, and it bore to the right, stopped, bore to the left again, sniffed more loudly, lowered its head, and sniffed again, uttered a low sigh, and resumed its steady walk, on and on, for how long Chris never knew, but hours had passed, and he was back again in the square hole which Griggs termed a trap, listening to what he said about the stones which covered the bottom, while he made the soft glow of the lanthorn play before his eyes. Then all at once the dream gave place to the real, and Chris was half conscious. It took some moments before he realized that he was gripping a saddle with stiffening knees and riding forward, and he couldn't tell why. At last, though, a mist seemed to fade away from his thinking powers, and he knew what it all meant. He was riding, and he had been to sleep. But why? What for? The answer to those questions came in due course, and he sighed with weariness. "Oh dear," he muttered, "I wonder how far it is now. Nearly as far as before," he thought, for he couldn't have been asleep more than a minute. Then for another minute he was confused upon looking at the soft faint glow of the lanthorn held by Griggs in the trap. "What nonsense," he said peevishly. "How muddled my head is. But that's a light over there. Why, I say, oh!" His whole feelings changed as he uttered those interjections, and the tones of his voice were as if the words were positive, comparative, and superlative. "We must be close to the valley," he thought. "The Indians can't have come, and father has had a campfire kept up as a guide for me, and I'll be bound to say there'll be something cooking, because he'll think of how hungry I shall be. There's a good old dad," he said to himself, beginning to feel bright and happy now, and as invigorated as if he had partaken of refreshment. "Well, I am glad, and I'm hungry, and I'll say so too. I don't care if old Ned sneers when I say I am, and tells me that I'm worse than he is. Oh, hooray, you good old mustang, you're the best pony that ever lived, and I love you as much as a fellow can love a nag. Just think of you bringing me straight back all through that black gulch, me asleep too. There, old chap," he continued, patting the little animal's neck, "I won't forget your mash. You shall have it before I eat a morsel. I wouldn't take £100 for you if anyone offered it. But nobody will, and I don't want it if he did. Yes," he continued, as the pony paced steadily on, "they've got a good fire, and it must be very near now. Why, it's meat roasting. My, it does smell good. Shall I cooee and let them know I'm so close? No, I'll ride right up into the light and surprise them. Father will be wide awake watching for me, and old Ned will be snoring, I know. He might have sat up, too. I should have done so for him, because I should have felt uneasy about what had happened. I wonder what they've got. It smells like mutton. How did they manage to get it? Not one of those mountain sheep." A shrill, low whinny from right ahead, where the fire was burning brightly now and casting shadows from the trees and bushes, and also bringing into sight a tall figure seated, as it were, in the air, till Chris recognized the fact that it was a mounted man. "Father waiting to ride out and meet me," thought Chris, as a thrill ran through him, caused by the answering whinny of his mustang. The next moment, as the boy was about to urge it forward, right into the light, there was a hoarse yell, more shadows appeared in the bright glow, and Chris stopped to seize his neglected rein and drag his pony's head round, urging it with hand and voice to bound away along the returning track, for in the bright light of the fire the boy had fully awakened to the fact that he had been riding straight for an Indian encampment, right in amongst the enemies he had been trying so hard to avoid. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 40. An Unconscious Double. It was all Chris could do in his excitement and alarm to keep from crying aloud to his pony to go faster and faster, though after a few strides it seemed as if the rider's fear was communicated, and it was tearing over the rocky ground with all its might, making the stones fly as they were smitten in the furious gallop. But fortunately not a word escaped between the boy's firmly set teeth. Settling himself well down in the saddle, he felt that his only chance of saving himself from being a prisoner, perhaps from a horrible death, was to trust entirely to his pony, leave it free to go as it will. Of the character of his pursuers there was no doubt. They were Indians, the regular savage Indians of the plains, whose cruelties to settlers were the theme of many a horrible story told at campfire and in solitary shanty. Chris knew of their deeds well enough, but it had never entered his mind that the time would come when he would be tearing through the darkness over the rugged stones of a rocky gulch, flying for his life with an ever-increasing pack baying and yelling at his heels. For during the first minute or two he had been chased by 3 or 4. After that the numbers, as betrayed by their yells, rapidly increased, till as they secured their pegged-out horses and sprang upon their backs, fully 50 must have joined in the chase. They were well mounted too, upon the tough, wiry horses of the plains, quite at home on the roughest of ground, and at first as Chris tore on they seemed to be gaining upon him fast. But their savage yells, however much they alarmed, had another effect upon Chris's mustang, making the gallant little beast toss its long mane, raise its long plume-like tail till it floated out behind, and stretching out neck and legs, its length growing closer to the track, it tore away like a greyhound, avoiding obstacles as if by some occult force, and making the air whistle by fugitives. Chris could ride well. Many a leading race he had indulged in against Ned on the open prairie-like land long before this expedition, while since then the tedium of their journey had often been lightened by a mad gallop, as much enjoyed by the steeds as those they bore swiftly along over the level sand. But the boy had never ridden before as he rode now, for he seemed to form part and parcel of the wiry little mustang, as he leaned over towards its straining neck to pat and caress, and now and then twine the thick hairs of the mane about the fingers of his right hand, the left that had still held the rein allowing it to flap lower against the neck, while each pat and caress was responded to by a snort that seemed to know time for thinking. But Chris thought harder than he had ever thought before. He was not afraid. for there was a strange feeling of excitement, a wild thrill of exhilaration, accompanying the race, which made him long once more to shout aloud. For himself he thought nothing, but his thoughts were of his father, and the agony and the despair he would suffer if it so happened that his boy was captured and slain. And by degrees these thoughts impressed him so that his desires became centered in one, and that was to gallop away from the savage pack, leaving them far behind, and riding on till he could rejoin his father in triumph, and tell him that he was safe. There were moments in that wild race when Chris's excitement grew into fierce exultation, when the stones were flying, the pony's hot breath floating back to his cheeks, and the yelling of the savages began to grow faint. And then again moments when the mustang's efforts seemed to flag, and the yells of the Indians, increasing in loudness, came nearer and nearer, till the boy had hard work to keep from wrenching himself round in the saddle to try and pierce the black darkness, to gaze defiantly at the fierce darting eyeballs and gleaming teeth of those who were hunting him for his blood. These changes came again and again as the mustang tore along, now leaving the yells behind, now slackening or seeming to slacken till the Indians' whoops were very near, ringing behind and even passing the fugitive, to run echoing from side to side, multiplying the burst of cries. Then all at once the chase settled down into a wilder gallop, as a feeling of terror influenced the boy. "We must be getting nearer the stone in the middle of the gulch where I hid," thought Chris, "and he'll run full into it." But the next moment he felt that they could not be halfway yet, and his ears began to sing in the darkness as the yells of the Indians sounded louder and louder, while the echoes given back by the closing in walls were deafening. Nearer and nearer they sounded, those savage yells, and once more Chris leaned forward to caress the mustang's neck. "Oh, go on, old lad," he whispered. "Faster, faster, or they'll have us." And then the whisper, unheard in the turmoil of yell and echo, became a cry of agony embodied in the simple, homely words which told of the boy's suffering and despair now gripping him by the heart. For out of the black darkness came a fresh burst of yells that were horrible in their intensity and full of triumph in their tones, as if those who shouted were certain of their quarry. Chris's heart sank low indeed, for the end seemed to have come. Involuntarily now both hands clutched and clung to the pony's shaggy mane. For just as it seemed to the fugitive that the foremost horses were upon him, and the rider's hands were outstretched to tear him from his saddle, the mustang made a sudden swerve, and what seemed to be a slip. But it did not go down, recovering itself in an instant, but only to drop from a furious gallop into the labored canter which became directly after a painful walk, while Chris felt as if he had received a blow which had stupefied him, deadening his hearing so that he could only hear the clatter of horses' hoofs and the yelling of the riders as if from a distance, growing fainter and fainter till they died away. "What's the matter? Am I hurt?" panted the boy, as, passing the rein over his wrist, he clapped his hands to his temples, sitting upright and swaying with his pony's movements the while. The only answer was the hoarse panting of the pony as, evidently striving hard, it kept on at the walk, full of effort, and Chris began to grasp the fact that in the swerve made by the plucky little steed, the Indians had swept by at full gallop, while unnoticed in the darkness the pony had turned up the side gorge, which his master had passed in coming, and passed again upon his return, being fast asleep, when the mustang had stopped to sniff and hesitate, and finally chosen the way which led him right into the Indians' camp. "Why, they've missed us!" exclaimed Chris, whose heart began now to beat wildly in the fresh excitement of the moment. For his head was still confused, and he was trying hard to make out how it was that the Indians had managed to pass him earlier in the evening, even now being too much puzzled to make out the mistake that had occurred. For in the great darkness of the narrow gorge they were ascending the boy's brain seemed to participate. He could not grasp that by this narrow descent the Indians had gained the gulch directly after he had passed to take up his position as scout. In short, all he had room for in his head then was the one great thought, that for the present, thanks to the pony he had escaped, and for the minor piece of the easily grasped knowledge that the panting beast was toiling, literally climbing up a very steep and narrow rift in the side of the cliff. Where he was going and what he was to be at the end he could not tell. After a time the efforts of the pony grew less. It ceased to drag itself up as if forcing its hoofs into the crevices of the rock to climb foot by foot. The way was still steep, and the darkness so thick that for the time Chris could make nothing of the sides, but in the time the strip of the purply black sky gemmed with stars became wider, the edges not so ragged, and all at once it struck the boy that they were not climbing over stones, for the sound of hoofs was deadened. This lasted for a time, during which Chris began to breathe more easily as he looked about him and questioned himself as to where he was, while little by little the facts began to fit themselves, like the pieces of a puzzle which now seemed very simple, so that it only needed a fresh act on the part of the mustang to make all clear. Fully a couple of hours must have passed since the wild hunt in which he had been the quarry, but there it was all now, as the pony stopped suddenly, lowered its head and began to crop steadily with the sounds so familiar to the hearer to the soft grass down to which Chris now sprang to stand looking about him. "Of course," he said, "we must have climbed up here to what father called the tableland, and somewhere farther on, I suppose, we should come to the edge of the cliff and look down to the valley with the openings facing one. But not now," he said, with a shudder, as he thought of the perpendicular character of the cliff faces. "Yes, that's all clear now. The Indians must have come along here while I was going along the gulch, and soon after I had passed they got down and turned the other way around, making for the valley, and getting in perhaps before my people had secured all the stores and things. Oh, what have I done?" he cried bitterly. "Failed, horribly failed. How am I going to find out what happened since? Has there been a terrible fight? Can I go down and see?" "No, no, no," came three dreary answers. "Part of the Indians may be down there by the built-up cliffs. The others will be coming back soon. And what could I do in this darkness, with it far darker in the valley?" "If I only knew what has happened since," he said, with a groan full of despair as, dropping down upon the soft turf, half sitting, half kneeling, he gazed in the direction where he supposed the great hollow to be, listened to the crop, crop, crop of the grazing beast, and wondered how long it would be before the daylight came. It was long, a long and weary time, for there was no sleepy sensation now. Chris had his first taste of a very real danger. He could not hide from himself the knowledge that he had been quite near the end of all his bright, hopeful aspirations. The chase after him had been so savage that he had no faith in being made a well-treated prisoner. The Indians had been too ready and too fierce on their onslaught to show mercy, and there was a sickening feeling at his heart respecting what might have happened during his long absence. Perhaps they had attacked his friends directly after reaching the valley, and if so they had probably received such a lesson as explained their savage demonstration upon seeing him. "It will be all made clear," thought the boy, "as soon as the day comes." But all the same he did not feel at all confident about what he asserted, neither did he feel at all happy about himself. "How am I going to get back to the valley?" he said. "I suppose it would be easy enough to go down that steep slope into the gulch, but I should be sure to find some of the savages waiting for me there. And even if there were none, I don't suppose they'd all come after me. There were sure to be some left in their camp. What can I do?" he muttered. There is no other way in the valley. And what can I do alone?" He had seated himself in the darkness to watch the stars slowly seeming to pass from east to west, and as he said half aloud those words about being alone, he slowly fingered the revolver holster on one side of the belt and the hunting knife in its sheath, which done, he pulled at the strap which slung his rifle, and getting it round to the front he rested it upon the knees and began mechanically to examine the breech as if to make sure that he had cartridges in each barrel. They were there safe enough, and he closed the breech, and was about to drag the piece into its regular place again, but something struck him which made him to get the rifle back into the position, reopen the breech, and take out one of the cartridges, before opening his pouch and exchanging it for another. A curious sensation ran through the boy's frame as he did this. He felt uncomfortable, as if he were about to do something wrong. For the cartridge he withdrew was filled with number 6 shot, such as he would use for killing small birds, that they could use for their meals, while the one he inserted in its place contained a long conical bullet, and he knew he was not putting that ready in case he should encounter a bear. He would not own it to himself, he dreaded to think about it, but all the while he could not help feeling that it must be a duty to defend his own life, and certainly was one to try and protect his father's and his friends'. But Chris Lee was uncomfortable all the same, and tried hard to keep all such thoughts back, as he once more began to watch the stars and listen to the crop of the pony, which seemed to be reveling in the soft, dew-wet grass, whose pleasant odor rose to his nostrils as the animal kept on uttering the familiar blowing sound to drive away insects before nibbling off tufts and grinding them between its fine teeth. "Poor fellow," he said softly, "he saved my life." And then he remarked to himself upon its being strange that the mustang did not go far away from him, but evidently preferred grazing round and round as if it were pleasanter to keep close to its companion, man. It was a long, long time during which, without once feeling the want of the rest, Chris still watched the stars, before he uttered a sigh of relief, for they were certainly growing paler, and there was a faint suggestion of light just where he reflected the east would lie. Moreover, he was where he had hoped to find himself, and that was not far from the opposite the piece of terraced cliff, where he hoped that his friends might be. He went at once to the pony and led it with him, now moving very cautiously for fear of danger, towards the edge of the cliff, in the hope that as it grew lighter some one might catch sight of him, and wave him a signal that might take as a piece of advice. But it was still dark below, and he knew the folly of expecting to see any one looking up to where he stood, feeling in his heart that it was far more likely that they might be lying in wait for his return far away towards the entrance of the gully, ready to cover his retreat if he made an attempt to rush in. "But I can't," he said to himself dolefully. "It's impossible to get down there." He wanted to get close to the edge of the cliff, to stand above the ranges of cells facing those they had explored, but it was still too dark, for he knew not what rifts or precipitous places might score the tableland upon which he stood, and the day was coming so slowly, while he grew more impatient minute by minute. There were moments when he thought it would be unwise to expose himself on the top, for if there were Indians in the depression looking sharply about, according to their nature he would be showing that they could stand a better chance of hunting him down in the full light of the day. But if they did attempt such a thing he began wondering whether it would be possible to lead them a long chase, gradually working round till he could make a dash for the pouch and so join his friends. He could not help feeling that there was a little likelihood of this, and then his attention was taken up by the strengthening of the light away to his right, and he started with surprise to see that from a different point of view of course he could look upon the very spot where Wilton had caught sight of the Indians gazing down in the valley before drawing back and taking evidently a long round to reach the narrow ravine which had afforded him an outlet of escape. It was growing light now fast, as he stood holding his pony's rein, and he began to follow the track that the Indians must have taken from the head of the depression, now full in view, bearing round to his right until they reached the ravine up which he had come. He tried to make out where that might be, but it was darker there, and for some time, eager as he was to locate the spot for reasons connected with using it again as a means of escape, though in a reverse way, it was some time before he could make out where the gradual descent from the tableland began. But the reason was very simple. It was dim there, the eastern light could not touching that part, and for another reason he was not looking far enough away from the edge of the cliffs, by about a couple of miles. But as the day broadened, the day of escape was revealed in a manner which took his breath away. For there, clearly seen in the pale morning light, was the head of a long line of mounted men, the first half dozen in full view, the others diminishing in height slowly as they ascended the slope, 3/4, half, a quarter length, so that the last man's head alone was visible, and growing slowly as it seemed to be rising from the earth. "After us, old chap!" cried Chris bitterly to his pony. "Now then! Are you rested? It's going to be another ride for life." "Which way?" he almost groaned the next moment, as he looked wildly round. "Oh, why did we come to hunt for this wretched gold?" End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of the Pearl Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 41. Playing Frog. It seemed to Chris as if any attempt at hiding would be folly. For if he could see the enemy where the light was not so clear, he felt certain that the Indians must have seen him and the pony at once, standing up plainly against the brightening sky. "I don't know what to do," he said to himself as he sprang upon the pony's back, and felt better directly, for as the sturdy little animal began to move springily along, fresh vigor seemed to run through the boy's nerves, and he looked sharply round again. "There must be some way for us to escape," he cried aloud, "and they shall have a long gallop before they catch us." He paused for a few moments to look down into the valley and across at the towering up rows of broken openings on the other side of the depression, feeling the while that to stay anywhere near the edge of the precipice was only to hasten his surrender, for the distance from the edge to the level bottom of the valley seemed terrible, so giddy and full of horror for him who fell, that Chris literally wrenched his eyes away to sweep the horizon till he had made up his mind what was the most open and level part of the tableland to select for the wild gallop to come. "I did hope to have seen someone over yonder," he muttered bitterly, "but I suppose they are asleep and don't know what danger I am in. There, off with you, old lad," he cried aloud, shaking the rein. No, steady. It's going to be a long ride, and you mustn't be pumped out for hours to come. That's better. A nice, gentle canter. Well done. How light and easy you do go." It was as if the beautiful little animal understood its rider's words. It certainly did his caresses, for it snorted loudly, tossed up its head, and then bending it down with neck finely arched, it progressed in bound after bound, as if it were a joy to be cantering along that high level ground in the pure elastic air. Chris gave his mount another pat or two upon the neck, and then, settling himself in his saddle, he turned his head to watch the Indians. In an instant he had learned that not only could they see him, but they had grasped his intention as to the way in which he sought to escape, for directly after, 3 of them had darted out of the line and gone off at full speed, opening out the while with the evident intention of cutting off their victim. Chris was ready, and after riding a little way so as to give the enemy time, he suddenly bore upon his rein and changed his course. But as soon as this was seen, 3 more of the Indians started off to turn him away from the open country in that direction. Again Chris changed, each time increasing his speed, but in this and in the efforts which followed, the Indians grasped his ideas, and they galloped out to cut him off, till, after trial following trial, the fugitive found that his efforts to escape in that way could only result in tiring out his mustang, and so cleverly had the enemy maneuvered that they had cast, as it were, a line round him, a semicircle whose chord was the edge of the depression, towards which, when it pleased them and they felt certain, they could press him back, gradually contracting their line till he was completely in their power. Chris drew rein to sit watching the enemy for a few minutes, and breathing his mount while he decided as to what he must do. The decision was soon arrived at. There was the open country, with Indians dotted at intervals ready to close in, but all the same that was the only way of escape, for fully 20 sat like statues upon their horses across the open part which gradually contracted to form the jaws of the ravine down which she would have liked to turn. I must do it, thought the boy, and his mind was made up. The open country must be reached, and he prepared for action by taking his revolver out of the holster and holding it ready for a shot. And then gathering up his reins and pointing his pony's head for the very center of the line which hemmed him in, he went off at a canter straight for the open, picking out one man as his guide. The result was exactly what he expected, for as he increased his pace, the Indians to his right and left came galloping, evidently meaning to reach him just as he gained their line. Chris urged his pony on at full gallop, and there was a race, the enemy sweeping over the short level grass, concentrating themselves as it were upon their quarry, and beginning to yell and shout as they tore along. But Chris's movement was only a feint, and the next minute he had wheeled round, changing his direction to one parallel with the edge of the cliff, tearing along so that 2 of 3 of the Indians dashed past him, while as he neared the other, who was right in his way, he raised his revolver, waited till he was as close as he was likely to get, and then at intervals fired 3 shots, the little bullets whizzing through the clear morning air, and the last, to the boy's surprise and delight, finding its billet with a faint ping. He had only expected to startle and perhaps make his enemy turn tail, but to his utter astonishment the last man's pony stopped short, sending the rider over its head, and Chris tore on with the intention of passing through the line. It was a furious race now, for at intervals quite a dozen of the enemy were trailing along now to cut him off, and victory was bound to be to the most swift. But the enemy were clever enough not to trust the result of this race. For several hundreds of yards out, another line of horsemen were tearing over the plain, whirling their bows and spears over their heads, and using them mercilessly upon the flanks of their steeds. It was a good race, during which Chris's mustang proved its speed, going over the grass ventre terre, as the French call it, and to his delight the boy was able to pass round the farthest horseman, who strove vainly to head him as he made now for the open plain. The effort was vain, for the second line was closing in at full gallop, and seeing the hopelessness of repeating his first feint, Chris now urged his pony on again, parallel with the edge of the cliff, with some idea of riding round the end of the great depression so as to get to the far side, and then, trusting to the speed of his brave little mount, escaping there. But it was of no use. At first he began to feel hopeful, for he was going fast and getting well on toward the head of the valley, which after a gallop he finally reached. The open country beyond was before him. He was bending down again to reach forward and pat the pony's neck, shouting cheering words to it the while, when he suddenly became aware of the fact that right in front, and coming from quite a different direction, there was another party of the enemy, which no sooner caught sight of the chase than they increased their pace, spreading out in a line the while. Chris began to draw rein, slowly checking his pony's gallop to a canter, and then easing it down to a walk, for he had been gradually edged more and more towards the rim of the great depression, till there was not more than 100 yards between him and the precipitous descent, which presented an effectual barrier to all escape there. "They're too much for me," panted the boy breathlessly, and quite innocent of this naive way of expressing himself, for it never occurred to him how pitifully small his chances of escape had been in pitting himself, a mere lad, against nearly 100 of the active warriors of the plain. "But I'm not done yet," he muttered, as he pressed his pony's sides and cantered on towards where in one spot the smooth level gave place to a rugged patch where the ground was broken up and strewed with stones right to the edge of the precipice for about 100 yards before it became smooth and level again. As near as he could guess, he was leaving behind the spot where the Indians had been first seen, but that was only a passing thought. He was, as he had said, not done yet, and in those stones he saw shelter for himself and his mount, while he made a stand for a time in the hope that aid of some kind might come, or some turn of the tide occur in his favor. Full of this idea he cantered on, and reached the rugged patch of broken ground, his sinking spirits rising as he drew near, and found that it would give more shelter than he had hoped for, since no horseman could charge through it. In fact, as he reached the spot, he was obliged to let the pony pick its way in and out among pieces of rock 8 or 10 feet high, which looked as if they had been turned up, while among them there were shallow, shady rifts, and in one case quite a gash going deeply down and cutting right through the edge of the depression, being evidently the work of water that at some period or another in the world's history had run over the edge of the precipice in a cascade. But Chris was in no humor then for calculating the causes of this appearance, this roughening of the level plain. He did wonder that he had not noticed it from below, but there was no occasion for wonder, since the stone stood too far back from the edge to be visible to people 400 or 500 feet below. He only saw in the chaotic patch a place of sanctuary, and rode right in, to draw rein with his back to one of the largest blocks of stone, while others were between him and the advancing enemy. It was the merest chance, but a long search could not have discovered a better spot for the boy's temporary protection, and calling up the little knowledge he had picked up of the Indian's nature and habits, he set his teeth, and he let the rein fall upon his mount's neck, passing the sling of his rifle over his head, and drew round and opened his cartridge pouch. "Stand still, old chap," he said, and for the moment he thought of dismounting, resting the barrel of his piece across the saddle, and firing from there. But then the thought came that at any moment he might have to seize the opportunity to gallop off, while the minute expended in changing his position and mounting might make all the difference between escape and capture. And so he sat fast and waited, watching the approach of the Indians, who did not ride in at once, but treated him, after their experience of seeing one of their companions go down, as a dangerous enemy, one to be taken unaware, or after being rendered helpless. While, for his part, Chris sat firm as a rock, feeling fear, of course, but strung up by the sensation of being called upon to fight for his life. But he felt that it would not be long before the enemy took action, while there were moments when his heart seemed to sink with the heaviness of despair, as he fully realized how little he could do against so many. He was not kept waiting long after the Indians had closed up, for they stopped about 100 yards away, and then started off as if about to turn their horses in an elliptical course, starting off and riding round, each man as he passed the lad at a distance of some 50 yards, uttering a piercing war whoop with the evident intention of alarming their victim, who, however, sat patiently and apparently not alarmed in the least. These shouts were given as the whole body passed round and within range, and lasted till every man had shouted his defiant cry, while the lad sat fast, holding his fire. But at the second career something else was evidently on the way, and if possible Chris set his teeth harder, for as one man went by at a canter, he leaned over towards his left, raised the bow he held quickly with an arrow fitted on the string, and loosed it with a twang. It was aimed pretty straight, and loosed off just as the man was clearing one of the blocks of stone, against whose side the arrow glanced, and then whizzed by Chris's head and flew over the edge of the precipice to disappear in the depths below. Chris drew a deep sigh and raised his rifle, for it seemed to him that it was nearing the time when he must use it, for the Indians were riding in on the ellipse, and another man fitted an arrow to his bowstring, and as he rode by, loosed it off. A far better shot. There was no striking against rock for it to glance off, for the next moment it struck with a heavy thud in the pommel of Chris's saddle, and quivered there till the lad snapped it off. A loud yell rose from the cantering Indians as they saw the success of the shot, and as one of the next rode by, he sent his arrow whizzing by the boy's head, making him start nervously and raise his rifle to his shoulder. But nearly a minute elapsed before he fired and lowered his piece to thrust in a fresh cartridge, sitting half hidden by the smoke, which screened him from his enemies, at the same time that it hindered him from seeing the effect of his shot. As the smoke rose, it was only to show the party cantering by at an easy pace, and looking as if they were engaged in some trial of skill. And in spite of the peril in which he was placed, Chris's thoughts played a strange prank, suggesting to him the old fable of the boys and the frogs. "What is sport to you is death to us," he muttered bitterly, and aiming more carefully now, well in advance of one of the Indians, he drew trigger and wrenched himself on one side to avoid the smoke and watch the effect. The act worked in a two-edged way, for another arrow darted by him with a buzz like that of an angry hornet, at the same time that a yell arose, for he saw the man at whom he had fired trying to scramble up from the earth and falling again, while his horse, after throwing its rider, had reared up to stand pawing the air frantically for some moments before coming down on all fours and then tearing off at a full gallop as hard as it could set hoof to ground. There was a furious yell of rage at this, and a feeling of satisfaction thrilled through the boy's frame as his busy fingers opened and closed the breech of his rifle. But the triumph was only short-lived. Whiz! Thud! Another arrow was loosed off the string, striking the pony low down in the chest. The poor animal uttered a groan that was almost human in its tones, as it plunged and wrenched itself round to stand biting at the place where the arrow stuck out, snapping it in two, and nearly unseating its rider, as well as robbing him of the power to fire again, for his side was now towards the foe. Worse still, the pony's change of front presented the whole flank to the enemy, who responded with a yell of triumph by sending in a couple more arrows, both of which hit. In an instant the poor brute was erect upon its hind legs, overbalancing itself and falling backward, Chris saving himself by throwing himself sidewise, while as he scrambled up, holding on tightly to his rifle, he turned to fire, fully expecting that the Indians would dash in. But the muzzle of the presented rifle was too formidable for them. They knew its power, and they kept on cantering along, yelling with delight. Meanwhile the pony was kicking wildly and tearing at the turf as it lay upon its side. Chris did not attempt to fire, but obeyed the impulse of trying to get his mount to rise again, with the full intent of flinging himself upon its back and galloping in desperation through the enemy. 2 arrows whizzed by him, for his motion, consequent upon the pony's struggles and his efforts to avoid the poor brute's hoofs, was so rapid that he formed a bad butt for a galloping horseman, and so escaped for the moment. "Up, up, old chap!" he shouted, as he caught hold of the rein, and in obedience to the familiar voice, the brave little beast made a desperate effort, and gained its feet, uttering an almost human shriek. And then with a bound it threw up its head, nearly snatching the rein from its master's hand, plunging and kicking wildly. "Keep still! Whoa! Ho! Quiet!" cried Chris, but in vain, and doubtless fortunately for himself, for he was dragged here and there by the frantic steed, quite ignorant of the direction the pony's struggles led him, but always just out of the course of arrow after arrow, some of which flew wide, while others nearly grazed him, but not one hit. The thought that dominated all others now in Chris's mind was that he must let go. He had nearly been down twice. Then he had stumbled over one of the stones, which lay thickly here and there. The pony's hoof grazed his side, as, mad with rage and pain, it tore away from him, giving a sudden snatch in its effort to get free from the rein Chris had twisted round his hand. For the moment the boy felt that his shoulder was dislocated. Then he knew that he had lost his foothold and was being dragged over the ground, and the very next moment, as a terrific yell smote his ears, it seemed to be cut off short and to sound distant, for he was falling through the air to strike somewhere heavily, roll over, and feel that he was gliding down amidst stones and loosened earth. And then he was checked again, hanging as it were for a moment before commencing another slide, shorter than the last, for he was brought up with a sharp shock against a stone to which he clung, just as he heard a dull crash somewhere beneath him, and the sound of hoofs tearing at stones, which kept on clattering down in an avalanche to keep up a loud, heavy, rattling noise, but all far below. In spite of all this horrible excitement and confusion, Chris's brain was clear enough. His left arm felt useless, and his shoulder throbbed, but he was quite conscious that his head was not injured, and perfectly well aware that he had stuck to the rein till the unfortunate pony had dragged him to the edge of the precipice at the head of the valley, and then, mad with pain, gone over to be lying somewhere below. But not dead yet, for every now and then the sound of the poor beast's hoofs came up, striking at loose stones, and sending more and more clattering down into the valley. And then for a few moments the boy turned sick, and loosing his hold of his gun, which lay half under him, he clung with all his might to the stone which had checked his further downward progress. For the new thought which had attacked him was that, if he did not hold fast, he would fall down the dizzy height into the black darkness of the end. As he lay there, clinging with all his might, he was conscious of a wild gabble of voices in an unknown tongue somewhere above him. And then, as if out of a mist, a stone fell, struck that to which he clung, and glanced off to be heard no more. But another small stone came rattling down in company with some earth, and opening his eyes, he found himself staring upward at the edge of the cliff and the narrow, earthy and stony cleft down which he had fallen, recognizing it even then as the probable bed of the torrent that had at some time or other flowed over the riven cliff to plunge into the depths below. The loud talking right above cleared away the last of the giddy feeling of faintness, but only for him to be face to face with a fresh horror, for all at once another arrow whizzed by, but yards away, and looking up he could see the head of an Indian whose eyes glistened in the sunshine as he peered down, as if to look for the effect of the arrow he had dispatched. Then another head appeared, and the talking increased. Men were shouting, and apparently the shouts were orders, and more heads appeared. Stones and earth crumbled down too, and another arrow whizzed by and struck somewhere near, but it did not seem to come straight down, while another sent directly after evidently came from away to his right. "They can't reach over far enough to get a good aim at me," thought Chris then, with a strange sense of resignation to the inevitable, making him feel calm and patient in his utter helplessness. He could hear the pony strike out again, and the stones, the poor beast this large, go clattering down, and then there was a peculiar rushing sound, and small broken pieces and earth began to fall near him, making him strain his eyes once more to see whence they came. He knew the next moment, for a shout reached his ears, coming from above, and the legs of an Indian passed into sight, and then the whole of his body, as more stones crumbled down, and as the boy watched, he made out plainly enough that one of his enemies had lowered himself down, crept sidewise, and had just reached a ledge far above him and a little to one side, where he was busy settling himself in a sitting position before drawing his bow from his back and proceeding to fit an arrow to the string. The look of triumph in the man's painted face was clear enough in the bright morning air. His teeth glistened as he smiled, and Chris clung, still not daring to move, but ready to smile as the thought occurred even then, "Why shouldn't I let go and fall so as to disappoint this malicious savage of his attempt to slay?" But it was all like a terrible waking dream to Chris, who lay there conscious of the fact that several of the men's comrades were peering over the edge of the cliff, watching his efforts, and now waiting to see the successful shot. It seemed a long time after the nock of the arrow was fitted to the sinew string, before, setting his feet against the stone and his back firmly against the perpendicular at the back of the shelf he had gained, the Indian fixed his eyes on his victim and deliberately drew the arrow to the head. But the effort made in a very critical position caused one foot to slip a little, and slackening the string, the savage shifted his foot, and as soon as he had satisfied himself that he was not likely to slip and plunge headlong down into the valley, he drew the arrow to the head again. But once more, as with starting eyes, Chris watched for the loosing of the shaft. There was a check in the proceedings, for after lying quite still for some minutes, the pony uttered a loud neigh and began to kick and paw at the stones amongst which he lay, sending a fresh avalanche down into the valley. The Indian started like a wild beast at the sound, and his sharp eyes were turned to gaze downward as he reached out a little. But apparently satisfied that the sound was not the prelude to an attack, he once more settled himself down, and quickly now, in response to a shout from the Indians above him, drew his arrow to the head. Chris tried to close his eyes, but his nerves and muscles were rigid as the bow twanged, and he noted that the arrow passed like a flash high up above his head, as he saw the savage spring up, standing on the ledge, clap his hand to his breast, and curving himself backward as his knees bent, fall outward and come down to strike the side of the cliff a couple of dozen yards away, level with the stone to which his intended victim clung. Then he bounded off to descend swiftly, drawing himself up like a ball, and pass out of sight, but only to fall with a sickening crash not far from where a little puff of smoke had darted out in the bottom of the valley, to be followed by a sharp crack which echoed from the cliffs and re-echoed twice, to mingle with a chorus of yells from the edge where a score of Indians stood peering over to try and see where their companion had struck. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 42. How to Turn Round. There was another puff of smoke, and another, followed by their cracks and echoes. A few moments' pause, and two more, with the result that every Indian on the ledge disappeared, two of them falling prone to lie motionless, the others to hurry to where their companions held the reins that had been passed to them. Chris saw nothing of this, but at every report coming from down in the depression his heart leaped, knowing as he did that the sharp cracks were the reports of rifles, and that these could only be fired by his friends. From clinging there, half-stunned and perfectly inert, he felt a thrill of energy begin to move within him, a thrill which became a spasm, as all at once he saw something moving that looked like an animal crawling over the edge of the cliff, about 50 feet diagonally away from where he lay. As the object passed from behind some intervening trees, he could see plainly enough that it was an Indian grasping a bow, and the top of his quiver could be seen above his shoulder. Chris was alert now, and grasped the fact that this was another of the enemy making his way down to a big patch of pensile growth, which would afford him cover from whence he could direct his arrows, either at his watcher or at those who had fired upward from the valley. Could I, he asked himself, with the desire for life once more throbbing strongly in his veins. He began to prove his position. He had lain clinging with all his might to that stone ever since he had fallen, in the full belief that if he had slackened his hold he would glide off into the depths and fall to the bottom. But as in his calmer frame of mind he began to test this, he found that loosening his desperate grasp made no difference, that where he lay was fairly level, and that he was safe enough so long as he could retain his nerve. His left arm ached violently, but there was nothing the matter with his right, and to his great satisfaction his rifle was beside him, with pouch, pistol, and hunting knife. He began to examine his rifle lock, and found all was right there, and that by moving a little he could place the stone between himself and his enemy, so that he would not only have a breastwork over which to fire, but a protection to turn aside arrows sent for his destruction. He turned cautiously aside, for he felt that cunning eyes might be watching him. But in spite of the caution, he could not evade the quick glance of the watching enemy. Chris grasped the fact, and quick as thought, as his rifle now rested upon the top of the stone, brought the sight to bear upon the Indian. It was to save his life, he knew, for his enemy was as quick in his movements as he, with the result that a well-aimed arrow flashed across the intervening distance like a ray of light, which was quenched in the puff of white smoke which darted from the boy's rifle. Then, simultaneously with the report, there was a sharp click, and the tough reed-like piece of wood glanced away, diverted from the object at which it was aimed, while as Chris peered with starting eyes over the top of the stone which had saved him from a grievous wound, if not from death, he saw beneath the smoke which floated upwards another of the Indians rolling over 3 or 4 times before descending into the depths below with ever-gathering speed. There was another chorus of yells from overhead, and though he could not see them, Chris felt assured that the enemy were raging about the top of the cliff, seeking to send arrows at him, and he had additional proof of this being a fact, for crack, 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 4 reports came from below, with what effect he could not tell, but it seemed certain that his friends had fired at the enemy, whose yelling ceased, a strange and terrible silence succeeding the cries. Chris reloaded his empty barrel and looked sharply in several directions, mostly in that from which danger had shown itself, and with the full intention of firing at the first enemy who tried to reach the spot which commanded his resting place. But the silence continued, and there was no sign of a renewed attack. Then all at once there was a fresh beating of the ponies' hoofs from below, where everything was hidden. This was followed by a sharp scrambling sound, and again by a tremendous rush, as of earth and stone sliding down for a while before reaching the bottom with a crash. "My poor nag," groaned Chris, and in imagination he saw the crushed and bleeding body of that sturdy little steed lying motionless amidst the heap of stones. The fancy was so horribly vivid that he shivered as if from a cold wind passing over him, while all the time he was bathed with perspiration. The old dread of slipping from the narrow ledge upon which he lay came back, and with a terrible feeling of despair he waited for the moment when he would again be falling swiftly through the air to share the fate of his mount. He had just reached this point when, sounding rather faint and distant but perfectly clear, he heard a familiar voice calling him by name. But in his state of painful agitation he could make no reply, only lie motionless and ready to ask himself whether he had not conjured up the call himself. But it was no fancy. It was his father's voice, sounding as if sent forth with a great effort between hands held on either side of the speaker's lips. "Chris, Chris!" And perfectly clearly now a repetition of the words in a husky whisper from somewhere close at hand. The Indians were above him, he knew, and it was like telling them exactly where he lay, but the boy felt that at all risks he must reply, and bending over a little so as to direct his voice downwards, he shouted, "Ahoy, here! Ahoy, here!" The softly whispered echo of the cry, not from close at hand, but from the face of the cliff far away. But there was another and more ominous sound, or rather burst of sounds, at this, for a chorus of savage yells arose from the top of the cliff above him, and he knew that the Indians must have exposed themselves once more, for a couple of shots rang out from below, raising strange echoes from the end of the valley, and once more there was the terrible silence in which Chris crouched hopelessly, for more than ever now he felt the crux in which he was placed. To attempt to move was to fall or expose himself to the arrows waiting for him on the top of the cliff. The next minute the black cloud of hopelessness seemed to be cut by the voice which came up out of the depths, the voice that told him his friends were watching and waiting, as he felt it must be the case, to fire at the first Indian who showed himself above the top of the cliff. "Chris!" so low and distant but so clear. "Chris!" "Ahoy, cooey!" shouted the boy downward and from between his hands. This time there was no answering yell, and Chris listened to the words that came up, sending a thrill of joy through him, but at the same time a strange tremor of fear. "Can you hear?" came now. "Yes." "Then listen," came with a very slow emphasis. "You must creep. Gully. Lower self down." Chris was silent as he sat staring down, as it seemed into nothing but the clear air, for the stone to which he had clung projected from the cliff face, just as the parts above him overhung as if about to fall. "Here," came from below, The single word was so sharp and imperative that the boy replied at once, shouting the one word, "Can't!" And then, as if ashamed of himself for so shrinking a reply, he alluded to one only of the dangers which hemmed him in by crying out, "Indians!" Chris's heart leaped again, and hope grew brighter, for he more fully grasped his situation from the next words that came, though he had pretty well understood it before. "Dare not show!" But the words had hardly been uttered before Chris felt that he knew more than his friends, for his strained and wandering eyes, which shrank from gazing down into the awful depths below, suddenly became aware of a slight movement among the pensile growth between the summit and the spot from which the Indians had shot at him. He was in doubt for a few moments, and he held his breath as he cautiously brought his rifle to bear upon that hanging bush. But it did not stir, and it seemed evident that he had only imagined the danger. He had held his breath painfully while he watched, and now, feeling that he was wrong and must say something to those below, he breathed again freely and was about to speak when his heart seemed to stand still again, for one swinging bough was slightly agitated and pressed aside, showing the glistening copper-hued skin of an Indian's shoulder, with the strap of a quiver sling plainly in view. The man was evidently crawling like a short, thick serpent to reach a spot from which he could shoot. But it was not to be, for covering the Indian's side, the boy waited a full minute to see if a better opportunity presented itself, and it came. For after lying perfectly still for a while, the man raised himself a little as if to clear something in his way, and then gave a spasmodic jerk, rolled over sidewise, and came gliding out from beneath the hanging growth to fall like those who had gone before. How horrible, thought Chris with a shudder, as he recharged the barrel he had just fired, and then bitterly, more horrible for poor father if it had been Chris Lee. The excitement of this fresh attempt to reach him roused him to try whether he could not obey the order that had been shouted from below, while the needed spur was now applied in the shape of one word which rose up perfectly clear: "Try!" The boy's answer took the form of obedience. Glancing upward to see that he was quite hidden, and again at the ledge from which the arrows had come, Chris passed his rifle sling over his head and one shoulder, got the piece well over his back, and flattening himself down upon his chest, edged himself along to get his head a little beyond the stone of shelter, so that he could look down, when he turned icy with the shiver that ran up his spine, for he was gazing down a perpendicular portion of the cliff face to a patch of bushes fully 200 feet below. "Oh, it's impossible!" he cried, but as he uttered the words once more the command came up, "Try!" "Ah, he doesn't know," groaned the boy despairingly, as he shrank shivering back to his old position to lie still for a minute, feeling the palms of his hands grow wet. But the sound of that word "try" seemed to be echoing on his ear, and thrusting himself more away from the edge of the shelf over which he had peered, he wrenched his head round to see whether there was any possible ledge or slope on the other side of the stone where he had looked before, and had seen, as it were, that it projected right out. Once more his heart seemed to leap, for as he looked, after backing a little more, he could see that his feet rested on a ledge formed by one band of the shale, projecting about a foot beyond that above, while 2 yards or so beyond this ledge was broken sharply away. What was beyond he could not see, but the ledge was certainly safer than the spot he occupied, there being room for him to lie down, and better still, he could see that he would be better screened from any attack made from the ledge or the clump of bushes, the stone and an angle of the cliff being between the ledge and the dangerous foes. It was a case of its being only the first step that costs. Chris had begun to try, and forcing himself backward along the ledge inch by inch, he soon had the satisfaction of feeling that he was more hidden from the danger of being shot at than he expected, while the cliff wall at whose foot he lay completely screened him from above. There was a hopefulness about this, a feeling of being rewarded for his effort to try, which nerved the boy to continue in spite of the difficulties attending his backward progress, and the way in which his rifle caught against the wall, and his having to stop again and again to readjust the holster of his revolver, which kept on slipping round. "This going backward is horrible," he said to himself at last, as he paused rather out of breath to look anxiously about him, but felt in better heart upon again seeing how thoroughly he was screened from the Indians. The danger was not there, and he had nothing to mind on one side where the rock wall went right up, probably to the tableland above, which, for aught he knew to the contrary, might come right to the edge of the mass of earth and stone. That which he had to fear was the horrible vacancy on his left, over which, had he cared to, he could have stretched out his hand. But though more than once tempted to do so, he shrank from it with a shudder. "But I must do something," he thought. "I can't go on backwards like this." He waited a little while to let his breath come and go more easily, and while he lay there resting upon his chest, he thought. He reasoned with himself in a kind of argument, and appealed to his common sense. "This natural shelf," he said, "is about a foot wide, and if it were only just above the ground, I should not feel not the slightest nervousness, but be ready to stand up and run along it, instead of creeping back like a worm. Suppose it does go down hundreds of feet, what then? There's just as much room, and it only wants pluck. If I couldn't run along it, I might walk steadily. I will." But he did not begin. The horror of that great unknown depth was too hard to master. But he raised himself slowly on all fours to see if he could not turn himself round so as to crawl the rest of the way head first instead of feet. It seemed very simple, but at the first trial his rifle caught tightly, and he was attacked by a sensation as of something thrusting at him hard, so that he closed his eyes and remained for some seconds with his head projecting over the edge of the shelf before he shuffled himself back into his former position, and then lay panting till the breathlessness that had attacked him had passed away, leaving a sensation of anger against himself for his want of firmness. "Oh, it's cowardly," he muttered fiercely. "I can't go on backwards, and I must and will do it. But how?" He thought more calmly at last, and it seemed plain enough. All he had to do, it seemed, was to take fast hold of some projection in the rock, so as to steady himself, and then... No, that wouldn't do. "I see," he panted the next minute. "Turn over on my back. But is there room?" This required a good deal of anxious thought, for failure meant plunging down at once into the depths below. "There must be room enough," he panted, "if I keep on edging myself close to this great wall of rock." He hesitated no longer, but setting his teeth hard, and moving by inches, and battling with the hindrances offered by the weapons he carried, he wrenched himself round till he lay flat on his back, gazing upward calmly enough, in spite of one terrible half-minute he had passed, when it seemed to him that his rifle was acting as a lever to thrust him right off. "But that was only fancy," he said to himself now that the danger was past, "and all I have got to do is to take hold tightly of the rock with my right hand, and of some block or projection in this wall with my left, let my legs glide over the edge and sit up. It only means my legs swinging over the gulf. Then I can get onto my hands and my knees and go forward easily enough, while my rifle won't be in the way. Only means my legs swinging over the gulf," said Chris again, and this time aloud in a peevish low voice. "Only! Oh, I can't do it," he groaned, and then breathlessly, and without giving himself an opportunity to shrink, he said aloud, "I will." The next minute he had begun making the effort, seizing the edge of the rock and reaching up overhead to feel about till his fingers sank into a crevice, and then, panting heavily, he made one brave effort, holding on tightly and letting his legs glide over, while he stiffly raised himself up, moving as it were upon a pivot, that pivot being the base of his spine. "There!" he cried triumphantly, as the result of his effort was that he was sitting upright on the ledge, with his feet in the air, but not swinging, for he pressed his heels hard against the rock beneath him as he glanced sidewise to think of how he was going to make his next movement. "Chris, ahoy, Chris!" came faintly from below, and at the same moment there was a sharp crack, and the ledge upon which he was sitting gave way, dropping down with its burden many feet on either side of him, parting clean from the wall of rock, just as if it had been riven off by some mighty wedge. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 43. A Welcome Word. Chris's lips parted for a cry to escape, but his teeth remained fast set, and there was not a sound for the moment. He was conscious of dropping rapidly down without the slightest change in his position, and then there was a dull, heavy shock when the apparent solid piece of ledge, after being exposed to the atmosphere for ages, crumbled into dust and went on downward with a curious whispering rush along a steep slope instead of over a perpendicular wall. Choking with the dust which arose, rolled over, and half blinded, Chris was stunned by the confusion of the rush. For how long he could not tell, and then there was a sudden stoppage, and he lay half buried in the debris of the little earthen avalanche. For a few moments the lad was too much stunned to attempt to move, and lay motionless, trying to pierce the thick dust which closed him in. Then the horror and dread of his position came upon him with terrible force, and he began to struggle violently, increasing the dust, but getting first one arm and then the other free. Then matters grew more easy. He dragged himself sidewise, and shovelfuls of the debris dropped from his hips, while he could feel that his legs were looser. Then another desperate struggle, and he was on the outside of the sloping heap, but only to set the surface in motion again, and roll and glide down, and over once more, till he was brought up short in the narrowest part of a wedge-shaped mountain cleft, to begin struggling again, trampling as if rapidly ascending stairs, to avoid being buried by the gliding rubbish still in motion and filling up the bottom of the rift. The dust was forming a cloud, but it was floating away, leaving the bare sides of the cleft clear enough for him to see far above him, where the ledge ran horizontally along the side of a huge wall. And the change in color showed him where what seemed to be quite a small portion had dropped away. Chris's next effort was to free himself over and move his limbs, which felt sore and ached, but he soon found that he was not hurt, and began to try and realize his position. As far as he could make out, he was in a rift of the valley. Walls almost completely shut him in on 3 sides, and nearly so on the 4th. But here there was light, bright light, coming through a lightning-shaped, enormous crack, which zigzagged downward from a great height, and whose depth below he could not trace. The position would have been enough to confuse a man at any time, but now after the fall it was tenfold more puzzling than it would have been to one trying to ascend the rock face. But Chris soon came to the determination that the open valley must be out beyond the zigzag rift, and shaking himself clear of the rubbish which adhered to his garments, he felt that his weapons were all right, and then began to make his way over the fallen stones and earth to the great crack. "I must be a long way down the cliff," thought the lad, "but it's wonderful that I'm not hurt. More," he added that after a pause, for a feeling of stiffness and pain began to trouble him. With the pain, the remembrance of the Indians began to come back from where it had been driven, and instinctively drawing round his rifle, he looked upward, but the edge of the cliff was not visible from where he stood, and there was no fierce-looking warrior upon any ledge, drawing his bow to send an arrow whizzing through the air. But all the same, Chris instinctively hastened his steps over the yielding debris, seeing as he did that once inside the zigzag rift he would be sheltered from any such danger as that. The next minute he had left the heaped-up earth and shale, to begin climbing over blocks of hard stone which filled up the bottom of the rift, finding the way difficult, even painful, with the light a very short distance in front, but with jagged masses hanging threateningly overhead and looking as if a touch would bring them thundering down. It was only fancy, though, for they would be immovable until the water that the boy now heard trickling softly amongst the stones far beneath his feet had gone on doing its insidious mining, perhaps for ages, for the zigzag rift was composed of massive stone. "Oh, if I could only get some of that water," thought Chris, as he now heard the soft musical trickle which roused within him a parching feeling of thirst. But it was far out of reach, save to some burrowing animal, which might have felt no compunction about making its way down through the crevices of the fallen blocks, over which Chris continued to stumble, till all at once he dragged himself through a narrow opening between the two sides of the rift, to find that he could look diagonally across the valley at the openings and terraces far away, but evidently those which would be the unexplored portions of the rock city opposite the places they had examined. "Hurrah!" he cried, as the light seemed to flash into his spirit and give him strength, for a shot rang out from somewhere to his right. He knew it must have come from there, for the echo came from beyond the opening on his left. Then there was another and another to awaken the echoes, followed by silence, during which he waited for a fresh signal. It came at last, but very faint and distant, and though he shouted several times over, there was no reply. "It's of no use to wait," muttered Chris. "They can't hear, and if they did they couldn't help me. I must help myself." Feeling this strongly, he climbed a little farther, to find that he was at the edge of the zigzag rift, which, as far as he could make out, clove the face of the cliff from a great height up to far below him, and to damp his spirits the fact was clearly before him that he could go no farther outward, for there was no fancy here. He was at the edge of a genuine precipice, and if there was any escape it must be by descending. He stepped back a little way and reached where the stones were piled up roughly, partially filling up the rift, and by using care he was able to descend from block to block, with the water keeping up its musical tinkle far below. "Why, it must be making its way out into the valley," he thought, "and if I can follow it I may be able to get out where it falls." "But we saw no falls," he said, after a few minutes' thought. "But then we never came quite to this end of the place, and only saw it from a distance. Let's see, water keeps going down and down, and if I can keep on close by it, it's sure to lead one right into the valley, which looked as if it was completely closed at the upper end." "So it is," Chris added, with a pitiful little laugh. "The Indians couldn't get down. Those who were shot did, and so did I, but only after 2 awful tumbles. Why, it must be a wonder that I'm alive, but it killed my poor nag." Chris did not talk to himself, but his brain was very active, and he wondered a good deal why it was, as he kept on threading his way over and under stones, with the water acting as guide, why it was that he heard no more calls. "It must be," he thought, "that they are quite behind me. Well, I'm making my way across the end of the valley, so that I shall come out somewhere near the opposite side, if I ever do get out, for the place gets narrower and darker the farther I go." Chris had good cause to complain, for from climbing over blocks of stone he had to begin creeping under and between pieces so closely set that there were times when he was ready to give up in despair. And at last the end of his journey seemed to have arrived, for he was brought up short at the mouth of a cavern-like place, where the sound of trickling water grew louder and was accompanied by a peculiar whispering echo, sounding horribly strange and mysterious, coming as it did out of the black darkness. It took a strong effort to enter the place, but the lad had grown desperate. He was conscious that whatever difficulty there was to encounter, he must face it, so bending down and feeling his way by the rough, rocky wall, he stepped on very slowly and cautiously, for the flooring of the cavern-like place was of loose stones, beneath which he could hear the water running faster, as if nearing its exit. And he knew that if he could not find the opening where the spring ran into the valley, he would come back, for the hidden stream would still be his guide. He had just comforted himself with this thought, a most welcome one where all was black, when it seemed to him that there was a dull suggestion of light not far ahead, and he took a few more cautious steps, with his hands telling him startling news, for he found that the roof was rapidly getting lower, and a few yards farther he had to stoop. But it was lighter, and hence it was that a little farther on he did not hesitate to crawl, while before he had progressed many feet farther he had to drag himself over the rough stones, which vibrated now from the water flowing about their bases. And then, as he dragged himself out into the full light of day, it was into the rocky channel of a stream, where the water, that must at some time have rushed out as a heavy fall, smoothing the stones on either side, was now invisible, descending as it did for about 50 feet into the valley amongst the rocks, and plunging mole-like deep down beneath the surface, as if shunning the light of day. "Ha!" sighed the lad, as he stood upright and breathed deeply of the soft, pure air, for his difficulties seemed to be at an end, nothing remaining for him to do but lower himself down amongst the rocks from the rough ledge upon which he was perched, when his heart leaped at the sound of a familiar voice hailing him with a cheery "Ahoy!" End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of the Peril Finders by George Fenn. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sarah Hanna. Open Air Surgery. "Griggs!" shouted Chris excitedly. "Why, there you are. The doctor's gone the other way to see if he could find a gully by which he could climb up to try and find you. I came this way. Same purpose, and I've got all the luck. Take care! Mind! These stones are slippery." "Yes, all mine," said Chris, as he descended the rocks backwards. "This is nothing, but hadn't you better run and tell father you found me?" "Nay, I'm not going to brag. I didn't find you. You seem to have found me. Then you haven't broken your neck?" "No." "How many legs are snapped?" "None," said Chris, who threatened to break one directly, so reckless was his progress. "Arms, then?" "I'm all right, I tell you, only a bit knocked about. But where's Ned?" "Along with his father on the upper terrace, giving the Indians a bit of shot now and then to keep them from coming up after the mules." "But can they do it alone?" "Oh, yes. The brutes are sad cowards and don't like powder and shot at all." "There!" cried Chris, leaping to earth and coming close to the American. "Now then, I want to join father." "That's soon done," said Griggs, "but keep an eye up towards the top yonder, and wear arrows." "Yes, I know," said Chris excitedly. "Of course you do, but they'll be pretty shy of showing themselves now, after our bit of shooting." "Walk quicker," said Chris. "But tell me, how did the enemy attack you?" "That's what we want you to tell us, lad. When they began we were afraid they had got you. How did it all happen?" Chris explained in a few words, and then began questioning, to learn how those he had left behind were nearly taken by surprise. But their preparations proved too perfect, and a few shots had driven the Indians back. "Spoiled our night's rest, though," said Griggs dryly, "for there was no sleep for fear of the redskins stealing by us in the dark and driving off the cattle." "Ah," said Chris with a sigh, "my poor mustang." "Poor brute, yes," said Griggs. "It was 1,000 pities. I liked that pony. He made me jealous of you." "Don't talk about him," said Chris quickly. "I tried so hard to save him." "You did, my lad, you did." "How did you know?" said Chris, staring. "How do I know? Why, didn't I tell you the redskins spoiled our night's rest?" "Yes." "Well, that means we were all wide awake at daybreak." "Then you saw all?" cried Chris. "Why, certainly. Ned had the glass and was telescoping in all directions up and down the valley, looking out for squalls, when he suddenly made us all jump nearly out of our skins for joy by shouting out, 'There's Chris!'" "And then you saw all that happened?" "To be sure we did," said Griggs. "Everything, and precious unpleasant some of it was. It brought us into action pretty soon, though, making us hurry up towards the head of the valley here on the chance of getting a good shot or two in amongst our savage friends." Chris turned round and looked the American full in the face, but without speaking. "Well, what's the matter, lad? Smudge you with gunpowder?" "Oh, I've had no time to wash this morning." "Griggs," cried Chris excitedly, "who was it fired that shot?" "Which one, lad? We sent a good many flying." "You know what I mean." "Yes, who was firing? Your father, of course." "You're prevaricating, Griggs," cried Chris huskily. "Tell me at once who fired the shot." "Which one? We tumbled 2 or 3 or more of the enemy down. So did you. I heard your rifle crack and saw them come off the cliff." "No nonsense, Griggs. You know what I mean. I say, who fired that shot?" "And I say, which one? There were so many." "The one that saved my life." "Oh, I see," cried the American. "That one. Well, I think it was either me or the doctor, but we were in such a state of excitement that it's doubtful." "There, I was sure of it from the first," cried Chris, holding out his hand. "It was you, Griggs." I don't say it was, and I don't say it wasn't, my lad, said the American, turning away carelessly as if not seeing the extended hand. But look here, it was bad enough for you, that set to with the redskins. But it was all excitement and action. You had no time to think. It was 100 times worse for us down below here. Indeed? Said Chris half mockingly. Yes, indeed. I tell you, my lad, I never passed such a bad half hour before in my life. We could see every movement, except when you galloped out of sight. It all stood out like a picture against the clear morning sky, while there we were nearly all the time, afraid to shoot because we were more likely to hit you than the enemy. My word, I felt bad enough, but it was just horrible for the doctor. Poor father, said Chris. You may well say that, my lad. Perhaps you don't know it, but he thinks a deal of you, my lad. Well, of course, cried Chris. Very foolish of him, I suppose, but then he didn't know you so well as I do. He's prejudiced, you see. I suppose so, said Chris. My word, he did take on when he saw the Mustang come over the cliff and drag you after it. Don't talk about it, cried Chris with a shudder. Why not? I think it was very fine now. We were a bit worried at first, and the doctor couldn't shoot at all for some time, but as soon as we heard you begin to pop and the redskins came down, we nearly went mad with joy. I saw, though he didn't say much out loud, but I just caught sight of his lips moving now and then, and the way he shot afterwards. I don't believe he made a miss. I say, the redskins were soon tired of showing their faces over the edge of the cliff. But my word, Chris, lad, you had a narrow escape. Several, said Chris, smiling. Ah, yes. You ought to have been killed with the arrows. Ought I? Yes, that you ought. Those fellows shoot very straight, and send those thin splints of wood with tremendous force. They do, sighed Chris. My poor Mustang. Ah, poor plucky little thing, he nearly killed you too. In his agony, poor creature, he was shot savagely. Ah, yes, seems rather hard on him, a horse to be shot by means of a horse. I don't understand you, said Chris, staring. No? Don't you know what some of their bows are? Oh, you mean the strings, made out of twisted gut, perhaps? That's quite right, my lad, but not what I meant. I meant the bows themselves. Some very tough wood, I suppose, like the yew with which the English used to make bows. Nay, lots of them are made of horses' or buffalo's ribs. They're handy and short and tough. You know with what a wing they can send an arrow. I didn't know that, said Chris thoughtfully. Didn't you now? Said Griggs mockingly. I shouldn't wonder if there are 2 or 3 more things that you haven't found out yet. But as I was saying, you ought to have been a dead one over that job, Squire. The redskins meant you, but they got the worst of it, I say, though I could teach you a many things. Well, you have taught me many things in shooting and fishing and hunting. Well, yes, a few, said the American coolly, but they're just about nothing to what you could teach me. I? Cried Chris, staring at him in wonder. Why could I teach you that you don't know? How to tumble over a cliff like that without doing yourself any worse damage than making a few scratches, tearing your jacket, and getting yourself full of dust. They had been tramping together across the head of the valley as they talked about their experiences, with Chris keeping a keen lookout ahead for the first glimpse of his father, and giving an occasional look up towards the edge of the cliff, which he noted was wonderfully broken up into hollows and prominences, rifts and gorges that had been invisible from a distance, and all overhung by a level band of apparently impassable rock. But during the last few minutes of their chat, they had been so deeply interested that neither had glanced upward to their right, and the first warning they had of danger was given in a quick, sharp shout in the doctor's familiar voice. "Ah, look out!" he cried, and followed up his words by firing. But before the bullet left his rifle, Chris heard a loud whirring, and saw his companion start violently before stooping down a few yards away to pick up a little arrow from where it had stuck in the ground. "That's not bad shooting," said Griggs coolly. "Hit 'em, doctor?" "Yes," said the latter, hurrying up to catch Chris's hands. My boy," he cried in a choking voice which prevented him from saying more. But he seemed to give himself a wrench directly after, to speak out plainly and with decision. "You must keep a sharper lookout, Griggs," he cried. "You forget that we are within range of their arrows." "I shall remember in future, Doctor," said the American dryly. "Did that arrow touch you?" said the doctor anxiously. "Went right through the leg of my boot, sir," said Griggs coolly. "But it did not graze you. Why, man, you're bleeding fast." "Oh, it's nothing, sir," said the man. "How do you know?" cried the doctor. "Here, let's get behind that stone. They can't touch us there." Griggs walked firmly enough half the distance to the shelter sought for, but he limped the rest of the way and was ready enough to sit down behind the rock and let the doctor go on one knee to carefully draw up the blood-stained bottom of the man's trousers just above where it was thrust into the high boot. "Ha!" said the doctor. "Only a clean little cut in the flesh. I'll put a stitch or two in it. Why, it's as clean as if done with a knife." The doctor had laid his rifle ready to hand, and was busy at once opening a pocketbook containing the necessaries he required. But first of all he pulled round the bottle slung over his shoulder and carefully washed the diagonal cut. "You don't think there's poison in it, do you, doctor?" said the American with a look of amusement. "Any form of dirt is poison to a wound," said the doctor, drying the place, and then, after deftly drawing the edges of the wound together, cutting some strips of plaster with the bright scissors ready and applying them to keep all protected from the air. "Hurt much?" he said as he worked away, Chris watching the while as if taking a lesson. "Well, yes, I won't say I don't, doctor, but not worse than I feel somewhere else. I say, though, hadn't we better make haste back to the fort?" "Yes, you feel faint, don't you?" "Horribly," said Griggs, giving Chris a comical look. "Let's go, then. Put your foot as lightly as you can to the ground and lean on me. We must get out of bowshot as quickly as we can." "Tchah! Only my nonsense, doctor," said Griggs cheerily. "My faintness is the same as Squire's here. We want our breakfast horribly." "Oh," cried the doctor, smiling, "I was afraid it was from your wound. I don't wonder that you are faint, Chris. But one moment, boy, do you think the Indians can lower themselves down over the edge of the cliff?" "No, father. Not unless they are ready to drop as I did." "How far?" "Can't tell," said Chris with an involuntary shudder. "It was rather horrible. And I wonder I wasn't killed." "And I wonder too," said the doctor solemnly. "I don't think that they will dare to descend in the daytime, for they will be afraid that we are waiting to fire at all who show. So come on. Are you sure you can walk, Griggs?" "Walk, sir? I should like to run." "But your leg must smart." "Hardly smarts, sir. It's just as if somebody was playing at sewing it up with a red-hot skewer. Nice, bold, refreshing sort of pain. Tchah! That's all right." "But where are the mules and ponies, father?" said Chris, as they hurried now in the direction of the terraced cliff on their right. "Hobbled and grazing at the foot of our cliff under shelter of a couple of rifles." "But there are more Indians at the mouth of the gulch?" "I don't know," said the doctor. "They had a fire burning there last night." "Yes," said Chris dryly, "I know." But he did not then attempt to explain how he knew. "They haven't shown since they felt the effect of our bullets, but they're as cunning as they are treacherous, and one never knows what they may be about." Some quarter of an hour later the adventurers were all in shelter, one of the cells of the lower range having been turned into a temporary mess room, while the next showed signs of cooking in the shape of a curling little column of smoke. There was water in buckets outside on the terrace, where, behind a kind of breastwork hastily piled up, watch was being kept, and well in sight there were the animals of the little train, grazing contentedly enough well within range of the watchers' rifles. Chris felt like a hero after the warmth of his welcome was beginning to cool down. He had eaten almost ravenously, and assuaged the great thirst from which he had suffered. But now the great desire from which he suffered was want of sleep, for he was utterly weary and so stiff that he could hardly refrain from uttering a groan. All the same, he had been obliged to relate his adventures once more, such of them as had not been seen from the valley. But at last he was lying down in the cool shade in one of the cells and dropping off, but only to be aroused by the coming in of Ned, who was eager to hear more. "You are a lucky one, Chris," he said in an ill-used tone. "What?" cried the boy angrily, but the next moment the remark presented such a ludicrous side that he began to laugh, and then, possibly from exhaustion and the result of the exciting passages he had gone through, His mirth grew at once almost hysterical, so that he could not check himself. "Why, what's the matter?" cried Ned wonderingly. "Have I said anything comic?" "Horribly," panted Chris. "But I do wish you'd go and let me sleep." "I will soon," said Ned. "But I don't see what there is to laugh at, unless you feel jolly triumphant in getting all the best of the expedition to yourself." "I do," said Chris. "It was lovely being shot at with arrows and tumbling down those precipices, better than any dream I ever had." The boy's face looked mirthful, and Ned did not notice the bitterly sarcastic ring there was in his comrade's words, as he said in an envious tone, "Well, it's all very fine, but I shall tell father that it isn't fair for you to be made the favorite, and I don't think you've behaved well." "Don't you?" said Chris, sobering down. "I'm very sorry, but I've done the best I could." "Perhaps so, but I don't think that if I had lost my pony I could have lain there and grinned as you've done. Poor brute, I almost believe I would rather have died myself." Chris was perfectly sobered now, and as Ned walked away he lay there in the cool shadow with a peculiar look in his weary eyes, while, far from desiring sleep, he could only lie hot-headed and in feverish pain, thinking of the gallant way in which the pony had galloped to save his life. It was long before he slept, and when he did it was to go through most of the events of the past night and morning again in feverish dreams. But at last he slept too heavily for dreams. Nature required rest, and the boy lay breathing in the cool mountain air and sleeping as if he meant to crowd the rest of 2 nights into one. End of chapter 44. Recording by Sarah Hanna, Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Chapter 45 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 45. A Welcome Stranger. "Chris! Don't! Chris!" in a louder tone. "Get out!" very irritably, and the speaker turned sharply over, with his face to the stones and his back to the bright sunshine that came through the old window opening. "Are you going to sleep here forever?" A grunt, accompanied by the kicking out of one leg, which would have taken effect if Ned had not hopped over it. "I say, are you going to sleep for a week?" "No, I'm not asleep now," said Chris, with his eyelids squeezed very close together. "But I tell you what, if you don't be off and leave me alone, I'll get up and punch your stupid old head." "You daren't. I should like to see you." "You soon will, and so I tell you. Be off, or I'll empty the wash-hand jug over you." "Ha ha ha!" laughed Ned. "Where is it?" "Oh, bother! Be off." "Shan't. Do you know it's to-morrow morning?" "No, I don't, Paddy Bull. How can it be to-morrow when it's to-day?" There was a grunt very much like a snore. "Well, of all the old dormice!" muttered Ned. "Chris, you must be up." "Shan't." "But you've been asleep 24 hours." "Look here, stupid," grumbled Chris, without stirring. "If you want to tell a big fib, you should always make it as big as you can, or else people won't believe you. Say 24 days." "Why, you unbelieving old humbug, it's the truth. You ate till I was ashamed of you, and then you lay down to sleep about this time yesterday, and here you are now as sleepy as ever. If you don't get up, I'll go and tell the doctor you must be ill." Chris started up into a sitting position and uttered a cry. "Oh, I say! Oh, I am stiff. I can't hardly move. What's the matter with me?" "Slept till you turned stiff as a log," cried Ned. 24 hours right off. "I say, that isn't true, is it?" "Why, of course it is. Don't you remember lying down?" "Of course I do. But what time is it?" "Oh, I don't know about the time, but it's getting on for midday." "Ned, I say, why didn't you wake me up before?" "To be kicked at and threatened and called names?" "Oh dear, how stiff I am. But really, Ned, no gammon, have I slept like that?" "Of course you have. Don't you remember?" "Yes, I think so. Yes, of course. But what about the Indians?" "Oh, they're hanging about. Some are at the mouth of the gulch, and some are on the cliffs at the top of the valley, but they don't come near." "Haven't got the horses and mules, have they?" "No, we kept too sharp a lookout for them." "Oh!" cried Chris wildly, and his face contracted with pain. "Well, I suppose it hurts," said Ned, with a trace of sympathy in his voice, "but I wouldn't holloa like that. Get up and move about. The stiffness will soon go off." "I wasn't shouting because of my hurts," said Chris bitterly. "I was thinking of my poor mustang." "Yes," said Ned, after a pause, "that was a horribly bad job. But I've been thinking about it, old chap, and I've settled what we'll do. I'm going to play fair, same as you would if it had been my nag. We'll share one between us. I'll have him one day, and you shall have him the next." "That wouldn't be fair," said Chris, who was rubbing himself and kneading his joints where they ached. "Yes, it would. You wait and hear. Then we'll have that mule that we took to fetch the water, old brown Ginger. He's a regular brick and likes us. Don't kick so much as the others, and take it in turns to ride him. What do you say now?" "Well, yes, I like that idea, but you wouldn't care for that. Look here, you're growing a sore-boned old disagreeable. Say I'm a selfish beast at once." "Shan't." "Then it's all right," cried Ned. "It's very good of you, old fellow." "Bah, rubbish, stuff! I say, are you so very sore?" "I can't hardly move some ways. Like me to give you a rub?" "Oh, no," said Chris, increasing the friction he was applying across the small of his back. "I shall be better soon. Only it's just as if I'd been hammered all over. But how queer that I should sleep like that." "Not a bit of it. The doctor said it was all right and it would do you good." "Where is he?" cried Chris. "Along with Wilton, watching the Indians down at the gulch. Father's up yonder, along with old Griggs, keeping an eye on the top of the cliff, and shooting the birds that rise out of the hollows and rifts there. They come down our part to get at the water." "Then you've been all alone?" "Yes, playing pony and mule herd. Nobody at home but me in this big 3-story house." "But what about breakfast?" said Chris anxiously. "Over hours and hours ago. Hungry?" "I think so. I feel very hungry." "That's a good sign," cried Ned, grinning. "Now I'll confess. That's why I roused you up. There's coffee hot and damper, and a split up and frizzled bird. I don't know what it is. Sort of vulture crow, perhaps." "What? A carrion bird?" cried Chris. "Disgusting. They're not good to eat." "Oh, these are. Delicious. I ate half of one this morning. Perhaps they are not carrion birds, though." "It's all your gammon," cried Chris. "Who shot 'em?" "Old Griggs, when they came after the water." "That proves it. Old Griggs knows what's good to eat well enough. Ha! That's better. I'm not quite so stiff now. But there is plenty of water?" "Lots. Why? I have to have a wash." "Bucket and pan waiting for your lordship in the bathroom. There, go and have it, and look sharp. You'll find me in the kitchen. We're using that till the workmen have been to put the breakfast room in a state of repair." "You seem pretty lively this morning," said Chris, rather sourly, for he was in a good deal of pain. "Of course I am. We're enjoying ourselves so." "You did nothing but grumble yesterday, and said I was having all the fun." "Ah, but I didn't know how sore you were going to be then," cried Ned merrily. "There, look sharp. Breakfast's waiting. I say." "What?" "I wouldn't stop to shave this morning, as it's so late." Chris passed his hand over his chin. "I expect it wants a scrape," he said, "to take all the dust off." A few minutes later, feeling much refreshed, Chris was feasting away at the most enjoyable breakfast, the lads chatting away merrily the while. "I say," said Ned, "this wouldn't be a bad place if it wasn't for the Indians. Quite a palace when it's put in repair. Land one's own, the soil beautifully rich. I believe anything would grow here. I vote we settle down." "And what about the gold?" "I'm beginning to think with my father that we shall never find the old temple, and that if we did we should be none the better for it. I don't think we want all that gold." "Grapes sour?" said Chris dryly. "No," replied Ned. "But there, what's the good of talking? We've come to find the gold, and we shall go on till we feel it's no good. I like what we're doing, though. We must stop here, of course, till the Indians are tired and have gone. I wish they would go." "Yes, it makes it so horrible." "Ah, doesn't it? I don't mind shooting something that we want to eat, but firing at them, ugh!" "Yes, it is horrid," said Chris, "but they're hardly men. Savage wretches. They seem to love killing." "Have some more vulture," said Ned quietly. "There's all that piece of breast yet." "Vulture?" said Chris, laughing. Well, didn't it taste bitter? Yes, a little. It's one of those prairie hen things, of course. No, it was a fine, fat cock. Well, they call them prairie hens. It was, as you say, delicious. Well, finish it. Chris shook his head, rose stiffly, and helped his companion to clear away. Now then, he said, I'm not much disposed to walk today. It's just as if I strained one of the muscles or something up in my hip. I should like to go and sit out on the terrace. Haven't got the glass, have you? Yes, it's there, in the lookout. You can't do better than take my place. There's a rifle, too, and cartridges in case the Indians show, and those stones are built up with loopholes, so that you'll be safe from arrows if the brutes do come crawling up and chasing the scouting party. What are you going to do? Help you do nothing, said Ned, laughing. He led the way, and Chris limped after him, to find one part of the terrace turned into a rough observatory with a stone seat, and the binocular and rifle lying ready as Ned had said. I can't see anything of our people, nor yet of the Indians, said Chris, after a good look round in different directions. Oh no, they keep well hidden. No fear of their hiding in any of those cells or on the terraces across the valley, is there? I don't know, they might, replied Ned, but they couldn't send an arrow in here from that distance. But we could send bullets. That side's within range, said Chris thoughtfully. Oh yes, and it wouldn't be lucky for one of the scalpers to show himself, I can tell him. But I say, look at the animals. I went down to them this morning, and their coats are getting smooth already. The coarse rich grass here suits them splendidly. If we stop here long, they'll be growing fat. Chris turned the glass upon the little drove of mules, which were grazing contentedly enough, and then changed his position to look at the ponies, which were keeping themselves aloof from their distant relatives, and cropping away with the thick grass right up to their knees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, said Chris, by habit, counting the mustangs slowly. Hello, cried Ned. Hurt one of your eyes? Yes, it was when I came down with that ledge. I got both eyes full of dust and grit. Why? Because you must be squinting, said Ned. Is this another joke? Said Chris, with the glass to his eyes. It's no joke, replied Ned. Not to be able to count properly. Try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, said Chris, counting slowly. Nonsense, only 5. One of your eyes don't go at all, seemingly. I can see them distinctly through the glass, said Chris, with a touch of irritability in his tones. Why, Ned, what's the matter? There are 6. Stuff! There are, I tell you. Why, hurrah, 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 my pony's there. What, you mean his ghost? Ghosts can't eat grass, shouted Chris wildly. Why not? Horses' ghosts would, when they couldn't get corn. It is, cried Chris, with the sound of a sob in his throat, and certainly there were tears in his eyes as he handed the glass to his comrade. Look for yourself. It's my dear old mustang. Ah, there, he's walking lame. And I thought he was dead. It is, old chap, cried Ned, after a hurried glance. He must have got there somehow, and joined his mates in the night. I never noticed it, and no one else did, of course. Oh, Ned, this is good luck. Good? It's glorious. Luck squared or cubed or somethinged up to the 10th power. Here, let's go down and see. Can you walk? Walk? Cried Chris excitedly. I feel as if I could run. Get your rifle, then. We mustn't stir without our popguns now. Why, I say, I never thought your mount was purebred. His great-grandfather must have been a wildcat, a big one of the 9 lives breed, or he never could have come over that cliff, as you say, and lived. Perhaps it is his ghost, after all. Come on, and don't talk, cried Chris, who had buckled on his belt and slung his rifle. It's enough to make anyone talk, cried Ned. But I say, you said that the Indians shot at him till he was as full of arrows as a pincushion is full of pins. I didn't. I said he was wounded 2 or 3 times. All the same, he must be a wonderful beast. Just wait till I've had a look at him, and then I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll change. Will we? Cried Chris through his set teeth. Poor old fellow. I wouldn't part with him for the world. Humph! What's the matter? Oh, nothing much. I'm only stiff and bruised all over. Come on. Chris limped a great deal, and suffered plenty of pain, but he got down the slope bravely, managing to step from stone to stone until the way down to the water was passed, and the two lads were hurrying across the verdant portion of the valley towards where the animals were browsing and grazing. The mules just turned their heads to look at them in a surly, uncompromising fashion, and went on feeding again, but as soon as they were past and the lads approached the ponies, Chris raised his voice, uttering a kind of bird call, when the effect upon the little herd was immediate. All turned their heads, and Chris's mount uttered a shrill whinnying sound before advancing to meet him, going, however, very stiffly on 3 legs, and as they approached, looking as if it had suffered badly enough for anything that claimed to be alive. "My word, he has had it warmly," cried Ned. "Poor old chap, he's been in the wars, and no mistake." The animal limped badly, and so did Chris as they came within touch, when the pony thrust forward its muzzle in response to his master's extended hand, and then dropped its head and looked dejected in the extreme, but blinked and whinnied again, as if it felt itself caressed. "My old beauty, my brave old chap!" cried Chris huskily. "Oh, look here, Ned, a broken arrow sticking in him still." "Why, there's another on this side," cried Ned, "and a cut or a scratch. No, it's too bad for a scratch, there in his flank. He's cut here too, in the forehead. Oh, Ned, how ever did he manage to struggle back?" "Oh, never mind about that. Let's have the heads of these arrows out first thing." "Yes, they must be ready to fester in the wounds. No, we mustn't do it. They want cutting out with a proper knife. Look here, Ned, jump on your pony and go and find father. He'd like to dress the wounds himself." "No need," said Ned sharply, as a distant whistle rang out. "Here they come." The whistle was answered, and a few minutes later the doctor and Wilton came into sight, saw the lads, and joined them. "What's the matter?" cried the doctor hurriedly. "Another pony hurt? What? Impossible! Oh, the poor beast! The brave fellow! I can hardly believe it. Here, let's lead him gently across, and I'll see what I can do. Has he just crawled back?" "No, father, he must have come in the night," cried Chris. "We only just found that he was here." "We didn't look at them before we went off this morning," said Wilton. "No, and I remember I reproached myself once for not doing so. But there, we're giving all our sympathy to the pony. How are you, Chris, my boy?" "All right now, father," was the reply. "Seeing this poor fellow has made me forget my bruises." "But are you the better for your long sleep?" "Yes, father, only a bit ashamed." "Never mind that. Tut, tut, tut," continued the doctor. "Lame in the off forefoot. Some horrible wrench cut in the flank. Why, he has 3 arrows in him," continued the doctor, as he examined the poor beast while it limped along patiently by their side. "But he'll get better, father?" cried Chris excitedly. "I hope so, my boy, but I'm not a veterinary surgeon. Depend upon it, though, that I shall do my best." The pony followed them like a dog, holding out its muzzle to Chris from time to time, and uttering as soon as he was caressed a piteous sigh. But he did not wince till they were close up to the slope, where the doctor asked for bucket, water, and sponge, and began his attentions, with Chris's help, to the suffering, badly injured beast. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of The Peril Finders by George Fenn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 46. A Patient Patient. "I wonder you are both alive," said the doctor gravely, as he began to make a careful examination of the mustang. "The height of those cliffs is far greater than I expected." Chris's eyes danced with glee, for he was beginning more and more to forget his injuries in his delight at recovering his pony. "But we only fell a bit at a time, father," he said merrily. "I suppose not," said the doctor dryly. "But now, can you help me a little, or are you too full of aches and pains?" "You mean with the pony, father? Oh yes, I'm going to help. He'll be so much quieter if I stand with him." "That's what I thought. for I don't want to have to throw the poor beast. He must be sore enough as it is. Stand forward and be on your guard." "Yes," said Chris quietly, "but I never thought of it before. His saddle and bridle are both gone." "I wonder his skin hasn't gone too," said Wilton. "But you had better get a good strong bridle on him again, Doctor." "We'll see. We'll soon show whether he will bear what I do, or show fight. Be on your guard, Chris, for bites and kicks." "He won't bite or kick me, father," cried the boy resentfully. "Not now, my boy, but I'm thinking about when I'm taking out those arrows. I must cut. Let's see." The doctor patted the poor animal on the neck, talking to him caressingly, and then passed his hand along slowly till his fingers pressed the spot where about an inch of one of the broken arrows stood out of the shoulder. At the first touch the pony winced, giving a sharp twitch, making the skin crinkle up together, and he raised one hoof and stamped it impatiently, but he showed no disposition to bite. "I believe he'll stand it," said the doctor, examining the wound. "It's beginning to fester already, and I dare say the cutting will give as much relief as pain." "It's risky to chance it, Doctor," said Wilton. "No, I think not," was the reply. "I don't give animals the credit for much sense, but the poor beast knows us, and he may have enough to be aware that we are trying to do him good." As the doctor spoke, he opened his leather case of instruments and took out a curved, hook-like knife and a pair of strong forceps. "Water and sponge all ready? That's right. Now then, we shall soon know. Stand in front of his head, Chris." Then, as soon as the boy was where he was directed to stand, stroking the poor beast's nose, the doctor took hold of the broken shaft with the forceps, made sure of the position of the flattened arrowhead, and then passing the curved knife down by its side, made one firm cut through the skin and muscle, and the next moment the withdrawn arrow was thrown on the stones at their feet. "Brave boy," said the doctor loudly. "Why, he hardly winced. Now for the sponge and water. That's right." And he bathed and pressed the bleeding wound thoroughly. "There," he said. "I believe the poor brute really does understand. Let that bleed a little. It will help it to heal better. Now for the next." This was a very different injury, for plainly enough to be seen just beneath the skin there lay fully 6 inches of a broken arrow. The doctor passed his hand over this, and the pony shivered a little, but it was only a very superficial flinch, and the doctor changed his knife for another lying in the leather case. "Poor old fellow," he said. "I believe I could do anything to him. He must understand." The two boys watched everything intently, and noted that the operator pinched up the skin and arrow together. Then, starting from the orifice where the missile had entered, he drew the keen point along the shaft till it grated on the barbed head, dividing the skin cleanly the whole length of the arrow, which required no forceps to remove it, for it dropped down of its own weight. "Why, Chris," cried the doctor, "you couldn't have borne this so patiently. Now hold up the bucket, Ned. That's the way. I dare say the sponging feels comforting and takes off the itching." "But ought it to bleed, father?" asked Chris. No, the injury is only to the skin. There's very little harm done." The third wound was far worse, and to get out the arrowhead, the doctor had to cut deeply, with the result that the equine patient stamped angrily and whinnied and shook his head. But he stood firm, making no attempt to kick or bite, and as soon as the wound was being bathed, stood blinking and evidently enjoying having its muzzle smoothed. Then came the long cut or tear on the poor brute's flank, an injury so tender that he winced and shivered at the slightest touch. But there was no cutting here, nothing but bathing and cleansing the place thoroughly, before the skin was drawn together by means of pins passed through the edges and wax silk wound round and round from head to point of the little pins. The skin of the other injuries was closed in the same way, and then the doctor made a fresh examination of the poor animal's sprain. "I can do nothing here," he said. "Nature will put that right. There, Chris, lead him back to the others, and let him graze and forget his troubles if he can." No leading was required, the pony following his master like a dog back to the pasture, where he began grazing for a few moments, before turning up his head to whinny loudly, and then lie down in the thick grass, stretching out legs and head extended upon the flank. "Why, Chris!" cried Ned. "He's fainting!" "Or something worse," cried Chris anxiously, as he sank stiffly upon his knees before the mustang's head and laid his hand upon the neck. "No, he's all right," cried Ned eagerly, for the pony, on feeling the touch of his master's hand and hearing his voice, raised his muzzle, looked at him, and let it sink down again. "Poor old fellow," said Chris softly, and he stayed there kneeling and talking quietly to the injured animal, till a shout from the terrace recalled them back. Chris gave the soft neck another pat or two, and limped off with his companion. "I do hope he's not going to die, Ned," he said, and he looked back when they had passed the mules, to have the satisfaction of seeing the pony make an effort to rise, without avail, but on the second trial he stood up with his legs far apart, gave himself a shake, and then lowered his head to begin biting feebly at the grass. "Think he'll get over it, father?" said Chris, as he reached their stronghold. "Oh, yes, the injuries are not deep, but I'm rather afraid of that strain. He may go lame, but we shall see. I called you because I want you to keep out of the sun, lie down in the shade and rest." "I don't feel anything much the matter now, father." "Perhaps not, my boy," said the doctor quietly, "but I want you to be better still tomorrow, not worse." Chris, though he did not feel much the matter, to quote his own words, was fully conscious of being a good deal shaken, and when he lay down upon the rough bed of sagebrush covered with a blanket, the attitude was very pleasant to his aching limbs, and he soon began to feel that it was very restful to lie there watching the sides of the valley and making believe to keep a lookout for Indians. The evening closed in, however, without any sign of the enemy, and soon after the lad had to listen to the congratulations of Bourne and Griggs, who brought in a pleasant addition to the stores in the shape of the grouse-like birds which came down from the tableland in coveys to get at the water which had been Chris's guide to the bottom of the valley. "A fine bit of luck that, Squire," said Griggs. "Getting the mustang back? I was surprised." "Have you been to see him?" asked Chris anxiously. "Oh, yes, I went as soon as I heard. What do you think of him?" "Regular cripple," said Griggs in his uncompromising way. "But you think he'll get better?" "Well, I hope so, but horses are ticklish things, and you never know what comes of a sprain or strain. I hope he'll come around, but I have my doubts about his being quite sound again." As soon as it was dark, the ponies and mules were quietly driven higher up the valley, so as to try and guard against any attempt to carry them off in the night. Then watch was set, and before those not on duty sought their resting places, a little debate was held as to the next steps to be taken. But not much was said. Reference was, however, made to Chris's mount, and the possibility of his being fit to ride again at the end of a few days. "But, you see, everything depends on the Indians," said the doctor. "We can't leave here to have them hanging on our heels, ready to catch us at a disadvantage. I almost wish they'd attack us tomorrow or next day, to get severely punished and so discouraged that they'd be off and leave us alone." "Don't you think they'd come back to revenge themselves?" said Chris. "They must feel very spiteful even now, father." "Yes, but an Indian is very fond of his life, my boy, and only likes to attack when he feels pretty sure of securing plunder. Now he is not likely to get much here, for any attempt made upon our cattle is bound to result in failure." "But suppose they attacked in the night?" said Chris. "I don't think these people would do that, my boy. They are horse Indians, Apaches, I fancy, and they like to fight as mounted men, so that they can dash in or gallop away. But come, you've talked too much already. Lie down and go to sleep. We're pretty safe here in our stronghold, water is plentiful, and it seems as if we have only to go and lie up near that spring to get as many birds as we want. Now then, sleep. I want rest badly, for I've had a long day and quite as much anxiety as is good for any one man." Chris thought the same, as he lay there, rather sleepless now, after so long an indulgence, and he thought a good deal too as he gazed up through the window opening of the great stars, a little feverish and worried about his part in the adventures. "Could I have done any better than I did?" kept coming as a question which remained unanswered when he dropped off to sleep, to begin dreaming about the reproachful eyes of his pony for a time. Then all was blank. End of chapter 46. Recording by René Lacroix, Woodstock, Ontario, Canada. Chapter 47 of The Peril Finders by George Fenn. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by René Lacroix. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 47. Consuls of War. Chris awoke next morning to find his father standing over him. "Well, my boy, better?" Chris started up, uttered a squeak, and screwed up his face with a laugh and fell back. "How's my pony, father?" "What was the matter?" said the doctor anxiously. "A pain anywhere inside?" "No, father, only I seem to hurt all over. I'm so sore. But how's my pony?" "Let the pony wait, boy. I want to be certain that you have no serious hurt. Wait a minute. Let me try." The doctor began his examination, and question after question came. "Does that hurt?" "Does this? Now then, do you feel anything when I press here? Or there? Or there?" "Yes, yes, yes," cried the boy petulantly, as he winced and started and cried, "Oh!" and "Ah!" and "I say, father," and "Oh, please don't." "I must make sure, my boy." "But I'm sure, father. Won't that do?" cried the boy in a tone of remonstrance. "Of course all that hurts me. You pulled and pinched me about so. I was as sore all over before you began, and now I'm ever so much worse." "No, you're not, boy. You're all right. There's nothing broken. You're bruised and strained, but that's all. You'll soon come right. Sleep well?" "Part of the time, father. The rest was all waste. I lay there feeling as if I ought to be keeping the watch, and thinking that someone else ought to be sleeping who could." "But you were sleeping soundly when I came." "Of course, father. I wanted to make up for the lost time." "And you feel now as if you can't touch food?" Chris stared. "Are you saying that as a joke, father?" "Certainly not. You feel as if you had no appetite?" "That I don't, father. I feel as if I could eat anything." "Nothing the matter at all but stiff. That will soon pass off." "Then you're not going to mix up anything horrid for me, father?" "Nothing worse than tea or coffee. And you may have damper and bacon to take afterwards," said the doctor, laughing. "Have a good wash and rub out the sunshine before breakfast. Then eat a good meal and lie about all day again in the sunshine." "What for, father?" "To give nature time to get your bruises right." "But you won't tell me how my pony is. And he's worse than I am. Don't say he's tired, father," cried the boy piteously, for the doctor's face looked very serious. "Certainly not. Poor beast, he's far more stiff and sore than you are, besides having all those bad wounds." "But they're getting better?" cried Chris anxiously. "They're no worse, my boy," replied the doctor. "But they have had no time to get better. I have stopped them from getting into a bad condition, and the poor thing is limping about, grazing, as if nothing much was the matter. Are you satisfied?" "Oh, yes," cried Chris eagerly, as he rose and began to try himself in different attitudes. "It has done me good to hear it. I don't think I'm quite so stiff this morning." "That's right. Are we going on today?" "Oh, no, we're prisoners, and besides, we couldn't start with you and your pony in hospital." "What about the Indians?" "We haven't seen a sign of them. They're either laying some trap for us, or they have been regularly sickened and have stolen away in the night." "Are you going to see?" "Perhaps," said the doctor, "but I'm more disposed to keep a quiet lookout, and rest. We're quite safe here, and provisions are more plentiful than I thought for. Griggs has found the spoor of some big buck and his young does. They have straggled into the valley during the night." "That's good news, father." "For the larder, yes. What do you say to taking up land here and making a fresh start in life?" "Wouldn't do, father," said the boy, shaking his head. "Too far away from everybody." "Yes, it would be the life of a hermit. Ready to come out?" "Yes, I'm going out to the water bucket, as you advised." That's right, go. It will give you an appetite for your breakfast." It was Ned's turn to keep watch from the observatory, and as they turned a little shelter, roughly made on the top terrace, but Chris would have taken his place had not his father interposed. "But it seems so hard for him to go up there while we're having a good meal down here," said Chris wistfully. "He shall be looked after," said the doctor, "and I don't want you to do much climbing about yet. You must rest." Chris was silent, and took an opportunity to have a word or two with Ned before he started to climb up the narrow ways. "That was very good of you, old chap," whispered Ned, gripping his comrade by the left arm, with the result that Chris groaned and ground his teeth. "Oh, you brute!" he said sharply. "Chris, I am sorry." "What's the good of being sorry? That's the sorest place I've got." "I didn't know, old chap." "I did, and I do now," replied Chris, rubbing the spot softly. "Never mind." "But I do mind. I ought to have thought. Just too when you offered to do my work for me so that I could stop down to breakfast." "Don't say any more about it," said Chris, with a grin of pain in his face dying out before a rather malicious smile. "They won't let me help you one way, so I will in another. I'm precious hungry, and I won't let your breakfast grow cold." "Oh, thank you, old chap. That's very good of you, for I'm precious hungry too." "I thought you were," continued Chris, looking quite solemn now. "I'll eat your lot for you." For a few moments Ned's face was a study. It was so full of dismay. Then there was a look of doubt, and directly after he had read the truth, "Get out!" he cried, and his hand was raised to give his comrade a heavy slap on the back. But Chris cried, "Murder!" and shrank away. "Oh, I forgot again," cried Ned hurriedly. "You better be off for now, my boy," said Bourne. "Don't forget the glass." "No, father, all right," cried the boy, and exchanging glances with Chris, and following up his own with a clench of the fist, he took the binocular and hurried up to the lookout, while the rest applied themselves to the needed meal, but half expecting to be alarmed, and impressed always by the expectation of attack, everyone's weapons being kept ready to hand. Chris ate, as his father said laughingly, like an impostor, a remark which Griggs, who did not join them till the meal had been going on for some minutes, readily endorsed. Chris laughed, and the remarks did not spoil his appetite, but his thoughts were busy all through, and he looked anxiously for the termination of the meal, and when it was all over he turned uneasily to Griggs. "I say," he whispered, "oughtn't someone to go and relieve Ned?" "What for?" was the uncompromising response. "What for? Why, because he must be starving." "Poor fellow! He must have an appetite then," said Griggs, laughing. "Did you see what I took up to him?" "Oh," cried Chris remorsefully, "what a shame! Here was I thinking that everyone had been selfish to the poor fellow, while all the time—" "We had all played quite fair, you most of all. Here, how are all the aches and pains now?" "Getting better. I have no right to make so much fuss about them and play at being in hospital." "You're not, lad. You're only doing what the doctor ordered. A fellow can't fall nearly a mile perpendicular and slanting-dicular without being a good deal shaken." "How far?" said Chris, laughing. "Well, say half a mile." "What nonsense!" "Say quarter of a mile, then," cried Griggs sharply. "Divided by what?" "You are hard to please. I didn't measure the distance, but I will as soon as we've got rid of those precious redskins." "Don't," said Chris. "I didn't fall far, and it was most of it sliding down." "Turn around," cried the American, "and set your eyes at the very bottom of the cliff, and then run them up to the sharp edge where we saw you having that battle with your poor mustang before you went over, and then tell me again that you didn't fall far." "Don't want to," said Chris, who looked all the same, and felt a little shiver as of something cold running down his back. "There, I'm off." "Where are you going? The doctor said you were to rest." "That's what I'm going to do," said Chris, "but I must go and see how my pony is." "Oh, well, I suppose that won't hurt you. I'll go up and have a chat with Ned and see if I can mark down any of the enemy." They parted, and Chris walked over the rugged stones and down the slopes till he was at the bottom of the valley, with his feet brushing aside the long, rich grass in which the mules were standing knee-deep, in which they neglected for the fresh green branches of the shrubs which grew thickly here and there. "I forgot all about the snakes," said the boy to himself. "But there can't be any here, or the Jacks wouldn't be so quiet." Quiet they were, for though he walked right through the browsing herd, they hardly turned their heads in his direction. It was different when he reached the half-dozen ponies, which still kept themselves aloof, as if preferring their own more aristocratic company. They were so rested and well fed that they were disposed to turn skittish, and two of them communicated their spirits to three of the others, which joined in, tossing their heads, prancing, and making a show of treating their visitors as one who was hiding bridle and bit behind him, ready to entrap and change their pleasant hours grazing there amongst the rich, succulent grass to a mouthful of hard iron with the burden of heavy riders upon their backs. In fact, 5 of the ponies contrived to keep the advancing lad at a distance, while the 6th, which had been grazing slowly, suddenly raised its head and stood staring at him. At the first glance, Chris set this down to feebleness, and looked upon it as a bad sign. But he altered his mind directly after, when he walked up to the animal's side, patting its neck and passing its soft ears through his hand, for the poor beast whinnied softly, and slowly advanced its muzzle to rest it against the boy's arm. "Why, I believe you're better, old chap," cried Chris, as he began to examine the pony's wounds, seeing at once that they appeared to be drying up, while when he moved a yard or two the animal followed him, limping, it is true, but not in a way that suggested permanent injury. "Why, this is cheering," cried Chris eagerly. "I thought that you and I were never going to have a long gallop over the plains again, and now you look as if you'll be ready for me to mount in a fortnight at the most, perhaps in a week, old chap? There, I am glad. I say, I should like as soon as the Indians have gone for you to carry me up to the head of the valley there, and then for you to show me exactly where it was that you fell. And, hello! What's that?" Chris looked round sharply, but could see nothing but the groups of grazing horses and mules. "It sounded as if someone had thrown a stone. Can't be Ned stalking me and up to his games, can it? There it goes again." He started round to look behind him towards the terraced fortress he had left, but all was quiet there, and no sign visible of Ned or anyone to play any trick. Then again something, he knew not what, but it was as if a pebble had fallen from the sky. "Not going to hail, is it?" thought Chris, and then he laughed at the absurdity of the idea, for the sky was perfectly clear. Rap! Another something fallen from on high, but the mystery was at an end, for he not only saw it falling, but where it had struck, to stick quiveringly and near upright amongst the grass. An arrow, and from its slope it must have come from the unexplored side of the valley and been shot high in the air for it to stand so nearly upright in the grass. Indians on the other side, thought Chris, and his first thought was to run round the grazing animals and drive them towards the part where they had made their camp. He started to do this, but stopped at once, uttering a groan of misery, for in spite of his brave effort, his run proved to be a miserable hobble, and then the agony he suffered in his side forced him to stop. "Help! Help!" he shouted hoarsely, but he felt that his cry sounded like a call to the animals amongst whom he stood, and as far as he could make out there was no one visible to heed his waving hat. "I must fire my revolver," he thought, and his hand went to his belt to unbutton the leather flap of the holster, but he did not withdraw the weapon, for he knew that the report would scare the poor beasts and send them galloping in all directions. The time occupied in this was very short, but it was long enough for 2 more arrows to fall very near him, one nearly upright, to cut its way with a sharp whiz amongst the grass and bury its head in the soft earth at an angle of 45 degrees. Then another idea struck Chris, tardily, for he felt that he should have thought of it at first. Thrusting his hand into his breast, he drew forth a little chain, at the end of which was a metal whistle, and the alarm note he blew sounded piercing and shrill. He did not stop there, but did what he felt was best. Hobbling to the side of his mustang and talking caressingly to it the while, he took hold of the thick forelock and began to lead it toward where he hoped to find safety. The docile little animal made no opposition to being led from the pleasant pasture, but started and shivered as there came the sharp whiz of another arrow, too painful a memory to his ear, making the poor beast limp along a little faster in obedience to his master's effort to get him away. Then another arrow came terribly near them, and Chris whistled again, his spirits rising, though, for the rest of the animals, taking in the fact one of them being led away from either corn or water, began to neigh and squeal as they closed in after their leader, so that if there proved to be time enough before the arrows took effect, Chris felt, as he blew a long and shrill note again, that he would be able to guide the herd into safety. "Why are they not on the lookout?" groaned the boy, for his progress was painfully slow. "They ought to see that something is wrong." But he was ignorant of the fact that nothing was visible from the lookout but himself and the animals trotting about playfully as they kept pretty close to the wounded mustang. An arrow again, and another, each wonderfully near, but no harm was done. Then another which fell with a dull thud, and was followed by a wild scream which startled the herd into disorder, sending the mules helter-skelter, kicking and plunging all but one, which galloped away by itself, turning its head the while to bite an arrow which had buried itself in its back. That strange scream had done what Chris's whistle failed in, drawn attention to something being wrong, while directly after a little puff of smoke darted from the upper terrace, followed by its report and the reverberation of echoes. Then another shot, and another, and no more arrows fell, though Chris, in his slow progress, suffered as much agony as if they had still been dropping all around. But now the doctor came running out, followed by Wilton, and under the cover of a few more shots the little herd was driven in, slowly enough, for the wounded mule progressed more and more slowly till it hung back close alongside of Chris's mustang, showing that it was badly hurt. "Only enough to prove that the enemy are well on the watch," said the doctor after he had seen to the wounded mule, "and a warning to us that we must not relax our care." Griggs had by this time descended from the terrace, it having been his rifle that had put an end to the coming of the arrows. "Hardly thought they could have shot so far," he said, "but after all, they didn't get an arrow much more than halfway here." "Say, didn't do you much good, Master Chris, hurrying back like that?" "I'm afraid it's the mustang that has suffered," said Chris. "I didn't hurt, only it was dreadfully hard to find that I couldn't run." "You ought to be very thankful that you can walk, Chris," said the doctor quietly. "It is next door to marvellous that you should have escaped without a broken bone. But now then, Griggs, matters begin to look serious. What is to be done?" "That's just what I have been thinking, sir. The enemy isn't a bit satisfied, and the next time they begin making targets of us they may be more fortunate. What I am afraid of is that they may now get upon the high ground above us here, and that would be awkward, sir," said the American thoughtfully. Then after a pause, "We've got the whip hand of them with our rifles, of course, and we've shown them a little of what we can do, but not enough. There's only one thing left now." "And what's that?" asked the doctor, after a glance at his son. "Give them such a lesson that they won't stop to have any more, but make off into the desert." "That's very good advice," replied the doctor, "but how can it be done without risk to ourselves?" "Let them think we daren't stir away from here, while we wait for a few days to let someone get well again, and his nag too, while we have not been wasting time, but under the screen of hunting and shooting have been watching, and when once we have got to know where they camp, we must come upon them suddenly some night, and the rifles must do the rest." "Well, Chris, what do you think of that?" said the doctor, turning to where the two boys sat listening. "Can't be done," said Chris shortly. "Why?" "How are you going to find out where they make their camp? They're in one place to-day, and another to-morrow." "Yes, Griggs, that is the difficulty." "Well, I know that, sir," replied Griggs, "but can you think of a better plan?" "Only that of waiting till we see them some time in the open and then coming out to attack them." "Half a dozen of us against 100, said Griggs dryly, "all mounted men who can ride as if they were part of their horses. We could shoot a good many of them, of course, but they'd be too much for us if we killed or wounded 50 of them, for how many of us would go down in doing it?" "They could spare 10, said Bourne, who had just sauntered up, "while we couldn't spare 1. "No, nor half one," said Griggs. "What we've got to do, gentlemen, is something that will give them such a startler that they'll have had enough of it, and it must be done without our getting a scratch." "Yes," said the doctor, "but how?" "That's what we've got to think out, sir. We ought to be a bit cleverer than a set of savage Indians. I vote we all make up our minds to think it out. We've got plenty of time, for we're all right here as to food and shelter, and can't move for a week certain." "On account of Chris and the injured beast," said the doctor. "Very well. We must all put on our wisdom caps and puzzle it out. I'll go and have a chat with Wilton now." The little meeting broke up, and Griggs went to spend his short time before going on duty in cleaning his rifle, while, as if attracted to the same spot, Chris and Ned followed him to a sheltered nook near the place where a bucket was standing ready for sending down to the running water and bringing up refilled. End of chapter 47. Recording by René Lacroix. Woodstock, Ontario, Canada.
Chapter 48 of the Peril Finders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Peril Finders by George Fenn. Chapter 48. The Other Side. As the two boys made their way amongst the scattered stones, they caught sight of the doctor stepping out onto the terrace where Wilton stood, glass in hand, scanning the opposite terraces and the sharp edge of the top, where the precipice stood out clear against the sky. "I wonder whether they'll hit on a good idea," said Ned. "Here, let's sit down. I say, Griggs, you might be a good fellow and give my rifle barrel a brush out too." "I don't say I won't," replied the American. "I might give yours a touch-up too, Squire. I'll see," he continued. "I don't expect you're in very good trim for pumping water through gun barrels." "No," said Chris, wincing as he raised his arm and lowered it again as if passing a cleaning rod through the piece. "Here, steady," cried Griggs. "Don't take yours to pieces yet, one at a time. We might want to have another shot or two at these Red Robin Hoods." "'Tisn't likely," said Ned. "Isn't it? You never know what's likely with these gentlemen. While we're out here in the wilds, we want to be always ready for action." The American chatted away as he took his rifle to pieces, washing, carefully drying, and oiling it in the hot sunshine, while Chris placed himself in a restful position to avoid aches and pains, and Ned leaned back against a stone with his hands behind his head, never once joining in the conversation. In fact, part of the time he seemed to be dozing, for his eyes were half closed. At last, though, he started suddenly, made a gesture with his open hand as if catching a fly off his leg, and exclaimed, "I've got it!" "Kill it, then," said Griggs, without looking up from his task. "What is it, a skeeter?" "No," cried Ned excitedly. "The idea!" "You have?" said Chris eagerly. "Yes." "Let's have it, then," said Griggs. "Only be gentle. Don't startle us too much." "Don't you begin sneering," said Ned, rather haughtily. "Other people may have bright ideas, too." "I don't know about too," said Griggs coolly. "I've got none. My head has grown thick with thinking of how we're to get out of this hole." Ned was silent and sat frowning. "Well, let's have it," said Chris. "Oh, I don't know," said Ned coldly. "Perhaps you've got a better idea of your own." "Here, don't make us hungry with keeping it back," cried Chris good-humoredly. "What a fellow you are to take offense." "Oh, I'm not offended, only I don't think some people need to be ready to jeer quite so soon." "Some people," said Griggs softly. "That means me. Very sorry, and won't do so any more." "And you keep on doing it." "Well, never mind," said Griggs, smiling. "I'm only 'Merican, and you know what we are. Come, let's have your notion, Squire, and if it seems a right one, we'll get out of our trouble like a shot. What was it?" "Well, I propose," said Ned reluctantly, "that we take proper steps one night and startle the Indians' horses into making a stampede. It could easily be done." "And afterwards?" said Chris quietly. "Why, ride off ourselves and get beyond the redskins' reach. They'd have no horses to follow." "And they'd never think of running after and catching them," said Chris quietly. "How could they when the horses had galloped right away? They wouldn't know which way the ponies had gone in the dark." "But they'd find the trail in the morning and follow it if the job took them a week." "Hear, hear!" cried Griggs, raising the barrels of his rifle to his eyes and looking through them as if they formed a binocular telescope. "Oh, you're always so ready with your objections," said Ned angrily. "Why couldn't it be done?" "Just because it would be impossible, I'm afraid, Squire," said Griggs, polishing away now at his right barrel. "If you had all the horses together, and if you could frighten them, they might all rush off, but even if they did it wouldn't matter much, as Chris here hints, because the Indians would follow the trail and not lose one. Very sorry, Squire. Glad if it would do, but it won't, so try again." Ned uttered a grunt. "You'd better try now, Chris," he said scornfully, "and old Griggs'll sit on your plan directly." Griggs breathed upon the stock of his rifle and gave it a hard rub with his piece of rag to bring up the polish upon the walnut grain. "To be sure I will," he said pleasantly, as he gave Chris a nod. "I'm not going to play with a job like this. Have you got anything like an idea, my lad?" "I've been trying to think out something," said the boy, turning a little red in the face. "Let's have it, then," cried Ned. "To be sure, let's have it," said Griggs, looking proudly at his well-cleaned rifle before opening the breech and slipping in a couple of cartridges. "There, that's ready. Now, Squire, I'll have yours, please." Ned passed his rifle after extricating the ball cartridge, and the American began taking it to pieces at once. "What's your notion, my lad?" he said, turning to Chris. "I'm afraid to say anything about it," said Chris modestly. "Why?" cried Ned. "Because it seems now that I have thought it out quite extravagant and strange." "It can't be worse than mine," cried Ned bitterly. "Come, out with it. Play fair. I don't see why I should be laughed at and you get off scot-free." "Don't you make yourself uncomfortable about that, Squire," said Griggs dryly. "I'll mind and rub him wrong way if there's nothing in it. Now then, my lad, let's have it." Chris was silent a minute, and then said, "One word first. My poor pony came down into the valley where I fell, but you don't think the Indians could bring their beasts down that way, do you?" "I'm sure they couldn't," said Griggs, working the cleaning rod up and down one of the barrels. "I feel sure too," said Chris. "But do you think they could get them out again that way? I mean, out through the head of the valley?" "And I'm sure of that," said Griggs. "They couldn't unless they'd taught 'em how to fly." "Why, of course not," said Ned scornfully. "You know it too. Why do you ask?" "Only because I want to make sure," replied Chris, "and because it has something to do with my plan." Griggs let off pumping and squirting water, laid the barrel across his knees with his hands resting upon the former, and gazed thoughtfully in the boy's face, while Ned seemed influenced by his companion's manner and sat perfectly silent. "You know I went to watch for the coming of the Indians?" "Yes," said Griggs. "And I passed by that rough jagged pillar of rock which was of a great height, in the middle of that very narrow part of the gulch. I mean where the rocks close in on both sides, and overhang so that it seems dangerous to walk under them for fear they should fall." "Oh, yes, I remember it well." "So do I," said Ned, quietly now, for he was evidently greatly interested. "I looked at it intently, so that I got to know the place thoroughly. I can recollect all the loose stones piled up along the sides and overhanging, so that very little would make them block up the rift." "To be sure," said Griggs, going on with his cleaning again. "I know the spot. You might make a strong fort there in no time, so as to defend the valley." "Yes, yes, of course," said Ned impatiently. "But go on." "I think I'd better leave off now," said Chris apologetically. "It seems so stupid." "Never mind, let's have it," cried Griggs. "Well, this is what I thought," continued Chris. What if we should go up there some day and hide along the heights with our ponies and mules, and wait till the enemy came by to get into the valley, and then tumble all the rocks and stones down—" "1 minute," said Griggs. "You mean that very, very narrow bit where there's hardly room for 2 mules to pass?" "Yes, that's it, where the rocks high up nearly meet." "Yes, I know," cried Ned excitedly. "Well, since I've been thinking about all this," said Chris, speaking more freely, "it seemed—" "1 moment again," cried Griggs. "It's this side of the gully down which the enemy came." "Oh, yes, some hundreds of yards." "To be sure." "I say, Griggs, don't keep interrupting so," cried Ned impatiently. "Right. Go on, lad." "I fancied," cried Chris, "if we could hide and wait till the enemy had all ridden into the bottom of the valley, we might tumble down stones and rocks from up above till the spaces beside that middle stone were all blocked up, and we might keep on till it was made so bad that no horse could be got over." "To be sure, nor mule neither. That's for certain if we worked hard enough, and of course we would. Oh, yes, I could make such a bank there with a bar or a wooden lever as no pony could climb, or man either, if you come to that. Why, Chris, my lad, that'll do." "You don't think it wild and foolish?" said the boy, flushing. "I think it's grand." "You do?" "I do, really, my lad. There's only one thing that I can see against it." "Ah, here it comes," cried Ned excitedly. "I knew he'd be sure and sit upon it." "Of course," said Griggs, laughing, "or step upon it to see if it'll bear our weight." "What's wrong, then?" "Only this," said Griggs slowly. "How are you going to get your birds into the trap?" "Ha, ha!" laughed Ned. "To be sure. There you are, Chris. How are you going to get your birds into the trap?" Chris laughed too, but very gently. "I've been thinking of all that," he said, "and I don't quite see yet. I could manage it easily enough if there was a way out that we could climb. Then we could retreat before them some time, and they'd follow us in, and as soon as they had all ridden in, the door of the trap could be closed." "Who's going to shut the trap?" said Ned, laughing. "Why, Chris, you're making a bull." "Oh, no, I'm not. 1 or 2 would be enough to lead the Indians in. The others could shut the trap." "And what about the live bait that led the Indians in?" said Ned. "They'd make for the way to get out, and climb up here." "Well, you are a Paddy," cried Ned, laughing heartily. "You're going to lead the enemy in, and show them the way out again. Can't you see that if they had followed the 2 who acted as bait, they'd come out too?" "Yes," said Chris coolly, "but that wouldn't matter." "What? Why, you're all in a fog and can't see your way," cried Ned. "We're not afraid of the Indians, and we could keep them off easily enough if we wanted to before we got back to our horses and rode away." "But the enemy would follow," cried Ned, grinning. "Well, suppose they did," cried Chris. "They'd be on foot. They could climb out of the trap, but their ponies couldn't." Griggs laughed now, and Ned looked uncomfortable. "Oh, I see," he drawled, very slowly. "I didn't think of that." "Ha!" ejaculated Griggs, who looked very thoughtful. "Yes, that might be done. I don't know of any such place, Chris, unless we could find one somewhere up above the terraces." "I've looked," said Chris, shaking his head. "If there was a way up there, it would be splendid, because we could get big stones ready, or loosen some of the steps so that we could break them away after we'd climbed up. But I can't find anything. The cliff hangs over so." "Was that why you were poking about so up there this morning?" said Ned. "Yes." "Well, you might have told me." "Yes, I might," said Chris, smiling. "But it would have been a pity." "Why?" "It would have spoiled your chance to have a laugh at me and call me a Paddy." "Ha!" said Griggs again, as Ned frowned and looked annoyed. "And you couldn't find any way up there on to the top?" "No," said Chris rather sadly. "It would have been so easy then." "Yes, we could have worked it then, my lad. 1 would have been enough. I could have carried out a nice game there and led 'em on." "And what about their arrows?" said Ned. "Oh, I should have had to chance them, kept out of reach or dodged them. I could have let 'em right in so that they wouldn't have heard the stones being lowered down, and got right away over the top and shut the door after me, while when they saw that they couldn't follow, and went back, they'd have found themselves shut in." "But there's no way out over the top terrace," said Ned mockingly. "Well, I know there isn't," said Griggs coolly. "I've looked well myself 3 times over, because I was afraid that the enemy might find a way down sometime, and take us by surprise." "It would have been so easy then," sighed Chris. "But I don't despair. We might find a way after all, if we had a good search." "To be sure we might," replied Griggs, "and I think I know where." "You do?" cried the boys together. Yes, I think so," said Griggs quietly. "Where?" cried Chris. "You don't mean up at the head of the valley, where I came down?" "Nay, that wouldn't do, even if there was a place. Be too far off. You want a spot where one could slip up quickly and shut the way after you, so as to stop the enemy from following." "Yes," said Chris, shaking his head, "and that we shall never find." "No," cried Ned, almost triumphantly. "Your plan's no better than mine, old chap." "I don't know so much about that, Squire," said Griggs, screwing up his face. "Seems to me that we can find such a way out if we try." "Where?" cried Ned. "Over yonder, Squire," was the reply, as the American nodded his head in the direction of the terraces and openings opposite to where they sat talking. "Ah!" cried Chris excitedly. "Yes, there must, now one thinks of it, be a way down there. Some of the Indians must have got down a part of the way to send their arrows at me when I was seeing to my poor mustang." "To be sure, right," cried Griggs. "I never thought of that before. Then we've been sleeping here with the door open, only the enemy were afraid to come." "Then you think we could find a way up there?" said Chris, shading his eyes and looking across the valley at the perpendicular sunlit cliff full of window or door openings similar to those from which they gazed. "I'm beginning to think we could, my lad. What do you say to going across and having a search?" "Yes, let's go at once," cried Chris. "Aren't you too stiff?" "Stiff? No. Come along." At that moment Ned, who had been staring hard at the opposite terraces, suddenly caught Griggs by the arm, gripping it sharply. "What's the matter?" "Keep quiet. Don't move," said the boy in a whisper, though no one could have heard from the spot at which he looked. "There's something moving about on that top terrace across yonder." "A bear?" cried Chris eagerly. "Perhaps. No, it's standing up now." "Well, bears do that sometimes." "It's so far off I can't quite make out," said Ned excitedly. "Ah, there's another! And another! Why, there are 6 or 7 crawling about yonder." "Then they're not likely to be bears," said Griggs. "Where's your glass?" "Up in the lookout. I'll go and fetch it." "Yes, and be smart," cried Griggs. Then, as the boy hurried away to climb up to the watching place, "I won't give any alarm yet till we're quite sure, but if it's the enemy they've some game on there, and there's going to be more sharp shooting. Chris, my lad, there's no doubt about it now. There's a way down from the top of the cliff to that top terrace yonder, and that means there must be a way up to it from below. Your plan's cutting 2 ways. It's giving us a way to get clear of the enemy, and showing us that we've been in greater danger than we thought for. Now see what you can make out. Your eyes are younger than mine." "Yes, but yours are better trained to see long distances," replied Chris, as he shaded his eyes and had a good long look, the American changing his position and doing the same. "I can only see 2, said Chris at last, "and I think they're men." "I can see 3, said Griggs, "and I'm not going to say I think, for I'm sure they're Indians." Chris's first thought was of his mustang. "What about the mules and ponies?" he said excitedly. "I don't think their arrows could reach them," said Griggs thoughtfully, "but the brutes mean some mischief, and the sooner we begin to teach them that they are trespassing, the better. Can you help me to take a shot at them, or are you too stiff?" "I can manage," said Chris, and following the American, they encountered Ned returning from the lookout. "Indians!" he cried. "I've looked. They're after the ponies and mules again." "Have you given the alarm?" cried Chris anxiously. "No, I came on with the glass. Do you want to use it, Griggs?" "No," was the reply. "I'm going to shoot, and that will give all the alarm we want." They proceeded to the second terrace, where the movements of the Indians grew clearer, and going down behind a stone, the American took a long and careful aim before firing. "Missed him," he said angrily. The word had hardly left his lips before Chris drew his trigger, and the next moment Ned followed his example. The reports brought the rest of the party of defenders into the cell from which the firing had been directed. "Well," said the doctor, "what is it?" He took the binocular upon hearing the explanation, but after holding it to his eyes for a few moments, returned it to Griggs. "Is it a mistake?" he said. Griggs laid his cheek to his rifle and fired again, to stand gazing across the valley for some moments before he replied, "No, sir, no mistake, and that Indian knows it." "You hit one?" "Yes, and there were 3 more just appeared, but as far as I could make out, they have all gone now." There was a little more excitement and watching, but nothing was made out for some minutes. Then the doctor, who had seized the glass and been sweeping the opposite side of the valley in search of danger, exclaimed, "They've gone. Look, Bourne." He passed the glass to the gentleman addressed. "Across the right there, over the edge of the cliff." "Yes, I see, a large party of them cantering away." At that moment Griggs, who had raised the sight of his rifle, fired again after a rapid glance. "Man and horse down!" cried Bourne. "Why did you fire again when they were in full retreat?" "To give them a lesson not to come and interfere with us, sir," said Griggs shortly. "It's too dangerous to trifle with them, sir, and they're getting more daring." "Yes, I know," said the doctor, "and I wish we could get away from this place. But I dare not stir, for the enemy would follow us and hang on to our skirts, go which way you chose." "Young Chris had an idea about our getting away, sir," said the man, giving the boy a wink. "An idea! I should have thought he had only one, and that was connected with getting well again. Well, what is it, Chris?" The boy explained, his face feeling like fire the while, and his father listened to the end. "Well," he said at last, "that sounds perfectly reasonable and good. And you think we could, or you could, or whoever undertook the task, could get to the terraces yonder and escape, if there proves to be a way up there?" "Yes, father," said Chris, flushing with excitement now. "I feel sure there is a way there." "And you, Griggs, what do you say?" "I feel sure of it, sir, but whether we could reach it from down below here or not is another thing." "The only way is to prove it," said the doctor. "Now, at once, sir?" cried Griggs. "Well, yes," said the doctor thoughtfully. "Why not?" He asked the question in a tone of voice that needed no answer, and then turned to Chris. "We'll go and examine the place, then, for the Indians must be gone." "Oh, yes," said Griggs. "They're gone, sure enough. But it would be as well for say two to stop here on the terrace and be ready to fire if the enemy should appear again." This was soon arranged, Wilton and Bourne undertaking the task, while, after a good look round to make sure no watching eyes were scrutinizing their movements, the little party of 4 started for the other side of the depression, Chris being so insistent that he felt really well enough to be one, that the doctor shrank from leaving him behind. The task did not prove very difficult, for they had their previous experience to help them, and they were not long after reaching the foot of the cliff before finding a way up to the lowest terrace, and grasping the fact that the incident that had taken place in the part they had occupied had been repeated here. Whether before or after it was impossible to say, but they found all the traces of a desperate fight, and the defence of a brave people who had held out in cell after cell to the very end. Then the way up to the next terrace was hunted out and found half buried in stones and dust, and hidden still further by a growth of ages. Here again were the traces of the massacre, and after a hurried examination of these, halfway along the second terrace Griggs came to a sudden stop and cocked his rifle, an act immediately imitated by the rest. "Danger?" whispered the doctor. "Don't know yet," was the reply, "but we're somewhere near the cells where those fellows were using their bows the other day, and where I saw them a little while ago." He ceased speaking and pointed downwards. "What can you see?" whispered Chris. "Trail, moccasin-covered feet," was the answer. The two boys would have passed that which was pointed out unseen, for the impressions in the dust were very faint to them, but plain enough to the experienced hunter, who advanced cautiously now to the opening into the cell opposite which they were now standing, and looking in, pointed out fresh footprints, and, what was more, an opening at the back of the cell, which, save in position, proved to be a way into just such a square cell-like place as that which had puzzled them on their own side. "No one here," said Griggs, "but it's not long since there was." "Are you going on at once?" said the doctor. "Oh yes, let's know the worst or the best," replied Griggs, "but one seems to know all there is to know, and it's what we wanted. Here's a way up to the next range of cells, and when we got up there we shall find the enemy's trail, and that will lead right up to the cliff, without a doubt." "Yes, there's proof enough that if the enemy had been enterprising and gifted with brains, they could have easily found their way down into the valley by a fresh way." "Let's go on, sir," said Griggs. "They've never been lower than this, that's evident. We're the first who have come up that lower way, and it seems to me, Chris, that we've learned all we wanted. That was to find a way to the top that a fellow could get up in a hurry. Yes, look here, it's all clear enough, and once he's got up, he's got nothing to do but break away a step or two, and no one can follow." Griggs was quite right. Just as it was on the other side of the valley, the square pit could be ascended by means of projecting stones, and upon these being scaled, the party stood upon the flint terrace and in its range of cells, beyond which there was a step-like path going up a narrow rift, leading right to the level table-land. They all ascended, and taking care not to expose themselves, were able to sweep the great level for miles, but without seeing the slightest sign of an enemy. "It's all right, sir," said Griggs, as soon as they had finished their inspection. "Here's what we want to carry out young Chris's plan." "Well, it does make it possible," said the doctor, thoughtfully, "but very risky for the man who is hunted by the enemy." "Oh dear no, sir. It only wants a man to be pretty smart. I don't see much difficulty in it." "No, father," said Chris. "I feel sure that I could do it." "Nay, don't want everything, youngster," cried Griggs merrily. "Let someone else have a chance. This job seems to be about my fit, and I propose that the doctor here picks me out, unless Squire here chooses himself as the one to do it." "Oh no," cried Ned. "I couldn't do it. I mean, I shan't go. I don't think I could do it." "It's a grown man's job," said the doctor firmly, "one that either Griggs or I will undertake. There, come down, and let's carefully hide the way by which we came up. The enemy may come down here again to get a shot at us, and if they do, we must not give them a chance for growing suspicious." "If they come, sir," said Griggs. "I don't think they will, at all events today. What they'll try in the night, no one can say. But now then, Chris, my lad, you and your mustang have got to make yourselves fit for everything. We can do nothing till you're both quite well, and the sooner that time comes, the sooner we shall be strong enough to act." End of chapter 48.